Check, check. There we go. Thank you for letting me know the audio problem there, Sneaky Melon. Fixed. Uh, hello, hello. Welcome in, Sneaky Melon. Hello, hello, Fab4. Hi, Zalix. Hello, LeBron. Hello, Dorgon. Welcome home, gamers. We are 3 minutes out from Weekend Tournament European number 89. Uh, you know, you know the drill. But did want to give a quick shout out to folks from earlier today, the top finishers, Gripnicoma, Scion, Flix, Dionys, and we did Google Lens to figure this out, but it's not a name I'm going to remember. It is Ozawa Shurin. Ozawa Shurin with the cute little corgi. It's amazeballs. I love the corgi. But they are the winner. Do want to give a shout out, a thank you to Kitty Cat Girl for the offline follow between last stream and this one. Appreciate each and every one of you for following. Thank you. And I'm always curious how somebody found me between streams, but it might be YouTube content, it might be a shout out on some other channel, it could be all sorts of things. So you never know. So welcome in. I hope you guys are ready for some tournament action. We're up to 260. 260 will make 3 groups. Is 128, 256. We're into 3 small groups right now. 3 groups of probably 70 or so. If we kept it up, there might be bigger. It might get a bit bigger if we have a few more people sign up. But you will have an intermediate group if you're in that 1100, 1200, 1300 MMR range. Go ahead and sign up for this one because you'll have your own intermediate group to fight for title in. You're not going to be thrown up against the 2100s in round 2. I mean, by the same token, if you're 500 or 700 MMR, go ahead and sign up because you're going to have a rookie group down there as well. A rookie group will probably be around 1,000. Zach, welcome in. How have you been, my friend? Happy New Year to you. Yo, yo, we are doing well. Looking forward to a tournament. Are you playing or would you like to join and cast? Yeah, a bit distracted. All right. Okay, coolio. Yeah, I saw your DM, so I understand why. We have had thoughts for your family. Doing a bit more. Excellent. I would love to have you aboard to cast something soon. So, everything is going really well. We are the goal for this month is to hit 70 average viewers that are not from Raid, so that we can that'd be halfway to partner if we can have a month down that is 70. Yes, I'm officially rubbish at Mecha. I can get back into Trash Masters. Oh no. That's no good, my friend. All right. Here's the words you've all been hoping to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. Don't forget to click ready. You need to ready up for tournament matches. You gotta go. The real question is, you're down at 1450. Did Zach make it into Zach? Zach is the 98th seed out of 100 in Group 1. That hurts, man. You almost made it all the way down into the intermediates. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. Come on. Okay, just go 7-0. You got this. It'll bring it right back up. Oh, Fab 4 and Jezza Tequila. That's a fun match. Jezza's good peeps. Fab 4. Tell them hi from us. Tell them hi from Amaroq stream. Who do we want to see? What about Shadoff against Fedis? Oh, Rooster against Baller is the match, isn't it? That's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, we got to take that to start with. Start prediction. Excellent, excellent Fab Four. Thank you so much. Zach says, "Oh my God, how strong are sabers now?" The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Saber strong. Having them as a starting unit is so handy for you. Perfect summary. Love it. Oh no, no, no. Yeah. My problem was I was still playing Tarantula and not raiding sabers. No, no, no. Tarantula start is done. It's gone. Don't even don't even try. It dies to saber. Saber as a starting unit is yeah. Saber as a starting unit is good. Yeah, that'll just changing that, dropping Tarantula and picking up Saber is going to bring you right back up 250 MMR. There, you can have a good game with Tarantula. Don't get me wrong. Welcome to round one of Weekend Tournament European number 89, where we have two former champions head to head in round one. This could be a title match between these two. These two could have met in round seven, unbeaten, and decided a title. No, they've drawn each other in round one. Left blue near side is Baller, three-time champion, missile specialist with Stormcaller, Fang opening. Missile specialist, of course, really strong if the missiles are landing and have good targets like storms to land on, and pretty bad on if the shields are blocked or if there's no really good targets. Right now, Rooster's got nothing that would die to a single missile, so see what he takes over there. He does take a pair of crawlers. Rooster, far side, is a marksman specialist with Arclight and Sledge. I love the Sledge start. I love a Sledge Arc start. I think this is really, really strong right now. And part of that is what we were talking about pre-match. Zach was saying that he hadn't realized how strong sabers were, that he was still playing Tarantula as a common open for himself. Turns out one of the few things I think that really counters saber is a really good sledge play. Really good sledge play can get it done. That matchup becomes who got the levels into what, and how high do they go. But on the right, Baller's later arriving fangs are going to keep things under the guns for one more volley. On the left, Rooster's going to win. So right side goes Baller's way, left side goes Rooster's way. It's about even 3 units left for each. Baller weren't fighting under the debuff, he'd have it for sure. And he's got the Stormcallers you need to get it done. You get round two. Oh, when you're the marksman specialist and marksman drops, that is a good thing for you. In this case, that is good for Rooster. Baller also took them. A lot of times I am kind of loath to do that because I don't want to get into a marksman mirror where opponent out marksmans me. But take a look at these techs. Baller is running range elite double shot. Sure, that's how he's going to get his damage. We're going to kill things. We're going to just basically double and double again the damage output by elite and double shot, right? And then we've got AA if we need to priority target something, or if you bring down boats or Rydens. Roosters are range, double shot, aerial, and shooting squad. So he is not relying on elite marksmen the way that most people would for a range war. Interesting choice. Interesting choice. Sneaky Melon asked, does anyone remember that Raiden unit? I haven't seen it be relevant in a bit. It was dominant the first week it was out. It got, multiple debuffs. And one of the biggest of those was that the chain no longer targets a tower or any building specifically. So the ground-based anti-missile is also exempt from it. So two things got kind of saved from it. And seems like it only comes into play on unit drops. People aren't really buying into them a ton. I've seen a couple of people do it, but I'm certainly not up at the 2000 MMR. Chain hitting a tower was just way too good, right? Although I think part of that is people were not taking things that would, like you just if opponent is in Raiden, you need to level the towers, right? That's kind of the answer. But be that as it may, even then, I think it was still a bit much because, you could drop the Raiden, for example, like if Rooster dropped the old Raiden here, this unit is now within 60 meters of the tower. If it's the front thing, the chain could jump to the tower because it picks anything random, within the 60 meters. So it's picking anything random within this area. By the time this pack of units is down to, less than half, with 3 or 5 shots going into this, and each of those having a random chance of hitting the tower, it just became a little bit too strong. For the game in front of us, each of them have taken up to 4 arc lights and have range on the arcs. Yeah, so it's kind of a mirror right now. Rooster went ahead and took a shield all-in and bought a shield over this tower. Again, against a missile specialist, I think that is pretty much the right play. You want to be protecting against those missiles if possible. If you can make your opponent get no value out of their specialist, you get some value out of your specialist. You're generally going to win the game. Aerial specialist, get them dragged into a ground game and make them forget that they're aerial. Giant specialist, get them dragged into something and make them forget that they're giant. Baller also used a sentry missile left side. Sentry missile on the left took down a pack of sledges that were close to leveling. So he's denying some early levels into that. Wins the round, and they are about even after 3. 36.94 for Baller, 36.54 for Rooster. We get... Well, what did we get? We got a quick super supply enhancement from both of them. It's round 4. They both saw super supply. They said, we're in that long range game that could go 11 to 13 rounds with marksman and arc lights both. So let's do it. Now, I expect both of them are looking at this board and thinking they are in arc light and worm, which is one of the dominant comps right now. So I imagine we're going to see some worm in a bit. There's not really enough DPS, especially on Baller's side, without... Now he's adding the extra marksman backline. So he's got up to 4 marks as well, but it's still low level of DPS. Sentry missile aimed at the same sledge on that side, but this time it hit the running crawlers. So running crawlers doing their job, they ate a missile. And of course that is part of why you grab most of the pack but not all of it, or put it in that vertical alignment. Back row, those last 3 crawlers escape and stay alive to keep doing some distraction. You can see that one crawler that survived that sentry missile. This is from that OG pack on the line. He is still alive out there. And the job done. Happy little crawler. All my friends is dead, but I'm still alive. I'm right here. Drops LeBron Baller down to 33.54. And oh my god, back-to-back super supply. So Baller takes it right away. Rooster is thinking about, do I want intensive? Possibly advanced missile device, but yeah, it's going to be intensive for Rooster versus double super supply for Baller. Now this game got interesting. There is the worm as predicted. Sandworm with a intensive, it'll be a level 2 sandworm rather than having two of them. And again, we just said there is not enough DPS on the board to kill that worm, really. And Baller's in a ton of late arriving fangs, 4 fangs behind tower, which will provide some speed bumps for that poor worm, especially once they've got shield on them. You can see Baller really avoiding Crawler, and only has the 2 packs of them. In a long-range war like this, if the ground gets lit on fire, Crawlers are much more of a liability to you. Your big investment in Crawlers winds up getting burned. Your fangs are arriving late, just in front of things. They would be, if the ground were on fire, they wouldn't be walking into the fire, and they'd still be providing chaff for the main units. But our Rooster, the first one into the worm, and has a bunch of them. Well, has it at level 2, so it's going to be tough to catch up to. But Baller does have the DPS, especially with the left side tower going down. He won the side that didn't have the worm, and that allowed the weak side, as it were, to take down Rooster's worm. Now you're getting a really, really intriguing difference. There was mass-produced Scorp, which a lot of people would have thought of as their answer to Sandworm. And Baller skips that, goes for efficient light manufacturing. So he is into the econ of all econ games. If Rooster does not win this quickly, this just gets out of control. I mean, it gets so out of control. Baller will crush this if it goes long. Rooster's hope is a short-term victory, I would think. Also, Baller took the electromagnetic shot on the arc lights, and Rooster took 2 more sandworms, gave them replicate, so they will be creating a larva every time they surface. The shield drop and the missile drop are in the same spot, so that's a win for Rooster, honestly. Couple of sentry missiles for Baller. He knows he can afford to spend things that your average Machiavellian player would not be well advised to be spending that much on sentry missiles, but he's got this big econ advantage. Round 6 is the round that the first super supply is breaking even for both players. Round 7 is when the second one will break even for Baller, and from round 8 onwards it is all profit. Well, round 7 onwards it's profit for Rooster, round 8 onwards it'll be profit for Baller. I guess technically if round 7's the break even on the second one and a profit for the first one, both of them will be ahead on round 7. But be that as it might, they'll be ahead by the same amount on round 7, and it will escalate for Baller from there on. So, like I said, Rooster needs to win this quickly or Baller will win. Rooster drops Baller to 2200. Fort was on offer, and I love Fort as an answer to Worm, but I actually really love Launcher Overload Fort against this comp. I think that gives you... Oh, and he's gone with Scorpions with Acid. Brilliant. He's gone to Shield Fang. Also good. Yeah, throw Acid on the ground in front of the Scorps, or in front of the worms. One Scorpion for each worm that you know about. And I just love Launcher Overload Fort against Worm. You might be into a point where you need to elite recruit them, especially against the level 3 on the right side. And are the Scorpions... Well, it's probably alright here. So Baller's gone for fire on the 4 storms, looking to light the ground on fire, deny all the chaff, make sure he's targeting the worms. There are 5 sandworms up. So 1 level 3, 4 level 1s. They are double teched now. They have armor on. And that seems a little bit of a waste because you know the first shot from an arc light is going to turn the armor off. But they get underground. They're no longer EMP'd. The armor's back. They've got their hit points back. So you need to kill them during that debuff. You need to have the arc lights still alive. But my answer would be the launcher overload forts. I don't know if it is, and we got the fort drop. I don't know if it is going to be enough starting this many turns behind them. But Baller is down at 990, Rooster's at 2390, and it's all profit for Baller. Like, again, if this goes long, this is Baller's game. They both skipped advanced offensive tactics. Baller has a perfect spot for a electromagnetic blast. I will hit both of the shield bubbles I know about and take down the techs for anything in between. Has a missile out here. Oh, Rooster, well done, sir. Throws down the shield in exactly the right spot. What is Baller doing with 1,000 supply? After 4 shield bubbles to cover the majority of the army, it's 2 crawlers. I actually do love the crawlers. Drip arrival of crawlers keeps the worms on the surface. That is always good. Just pin them. I mean, technically Faustenberger, it is Mechabellum also. You're not wrong. Please don't send mecha players to the Shadow Realm. Alright. What do we got? We've taken 2 levels on the storms. We've taken another set of scorpions. The scorpions don't have a range, so I think they went down too early last time. Last round, we'll see if the 4th scorpion helps with that, but you can see they are getting out in front of the arc lights a bit, and yeah, it is the scorpions that are getting targeted. So now we've just got to keep the worm on the surface in the acid that we've already placed. The way to do that would be more and more and more crawler arriving. That's why Baller picked up that second pack of crawlers. But it is not happening here. A thunk. The arc worm is a dominant comp for a reason. The key decision in this game was on round 5, where Baller took the second super supply to get into this long-term comp. The long-term scaling, he was going to be way ahead economically by round 10 or so. But Rooster went for the intensive training, brought out the first sandworm, and was able to bring it out at level 2. It did die that first time out. It died on 1 subsequent round, but for the most part, from that moment on, Rooster was in control. So you can see how it is done. Baller's defense has a lot of the right elements. Fire taking care of all of the chaff so that he's working on the main units. Acid to hit the, to make sure that the worm is in acid so you can get the damage dealt with. EMP on the arc lights so that they're bringing down the, turning off the armor enhancement so that you can kill it at its normal hit points instead of its inflated hit points. But Zach asks, wait a minute, marksmen seem really strong in this patch. That's also correct. Yes and no, right? If in this, against this build, the marksmen were, not getting it done, and you can kind of see there's not really enough of them. If he had an overwhelming majority of them, it would be good, but 4 of them wasn't enough. I'm actually wondering, seems silly, but I'm actually wondering if fire on the ground was hurting rather than helping for Baller. Because while the worms were underground, all of his army was walking forward instead of staying still and shooting chaff. So we gave up a whole bunch of ground that way. Like the problem for this fight is once the worm is in point blank range, you're done, right? So you want the worm on the surface. Maybe we needed earlier crawler chaff, right? Maybe if these two crawlers are just in front of these folks, they get the worm up on the surface and pin it a little bit further out, allows more units to get out in front. Be interesting to play with that one, actually. Because I don't know. I honestly don't know where the win that match is for Baller either. So we'll take a look. And take a look at that one, and maybe after tournament, we'll go around the group. There's still 8 in progress. It looks like. Maybe we can jump into one of these. Okay, but at the top end, the favorites have won: Dillo, Artur, MC, Illuminati, Black, and Doxson. But the big upset is right here. Apucci loses to Lapaco. How on earth? We have got 2 former champions. Like, we've seen Baller v Apucci as a final twice, and they are both down in round 1. Congratulations, Lapaco. Well done. HD Susauer with a win. HR Geiger Chad. I mean, you've got folks who are threats to win tournaments all the way down to 17th seed here. Bellicose Drake against Sparty was a good match. Bellicose Drake with the win there. Dionis, L, Stony, Flicks all getting wins. Zlaumange beats Sneaky Melon. I am Znart. Play Archer, Rooster, shout off the winners here. Top 10, you've got the End of the Starry River. This is Galaxy Ends in Fire. The End of the Starry River. Zemp, Sign-In, Saracha, and the Magician with the wins. Red Scare of 94 upset by Sign-In. So congratulations there. And the Magician, whoa, the Magician upsets number 2 seed Scion. So that was the 4th place finisher in this morning's tournament. So we've got a number of folk who could have been title contenders losing in round 1. Further down the group, Resnas, Dorgon, Sajsuto, S, Netromius, Freedom, Eddybong, Hertz, Ratzeal, Kelkathorn, Lion Spirit, Wumbo Drebin, DLG with the wins. Tapadoo, All You Can Hit, James S. Andrew, Thanos, Munin, Salt Monkey is Zach, and Heart Collector, the winners. Let's jump into a match. Let's come back to this. There's 4 left. We'll jump into the Fab 4 Jezza Tequila match, since we know both of them. Ignite Fangs is one of the best ways to beat worms. So that would be Ignite on into the Ignite and then pin them in the acid. Makes sense. It does not matter how many hit points you have. Just failed to deal with worms this way. Oh, it does not matter how many hit points you have. Hello, Morokin. Welcome in. Have I done my squats today? I have not, but I have recovered from the last go around. So we can do that. We can do that. We'll do some squats between round 1 and round 2. How's that? And so appropriate that you ask this question on the as we're jumping into a Fab 4 match. Acid and Ignite, and you still couldn't deal with them. Yeah, that was my thinking. Ignite can be good, but I wasn't. It wasn't where I was thinking. Yeah, it's Big Forts is the answer, guys. Big Fort is the answer, and I think Baller had that opportunity when he had the drop. Bellicose Drake, a new sub for a new year. Subs with Prime for the 7th month. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, sir. And Fab 4 does get the W against Jezza Tequila. So two longtime friends of the channel there. Fab 4, our lead gifter this month. So thank you very much for the support, my friend. Deep appreciation for what you did on New Year's Day. Anti-worm. Yeah, we had acid scarp on the board for this. Good evening, HD Susauer. Welcome in. Lots of folks who might have been tourney title threats down in round one. So things are looking good for you and others. Congrats, Bellicose Drake, on that W against Sparty. He is a tough opponent. Well done. Yeah, that game was getting a little bit scary, Fab Four. I can see it. We've got Fury and Happening are the last two standing. We were just talking about this, HD Sweet Sour. Is there what solution have you found for? And holy smokes, Fury is in 3 war factories, while Happening is in, it looks like, the Arclight Marksman combo. Not many marksmen though. Well, perhaps that's just after the debuff there. Yeah, there's the worms. But it's also triple teched wasps behind the worms. So the triple teched wasps running into the, I think it is shield fangs. Yeah, triple teched fangs with shield range and ignite. So we are seeing an attempt at all of these answers for right now, Happening running exactly the same build and that we've just been talking about. So you've got the ignite fangs for Fury, the arclights and wasps getting it done against the war factory. So you're going to round 11 of this one. Can Fury turn it around? Well, yes. Factory's not hitting the airplanes. Factory's the answer to the worms. We don't have acid is the problem for Fury, right? He's not putting acid on the ground anyways. He does have the Ignite Fang and EMP Arclight. That is a pretty standard reaction to it. The Phantom Rays are just feeding XP right now. They're not helping. You might want to sell them, sir, but well, you've sold something else. Has a missile for one of these shielded. Oh, that's kind of cute. Missile specialist running a double missile to just KO a shielded wasp, but he's aimed for the level 3s instead of the level 4s? Sir? Color me confused. Okay, they now do steel ball production. And this is a make or break round for Fury because obviously it's kind of a win round or die. And if 2 of those factories survive, or 1 factory plus much of anything else, it'll be a game win for Fury. Wonder if the steel balls really wanted to be making Crawler here. One factory down, 2 factories down. Third factory's still up. There's still some fangs at that tower. Holy smoke, towers are down. And Fury is down. Happening gets the win. Yeah, that is pretty spectacular, sir. Well done. That will bring our round 1 to a close. Yeah, you put a level 2 war factory against a level 3 worm and lost hard. Experience with worms is still crazy. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. Everybody's at, I think. HD Sweet and Sour. Welcome in, Toast. Hello. Fang spawn forts with ignite. I think fort is the answer. We've tested that in Toast testing ground, right? Fort is the single best answer to worm, I think, in terms of like you don't care about the range that launcher overload gives up, and then if you're fang spawning, Right. Fangs first, and then forts after the opponent's committed, not looking to throw down melters. But even then, like even if there is melter, the other thing I like is a board of a board of crawlers. Just keep the darn worm on the surface. Like people are trying this with standard boards instead of building crawlers out front to get the worms stuck up on the surface. You had a win with Arcworm. We've just seen basically every match we took a look at had an Arcworm win in it. All right, we are to round 2, 50 unbeaten. Dillo, your number 1 seed. Saracha, Artur, Illuminati, Zemp, Black. The favorites, Galaxy Ends, End of the Milky Way, Doxin, Shadoff, HD Susauer, the top 10. Let's see what we've got further down. Fab 4 against Bellicose Drake could be a ton of fun. Zach draws Saracha. Yoish! I actually kind of think we might be in. Wait, where is Stony? Stony's playing Eddie Bong. Now let's take the Fab 4 Bellicose Drake match for this one. Reven says absolutely massive multi-melters does work, but boy do they need a ton of levels. Yeah. This is the problem is that it to beat the worms they need more investment in the melters than the opponent has in the worms. Reven. So like yes, it can work, but Toast says, my opponent realized far too late that I had basically 0 upshoot, like the 3 spangs from my starting pack. So enough worms and larvae survived by the end of the round that I killed my opponent. despite not having. That's brilliant. Welcome to round 2 of Weekend Tournament European number 89. 2 longtime friends of the channel, Fab 4200 and Bellicose Drake, coming head to head here. And of course, round 2 is the round where you see a lot of mismatches. So the top seeds, the biggest names, are not placed to find the best match. We're not going to be, we don't need to watch the number 1 seed against the number 100 seed OG. So let's take a look here. We've got Bellicose Drake, of course, the OG Trashmasters champion back in December of 2023, and now a legit threat in weekend tournaments. Fab 4, a quick supply specialist, near side. Fab 4 is a streamer, right around my level, I think, in terms of MMR and maybe not necessarily hours in the game, but really solid player. Quick supply specialist with Steel Ball and Arclight, places them all up front, all on one side. Bellicose Drake, expecting the Steel Ball aggro start, has vertical sledges. Vertical sledges, of course, the standard answer to a Steel Ball push, because you get the balls locked onto targets one at a time. Adds the fangs. Note the way that he's positioned this. A lot of people will just throw down the fang right in front of the sledges, and what happens there is all the Arclights target the fangs, boom, 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 and then eventually the Steel Balls are on the sledges. So what have you really bought? Instead, what he's going to have is lead sledge, taking the first shots from the arcs and the first shots from the Steel Balls, and then it'll be intermingled sledge and fang after that as the chaff. It's very nice. Very nice. Bellicose Drake was an aerial specialist, so his round 1 buy is a Wasp. Unlock and pick up the Wasp. Air Giga Cheat indeed. So, yeah, Fab 4 is definitely winning the aggro, wins the tower, has no answer to the wasps. If you've ever wondered why Steel Ball Crawl Mustang is a comp, here is the reason. Ball Crawl by itself. Ball Crawl by itself does not handle the wasps. What does? Yeah, the Mustangs. I'd be shocked if Fab 4 is not picking one up on round 2. It should be a Mustang and a crawler, in my opinion, for Fab 4. Don't even need to see the drops. Okay, the drops include Phantom Ray, which we know Fab 4 loves. That is kind of his signature unit, but he'll take Storms. There's also Marksman and Tarantula available. Tarantula might have been a possibility for Fab 4 in terms of they kind of replace the Arclight and keep up, but because you can get them to a better speed than the Arclight does. But again, Quick Supply Specialist. Oh, I forgot he was Quick Supply. Yeah, it's just two Mustangs, right? Boom, boom, right behind the steel balls, and unlock and buy, right? No question. Bellicose Drake took the Phantom Ray, took a crawler for the back corner, took a flank crawler for the unprotected tower. There are the crawlers, or the Mustangs, as predicted, but he puts them in flank screening position, so he's got them covered here. So crawler is going to play some defense. It looks like it's going to split both directions. And to go with it, it is one more crawler. Yeah, so Mustang, crawler, and extra crawler. There is, in fact, a very juicy sentry missile on this side for Bellicose Drake, but I expect Fab 4 is going to drop the... Oh, Drake. Last second, listening to Toast's advice, gets the juicy missile down. Half the attack is gone. just blind missiled out the storms. On the other hand, we've blind countered the flank too, so let's see which way it goes. And the Mustangs are, as long as the Mustangs stay alive, they are a good answer to the Fangs too. So, tower debuff from the level 2 Wasps. The chaff flank with the crawlers, just enough of a pull to keep these Mustangs from getting involved. It turns out the play for Fab 4 that would have protected that was to actually have that set of crawlers not in front of the tower, but in the back right corner. He would have beaten the flank and gotten back in front just in time. With an aerial specialist already having wasps on the board, I would expect to see him taking the wasp swarm. Fab 4 has his choice of subsidized arcs, subsidized ball, shield, airdrop, but he took the wasp swarm himself. Morokin over here encouraging squats from all. Tells Whoopties, it's time, it's time. So Fab 4 goes for the wasp swarm back corner while still having the middle unprotected. So I'd kind of expected when he took the wasp swarm, I thought he was playing it defensively here. It'll be Fangs on the line to eat the sentry missiles instead of crawlers on the line. Fangs on the line because if late game, if you've got portable shield, opponent can't just missile out your chaff. There's the Mustang. That should be covering the middle wasp drop, I would think, and trying to. Now this position is optimal for going forward, right? But a little sketchy for covering the wasp drop because of the possibility opponent can put something on the line, and these guys will just path straight up to the thing on the line. They'll never notice the wasps. Missile is much deeper this time, where again it's going to get a whole bunch of steel balls and crawlers all together. It's another huge value missile. Bellicose Drake is showing us what a year and more of playing this game will do for correctly positioning those missiles both lines. to really get the maximum value. He's won both of those rounds. Round 2 and round 3 go Bellicose Drake's way because of the value sentient missiles he's getting. That is just experience in the game, knowing where to put that to allow the steel balls and crawlers to have all converged. Drake paying attention to where that was going to be. Now, he's not even remembering where that was from last round. He's actually calculated that in his head based on just sheer game knowledge. Those are epic missiles. They've really done a fantastic job. And that has put Fab 4 under pressure at 3,400 hit points. Bellicose Drake still on 4,700. You got oil, of course, for the defender. Gets to drop the sticky oil bomb in front of the push side, where yeah, there it is, right in front of everything. Fab 4's got to see that coming. Whether he does something about it or not is up to him. But he has to know it's going to happen, right? What can you do about that? So, a couple of things you might think about. High mobility will help, even though the oil reduces the speed. You know, that's an extra 1.5 meters per second pushing through that. You can also take a mobile beacon. You can also sell out of something, which is what he's done here. I'm going to sell out of one of the units. And selling out of it could fund the mobile beacon or something. Pivoting to some marksmen with range. I was going to say range is the other way to answer that. If I just do my fighting from the near side, got it covered. I just do my fighting from one side of it. Now he does reinforce the strong side rather than the weak side, with the Phantom Rays having armor. The armor for the Rays, just the strict counter to the Mustangs. And what's going to happen out here will be Rays tank the hope was, I think, Rays tank the Mustangs with the Wasps behind them, but practically the Rays, the Wasps got out in front because they have a shorter range. And on the left side, the marksmen are answering the Rays. It's really fun to see Bellicose Drake be the player going into Phantom Rays against Fab 4, because, of course, Phantom Ray is Fab 4's signature unit, the Phantom of Mechabellum. He was playing those before the epic Stony video that made the Phantom Ray spam popular. Drake down to 4,300 as Fab 4 finally gets a round win despite the oil. So that is bad news for Drake. He takes a Raiden. Raiden, a good way to get through and reach to the marksman behind the lines. And Fab 4 goes into a Overlord with Overlord Artillery. So Chin Gun Overlords goes to what it has been his weak side and sells out of that other steel ball. And I imagine we are selling out of this Stormcaller as well. But for right now, there's no reason to sell out of the Storms, because the Storms, the Arcs, the Marksmen all fight from this side of the oil. He's kind of, Fab 4 has almost turned this oil into something that is slowing down Drake's units as they come out of the back line, rather than something that's slowing down Fab's aggro there. It is amazing. Chris Rock says, yes, is that why I had to suffer defending against Ray Spam? Yes, that was from a Stony video. They were all over ladder for a bit. Yes, there's no range on the Mustangs. And it does hurt a little bit. But still. Fab says deal with it. He's here, he's listening to chat. And winning rounds. Let's go. Of course, one of the boats has the heavy armor, and there is no great boat answer on Bellicose Drake's side, but I think he sold the level 1 to elite recruit the level 2 Raiden. So wanted to make sure the Raiden had the jump on things, doesn't want to start at level 1, just goes straight to level 2 to get the hit points to survive the marksman, right? You're going to do 5,000 damage a shot. Raiden does not have a ton of hit points, so even at level 2 it's just 34,000. The level 1 Overlord with heavy armor has more than that. And Surviving units are the Marks, the Storms, and the Overlords. Boom, boom. Each Overlord does 400 damage to the health bar. So that is a big round win for Fab 4. Drops Bellicose Drake down to 3250. He skips. Doesn't need any of these. I think Extended Range Phantom Ray, probably not the choice, but it could be if you're just sitting there. He goes for the improved missiles. He was using them anyways. Might as well. He's got Subsidized Arclight. He's into 5 of them with range and elite. And 3 of those are now level 3. Does run anti-air on the bar. Interesting. No charged shot. So Drake's version of carry arcs is I can EMP anything, but primarily the ground targets, and then I've also got anti-air if needed. So it's kind of not a build you see often. And here is the pivot back to what had started as his strong side became his weak side. So of course, when you used to see Woot playing aggro boats, he would do jump drive, so he'd be able to bring the whole fleet over. Fab 4 is not running jump drive. He's got range, launcher overload, overlord artillery, and mothership. I just want 4 techs that make them better on the board. One thing to remember that Woot will pay attention to this, and very few other people did. Jump drive also adds 5 meters per second. So if you're in a aggro build, the difference between 13 meters per second and 18 meters per second is actually pretty substantial in terms of how quickly they close onto the board and how much time they give other units to close in. But the reason Overlord Artillery is on the Overlord in aggro is because as soon as you've cleared the ground units and the tower is the closest thing, the tower will go down from 140 meters away, right? Even if there are still air units defending, even if there are units defending from other sides or whatever, right? Like it'll still target ahead with that ground cannon. So a lot of times you'll see it just chew through the ground and then get to targeting. Holy smokes, Fab 4, they are 4 level 2 overlords now making wasps. The Raidens had range last round. I expect them to have chain. There's also going to be shield on the fangs. Shield Fang, one of the canonical answers to Overlord, because it just takes them so long to chew through. Zach says, why didn't Bellicose go improved melter there? That would have been ace with range and multi-melt. I think it would have been, but it feels like he is so committed to his existing answers that I'm still waiting for chain, but we're not getting chain, are we? Are we, Drake? Yeah, it would have cost a bunch. He could have sold out of the level 2 Raiden. But instead, the level 2 Raiden gets the laser sights, and we get one more Raiden instead of chain. So we're not going to be jumping to other units. I do believe 4 level 2 double-teched Overlords is going to beat 4 level 1 single-teched Raidens. And this game goes Fab 4's way, right? Be my expectation. Chain was really the hope, I think, for punching through the Wasps. And I'd be interested to hear from Fab 4 if, how early he was considering this. Because he did take the Wasp call-in back when Bellicose Drake was already into Wasps. And really could become a... There's an example. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The ground cannon took this tower out, despite the 2 Raidens being closer, and they're still being... Yeah, like that's the power of the ground cannon for Overlord. Because you get something where, my main cannons are still aimed at the air game, but the main cannons are aimed at the air game, but the ground cannon will take out the more distant tower, and it's brilliant. It's really good. That was why Raiden was so powerful when Chain would jump to tower as well. It was very much in the same role. Fab4's comments are man, I saw the boat drop as a perfect counter to Raiden and a way to push the weak side for that one round. It, of course, turned into title there or a win. I thought about boat as well, but I've changed my text on them, so he didn't have that. Belkus Drake says, I thought about boat as well, but I've changed my text on them, so they weren't the right choice. And the answer to Zach's question about why didn't he go improved melter is because I'm rusty and have barely played this season. Right? Rust will do it to you. Fab4 in a little bit better shape in terms of frequency of recent play, even if he has been off racing forklifts a bunch. And Morokin says, good job. Now drop and give me 20 squats. No, 10 squats. So all players involved in this match and casters must go do some squats. We'll put on a different game for you while that's happening. Looks like we'll get to see Rooster's second round if this is still ongoing. And we will be back. We will be back. The boats were lifted up there with the forklifts, of course. Makes sense. But we will be back after squats and coffee. So, but let me position camera for you guys first. Don't want to leave you with this ridiculous tight in view. That'll do better. And we'll be right back. Okay, Morokin, Kiddo says they are now traumatized. They did not need to see Dad do squats. Toast says understandable. Understandable, small one. Kiddo, as a budding content creator, has been making videos on a kid safe platform and has their first video that hit 100 likes. Fab4 says they should be looking up to you for that. Well, perhaps, but might not have wanted to see it. I don't know. You don't do squats to be pretty. You do it to be beautiful inside. More success than I've had. Morrigan, the first day you made me do those squats, I was in such bad shape the next day. Like 8 muscle groups that I didn't know needed work. Complaining about being asked to do anything at all. Okay, technically probably just 2 muscle groups. Core and butt cheeks, really. But you do it for the jacked quads you're gonna have exactly. Yes, no, that was the thing. Don't forget to scratch. Oh, more success than you've had, the 100 likes, yes. Wait, you have 70 subscribers on your YouTube despite never uploading anything. I'm impressed. What? How did they even find you? All right. We have our next round. We'll go around the room for a moment. We'll run a long ad break because we've got the full 3 minutes. So you guys are only going to miss the summary if you're watching ads. You'll be back in time for the next match. Winners, Dillo, your number 1 seed. Easy win over Heart Collector, it looks like. Artur MC over Munin. These, of course, you kind of expect. These are not going to be close matches, right? Because the difference in MMR, 1450 or 1400 for Heart Collector versus 2200 for Dillo, right? So Dillo, Artur MC, Zemp, Galaxy Ends, Shadow, and Rooster all getting the wins, the favorites. HR Geiger Chad, Dionys, Felix, and Happening. Happening gets to 2-0 after that win against Fury, so they're having a good round. I am Znart, Sign In, The Magician, all with wins. Lepaco, remember, has that upset over Apucci. Round 1 upset over Apucci. Beats Dorgon in round 2. S with the win. We saw Fab 4 get the win. Eddie Bong upsets Stony. I almost cast that. I was debating between these two matches. I do remember the name Eddie Bong from having at least one upset before. So this is a player probably a bit like me, where they can play above their level, and can play above their level and beat somebody fairly high, and then can manage to lose to somebody 200 MMR below me. That's where I'm at. Not saying that that's Eddie Bong, but if he's beating Stony, that's Eddie Bong. Raziel, Slavomanj, Play Archer with the wins. At the top end, the top 5, HD Susauer, Doxin, Black, Illuminati, and Saracha, the expected winners, all getting their Ws. Apucci, despite the round 1 loss, turns it around with a win over Yuban. Fury, of course, as well. Codius Prime having a bad luck start, so is Sneaky Melon. Those two are players you'd expect to be doing better, but unlucky so far. Beware of the Fog, Hannibal, Tala, the winners down there with 1 win. We're down to 25 unbeaten, and if nobody drops, it'll be Dorgon in the spoiler role facing Saracha, which actually might be a very good match. That sounds like it would be a fantastic match. In the middle, we'll have Doxin against Shadoff. Looks like Galaxy against Rooster and Illuminati against Play Archer. I think we might do a Illuminati Play Archer. Where is that one? There it is. That is one heck of a matchup. All right. We'll have that 90-second countdown. I gotta go answer the door real quick. All right. Welcome back. It's time to duel. Cue Yu-Gi-Oh! Intro theme. Yep, okay, fair enough. Fab 3-person. Round 1 is second round game. Another 10-round game. Very nice, Zach. Or Zalex, even. Class control with a double super supply. against triple intensive training with skill cooldown. Holy smokes. That's a crazy game. All right. Welcome to round 3 of Weekend Tournament European number 89. Near side, Illuminati. Far side, Play Archer. Two former champions here looking to regain the title in Europe. Illuminati the German, Play Archer from Russia. What do we have? Illuminati, your defending America's champion, won that title last week. Looking to add another gold badge to his collection. Aerial specialist, near side with crawlers and storms. Far side, Play Archer is a fire badger specialist with one of my favorite starts right now, the sledge and arc. Adds a pair of marksmen behind it, so doesn't even bother throwing down chaff yet. What am I going to do? Put fangs into your storm collars? No, I'll just clear the chaff. Relatively standard looking formations from both players. And they both spent all their money. I'm not sure what we are thinking about at this juncture. Taking a drink of water or whatever you needed to get yourself settled, I imagine. Of course, without any chaff to distract those storms, you know, initial volleys are very valuable. Storms do punch through the sledges. I don't know if you can see, but sometimes there would be a sledge on a very narrow health bar, and that's because it takes 4 missiles and change to kill a sledge. So, it's one of the changes made Stormcaller. It's one of the changes that made Sledge significantly better. Was the change in Stormcaller from 6.2 to 6.6 seconds. Just changes the number of missiles, overall rate of killing sledges, because it didn't change the breakpoint, right? It didn't change their DPS, but because it also didn't change the breakpoint against sledges, it means that the time to kill sledges is longer, essentially. Illuminati takes a Rhino Assault, mass-produced Fort, improved Overlord, both on offer. Those are the ones I imagine Play Archer was thinking about, but went ahead and took the Rhino Assault here. Sometimes in an early round, I'll just go ahead and pick up something like Mass Fort or Improved Overlord, just to have it in my pocket if the game is going that direction, or encourage opponent not to go in a certain direction, right? Both players drop the Rhino. The Rhino turns around the back chaff for both of them. Obviously, Play Archer had added the crawlers and went ahead and put the flank Fire Badger. So, flank Fire Badger plus those plus the Rhino drop gave him a decent shot on this corner, but looks like Illuminati is going to get the tower first. And during the debuff, they are going to take care of the storms over here, and a couple of fangs. 2 hero fangs helping to take care of the Fire Badger for Illuminati. And a round eventually goes to one of those hero fangs and the 4 surviving storms. So these are the units that were taking out that Fire Badger. If Fire Badger had had any help at all, this round might have gone Play Archer's way. You get the unit drop for round 3. Tarantula for free, Fort for 100, level 3 Steel Ball, level 3 Saber, both very strong. Illuminati takes a pair of Tarantulas. Now, what he didn't have, he took Arclight last round, but what he didn't really have was Chaff Clear. He's already sold one of them, you can see, so he's not thinking of them as tarantulas I wanted to play with. It's the best sell. Yes, they did. They had flames painted on them, so they are fast. It's true. The flames made them flame resistant to the Fire Badger. That's probably the real bit here. Now remember, he's an aerial specialist, and the Archer, the Fire Badger specialist. Illuminati goes ahead and buys a Rhino for that corner. That is the, let's call it the traditional answer right now to a Fire Badger flank, is to leave this 3x3 gap. Well, it's a 3x5 gap, honestly. But to leave that gap there is so that you can fit a Rhino into it and go punch the Fire Badgers. He doesn't, of course, doesn't know that Play Archer sold it. His Play Archer has sold it. So, funding something else. And that means he's got the 2 Tarantulas on the board. Tarantula is terrible into storms, and Illuminati has picked up 2 more storms. So, a Sneaky Melon says, man, I'm playing against an amplified specialist. It's round 4, and he still hasn't given out a single amp core. I think he knows my weakness. He's dealing damage directly to my soul. I love it. And Stale Donuts, thank you very much for the follow. On the board, Player Archer's got some leveled arcs already with range. They have one on the right side, left side. Storms have survived, and they will outrange those arcs, get a tower debuff, kill the arcs before the tower even went down. So Illuminati wins round 3. Both players started with plenty of hit points, so it's 4,400 to 4,294. Nobody in danger of getting tempoed out right now, and looking like a long game, not a short game. Portable Shield, the choice for Illuminati. I imagine the decision here was between Portable Shield and Laser Sights. Laser Sights huge if you wind up in a range war, and Portable Shield can be super valuable on whatever your tanky unit is. For Illuminati, interesting. I thought as soon as he saw there was nothing down here, he was going to sell the Rhino. But instead, he puts the Portable Shield on it. He can always sell it later if he's getting a bigger unit. Right? If he plans to get a bigger unit. He sold the Tarantula instead. So, Portable Shield on the Rhino. Ranged his arcs and bought more of them. So he's on 5 arcs with range. And has the ability to just sell that Rhino, get the Portable Shield back. But we're going to lend the shield to the Rhino for a round. And let it go. For Play Archer, he's up to 5 arcs, 4 marks, and levels on a couple of them. The Tarantula, 1 Tarantula sold, so you expect the other Tarantula to be next. One of the sledges has the Portable Shield that is on the Rhino side, just in case the Rhino is still there. And you can just see how much that's tanking in terms of Stormcaller volleys. Now it's 10 missiles to kill them. Luckily, the Arclight and Fangs are there to reduce the overall time to kill. But, Fab Four says, well, that game went badly. Yeah, I try to pick the games that are going to go good. And, apologies that you had a bad matchup for round 3. I tried not to get in your head by calling it out either. It's hard to beat storms with a spider start. It's true. We get Incendiary Bomb for Illuminati. Supply enhancement this late is a trap. I almost wish it would get dropped. don't know if people are taking it after round 5. And even round 5 is kind of a trap because, it's going to be, you're behind on round 5, you're behind on round 6, you're behind on round 7, right? It's not until round 8 that you've finally broken even, and it's only profitable from round 9 onwards. I mean, there's games where it could matter, right? This one might even have been one of them when both players at 4,000 hit points. You could kind of predict that this one was going to go to round 9, but Illuminati, aerial specialist, ignoring the air, did exactly what we thought he might do. Sold out of the rhino, took, and it is going to be a pair of sandworms with arc lights. So we're in the worm arc light that is kind of the meta build right now. This worm, of course, has the portable shield, so it's basically double its 55,000 hit points. And no techs on them yet, just the mobile beacon. Fire on the left side to kind of kill off that whole left side, and the worms on the right to tie up all the highest level units and ensure that the rest of the board wins. So he won the left with the fire, wins the right, even though the fire dropped on his side, wins the right with the worms, even though the worms did die, right? He's going to win the round with them. And that's the value. You've just got this huge 12, huge front. Huge tanking units up front. They don't have to survive to the end of the round. They often do, but they don't have to be as valuable as you need them to. Unit drop, Scorpion, Typhoon, Raiden, Wraith. Illuminati takes the Scorpion. I'm sort of surprised. I expect that's Play Archer's answer. I was almost wondering if there was another answer to follow the worms, Raiden or Typhoon maybe. But it's just take and sell. Take and sell the Scorpion. And of course that was 5. Illuminati, if you were just taking and selling, Typhoon was a better sell. But okay. But at any rate, the Raiden for Play Archer, it gets the portable shield that used to be on this sledge. The level 2 Raiden with portable shield. There's not much anti-air. I mean, Toast, this is what you were saying, right? Like you had the game where you had exactly three fangs on the board for your upshoot. Opponent didn't notice and let you win it. Play Archer notices. He's got the Raidens already. Double Raiden. And we're going to get also the Rhino Assaults dropped on top of each other. That's a fun one because it's going to come down to who has the more hit points. And they don't have more hit points than each other. They both have the same from Tower. So I think these two just kill each other when they land. So you should see a thump and then they disappear. They should Goomba stomp each other. Bye-bye, Jet. Bye-bye, Jet. Thump. It's just gone. It's so fun. And Gary the Snail says, is Melter the answer to Mass Worm? If you had Melters already, or you got yourself way out in front with Melters, but essentially you need to have invested more in the Melter than your opponent has invested in the Worm. So if you are chasing from behind, you're never going to catch it. Right? So you can't see 4 worms on the board and decide that Melters are your answer and start chasing them. That's not going to work. You're better off with some source of acid. Crawler used to be one of the answers that I think the meta has forgotten right now. Acid on crawlers can, you can provide some acid to kill the worm that it's standing in. Scorpion with acid. And that might be why Illuminati took the Scorpion. So that it wasn't an available drop later if Play Archer didn't take it right away. So he locked out the Scorpion drop by taking the Scorpion drop, even though he sold it. Here, obviously, air, right? If you don't shoot up, you're in trouble. Here's another portable shield for a worm. Of course, the worm build right now is take all the items that increase hit points and or make the worm last longer, like absorb, nano, anything like that. Just make your worms last longer. Now he's taken armor. He's got replicate. We saw the replicate last round. Now he's added the armor. So, and takes his upshoot. His upshoot. He has to take a break from buying more worms to pick up free ranged Phoenix. Gary the Snail says, thank you, that makes sense. I'm still like 700 MMR trying to figure it all out. I mean, honestly, Gary the Snail, we just had this discussion in chat, right? Because this is the dominant build. Like, what Illuminati is running is the dominant 2100 MMR meta build right now. And that build will change, right? This game is not static enough that it's always going to be the same. But people seem to have forgotten that they can even put acid on crawlers, right? No, neither player here. Oh, wait, no. Play Archer is running acid on crawlers. So let's see if he remembers to take that. That might be why he skipped the Scorpions, actually, if you think about it. So just gonna... He might... So that's what I would be thinking. But the downside with acid on... Oh, it's Ion Raidens. Let's see if this works. I haven't actually watched this one in progress. First tech, ionization on the Raidens. And ionization, if you don't know, reduces their main attack output by 70%. But every shot it hits does 40% of the current hit points to the target. So they are useless. It's basically useless against mid-sized units. Like, it's going to be terrible against this Arclight. But it does bring down the hit points on all of the worms, but there was nothing to finish them off. So all 4 worms survived for Illuminati. Now opponent needs to mix in some hackers with heal, and boom, free worms for me. Love it. I love it. So we haven't seen this answer yet, Gary the Snail, so I don't know if it will work or not. Play Archer takes efficient tech research. This seems very late in the game for that. But adds EMP on the arc lights. That is key for getting the armor enhancement off. Problem is, that's just going to reduce the amount of damage the Raidens are doing by the same amount, so I don't know if it's going to help. Hello, Eisenhorn. How are you? Ion seems like bait, says HD Sweet and Sour. Who would know? HD Sweet Sour would know. Raiden now gets range, but again, there's only the 2 of them. We didn't clear the board quickly enough. If you remember, Play Archer was still, there were still chaff units alive. I actually think, so Toast said something like, theoretically it's a great way to keep the worms surfaced by just yoinking ones they're fighting each other. But I think the mistake that's happening here is there is no backline crawler. So there is a spot in this position, horizontal position on Play Archer's board to add some more crawlers that would keep these guys on the surface. And then if the crawlers all had acid, the whole fight is going to happen right where crawlers have died, right? These guys are going to die. There will be worms in the spot where crawlers have died. And then you just keep running crawlers into it over and over and over and over, and this whole fight would be happening in acid. I have no idea how acid and ionization handle go together. I'm gonna test that. Yeah, ionization plus enhanced control hackers should be all your worms belong to us, right? But wait, if ionization is 40% of a unit's hit points, and acid is times 2.5 damage, I'm gonna go ask this question real quick. Illuminati is a German... He's a German streamer. I don't know his full background, but German very high level Mechabellum player. Has been around for a long time. He's a real good guy. Doesn't do much streaming anymore, I don't think. And mostly decided he just wanted to focus on playing, and that he plays better when he's not streaming. But, let us see. You, and Crawlers, where are you? Where's Crawler? I hate the way this is organized. There it is. Sounds good. You guys get that. Raiden, you get. Alright, and then switch sides. Let's see what we got here. I have no idea. Bear Lake was streaming the Asian tourney, talked about a clan war system. Ooh, that would be fun. It is total nonsense, right? Question. Does the ionization kill it outright? Not exactly, but pretty darn close. 2 ionization shots in acid just kills Worm from an equal level Raiden. So it is the answer. It was just missing the acid for Play Archer. That's a great answer. All right, we will come back into our tournament. Sorry, we go. Oh, without the crawlers, it was going to take forever, right? Like this was just about that test was purely to see how quickly it goes down with the crawlers to keep it on the surface and the acid from the crawlers, right? So even the armored worm goes down super quick to that, but it does not. It didn't get one shot. Hello, Sapphire Iris. Welcome in. All right, let's go around to the top of the group here. Saricha beat Dorgon. Dorgon was in the spoiler role. So Saricha, the number 1 seed, beats Dorgon. Black beats Fab 4. Black is another of those longtime players, I believe. Is he? Wait. That's not L Black. That's just Black. This is a 501. Never mind. That's somebody else. So Black beat Fab 4. Dionis beat the Magician. I Am Znart ends Lepaco's run. Lepaco had to upset Apuchi. Dillo beats Zlaumanja. We saw Illuminati over Play Archer. Illuminati, the defending America's champ. Doxson and Shadoff, a pair of top finishers in this group last week. Top 8 finish each. Doxson gets the win there. Rooster gets to 3-0, beating Galaxy. Galaxy ends Milky Way's end, if you will. The end of the Starry River is out from title contention. HR Geiger Chad beat Artur MC. Artur MC is very strong MMR, but doesn't seem to be doing great in tournaments right now. Ratzeal beat Flix. Happening gets to 3-0 against Sign-In. They are having a great run right now. HD Susauer over S. And Zemp ends Eddie Bong's run. Eddie Bong, another one of those with big round upsets early on. So that'll leave us 13 unbeaten with Lepaco, I believe, in the spoiler role. Lepaco against Black will be the spoiler match. We can't really figure out the rest of them until we know the final outcome of this match. Aztap against UI. Well, guys. Are we rooting for UI in order to give Salt Monkey as Zach more minor points? I think that's the answer, right? Sorry, Aztap. That's a lot of golden units, sir. All right. I love this. Is this seriously mobile beacon late arriving degen race? I've never considered that. Just use the degen. If the fight is happening at closer than 120 meters, use a mobile beacon to keep your 4/8 behind the front lines. Just mobile beacon around and keep it behind. I think he was keeping them out of range of the Phoenix, but it's like, just keep it there, no problem. I'm not using it for the damage, I'm just applying the degen. There is a lot going on here. How do minor points work if people abandon? The player, you get the points for the player, however much they had scored before they abandoned. So, Sneaky Melon, it is one of the worst parts of the minor point system that, for example, let's say you managed to beat, I don't know, you beat Woot in round 1, right? Hypothetically. You've just achieved possibly the greatest achievement of your Mechabellum career. You've beat Woot in round 1, and Woot abandons the tournament. You wind up with 0 minor points for that, which is just silly, right? To me, I think, like, at this point, minor points probably ought to be something more like summed MMR of your opponents, or something, you know? It would just be, like, it's just so annoying. It just seems so silly to me that the abandons aren't handled a little bit better. The minor point system is perfect if all players were playing out all 7 rounds, playing until they were knocked out. It's great, right? Because then it really is, how did people do on this based? And yeah, if it was static based on seed or MMR, like, that would be completely acceptable, I think. Right, UI is getting those minor points for Zach. Gets the job done. And we get, the the melter heart. I love it. I love it. Well done, UI. Gets the minor points for Zach. Let's go. Thank you, Mega Civ. Appreciate it. Zach says, I need everything I get. Mystique Melon says, thanks for explaining, by the way. You are my main source for niche mecha info. I try to be. I really do. I really do try to be the informative is what I'm going for, not necessarily being the repository of knowledge. But this is like one of those things you get in software development, oddly, right? Is a huge piece of software like this has all these total niche corner whatevers, right? That you want to, like, and if you lose your senior people who have been in the game, who have been developing the game forever, pieces of how that was supposed to work get lost, right? Like, why does it work this way? There's probably a reason. Like, there is, I guarantee you, if there's an interaction in some crazy whatever between 2 technologies or whatever, I guarantee you, like, Bear like thought about it and talked about it, and thought it through. And if that's, where do we? This is probably the match, right? Zemp against HR Geiger, Chad. I don't want to see happening in Illuminati. Oh, Salt Monkey and Sneaky Melon, let's go. Yes, of course, Mega Civ. Everyone comments professionally and perfectly and follows best practices in version controlling, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. But, like, you lose all this information when software changes hands, and you get to this, like, if you let the senior people go, you can really create efficiency gaps that are, a bean counter somewhere looks at things and says, well, we're spending less on salary, and in practice you're getting less output you're getting less output per dollar because you've lost the institutional knowledge. So, and for whatever reason, I tended to be one of those long terms at a software dev. Um, I tended to be a long timer at whatever company I was at, right? Like, so, I was at 8A for 10 years. Um, Repo's 20 years old, 6 gigs of source. There might be a few hidden interactions in there. Yes. Saber versus Sledge is good. It's a good matchup. Yes, we call them features. All right. Very YOLO guy. You will enjoy. I will tell a story during this match just for you guys. Tell a story, but just one of many legendary bugs that I've run into over my over my career. There were some good ones. There have been some good ones. This was perhaps one of my favorites. All right. Welcome to round 4 of Weekend Tournament European number 89. We have 13 unbeatens. 2 of the best remaining players are Zemp and HR Geiger Chad. Zemp, of course, winner of the Dev Pro tournament, one of the highest MMRs in the world in the Vanguard season. HR Geiger Chad, a 3rd place finisher in this tournament last week, was so close to winding up contention for a title, one of the final 3 in that tournament. So, looking to improve. That's all he needs to do. HR Geiger Chad took the Speed Specialist with Saber. This might be my favorite starting pack right now. All time. Add speed to Sabers. And all of a sudden you've got 11 meters per second Sabers. Those will get in on a tower. Those will get in on a tower quickly. He's got arc lights and fangs behind. Zemp's an aerial specialist. Arc lights and sabers started out in a defensive position, and because HR Geiger Chad is closed, he gets the 2 sabers v1, gets the tower debuff, comes over for this one. So 2 sabers surviving to none for Zemp. So let's see how Zemp handles some early pressure. Now, I promised you guys a story during this match. So this story is about a bug from one of the less and maybe less technically interesting places that I worked. Was a we were doing an e-commerce solution. Nothing that anybody's ever going to write home about. But biggest day of the year is Black Friday and of course Thanksgiving. And just because of the way my custody arrangement worked out and the way my brother gets to visit, like my brother's a ER nurse now, so he gets extra pay if he works holidays, and has generally said, you know what, like I'm not super religious or anything. I'll just work. I'll plan on working Thanksgiving and Christmas, and like we can do family celebrations. So like it's just turned into this, like our family celebration of Thanksgiving is on the Saturday of Thanksgiving weekend, not the Thursday. Like no biggie. So of course, I said I would be perfectly happy to work Thanksgiving and to work Thanksgiving and Black Friday in exchange for having the Saturday and Sunday off. Great. So big sales day. The site is not getting enough traffic, but it's the biggest day. Like, so there's not huge it's not like with those, like we're getting tremendously more traffic than we should have been getting. But all of a sudden, performance is going down. And as the news that performance is going bad happens, more people jump into the monitoring tool, that the little in-house monitoring tool, and the usage numbers are going up, but the overall performance is going down, and people are flipping out, can't figure it out. It's getting worse and worse. It's getting substantially worse, and eventually, like, okay, let me just sit down and work through this like a reasonable, like an engineer, right? We're not gonna figure this out by staring at it. What call is up? What call is up that shouldn't be? Right, what call is dramatically higher than it ought to be? Hey, look, the API call to find out the performance of the site is massively higher, like 2 orders of magnitude higher than it was yesterday. Oh, hey, look, it's pretty poorly optimized because it's just an internal tool. It doesn't matter for the customer, right? It's doing things poorly behind the scenes. Okay, it's got from big DB queries that are not optimized. And wait, hold on though. Even that doesn't make sense. That wouldn't have driven the queries. Wait a sec. Go look at the client for literally the web page for the tool to monitor the website's performance is in a tight loop. It doesn't even sleep. JavaScript that just calls this API, and as soon as it's done rendering the results of the last call to this API, turns around and calls it again. Website, sleep, 60 seconds. Done. Performance issue goes away. Easiest bug fix I've ever made. Like, made me look like a hero to, like, at the CEO level, because it had risen that high as it's like, okay, yes. Long term, we're going to be fixing this by optimizing the by optimizing the back end calls for that and all of that. But you really didn't need instant live updates on this screen. And of course, the more people were panicking over how poorly the site was performing, the more people piled in, and the site performed more poorly. Yeah. Sigh. Anyway. All right. On the match in front of us. Apologies, guys. Zemp, the aerial specialist, has took Phoenix last round, takes triple Phantom Ray this round. HR Geiger Chad has been winning on the ground with non-air solutions, but took the drop Farseer. So Farseer, his answer to air right now. He's level 2 to the far side tower, and with the Zem took the redeploy. I think redeploy is one of the biggest skill items in the I think it's just one of the biggest skills in the game is taking redeploy and knowing where to put it. HR Geiger Chad that round took the missile strike, so you can see that there's going to be a big difference there, and Zemp is using it to come over and play defense, but with the sabers in front, he's built a better and better shaft board. The sabers now are level 2 for HR Geiger Chad, but with better chaff, right? Better chaff, a little bit better chaff clear thanks to the arcs and phantom rays. That lets him get his sabers locked on the level 2s and almost gets him in the job done. But on the far side, Farseer will get through to the tower. I think both of Zem's towers are level 2, yes, and HR Geiger Chad has leveled the far side, but not the weak side. YOLO Guy's answer to... Oh no! I had a manager who was deleting random lines of bad code that were picked up by a code quality scanner, except he deleted a line that advanced the iterator inside a while loop and caused an infinite loop on production. It's Giga, as in big, not Geiger. Giga Chad. Okay. Giga Chad. Sorry, Salt Monkey. Salt Monkey Zach. HR Giga Chad. Let's go. We have Storm. Storm for Giga Chad. The problem is you can't just delete the random line of bad code. You have to figure out what the bad code was supposed to actually do, and write it correctly. I don't care what the bad code is. It's there for a reason. Come on, I've written some crappy code in my life. Give me a break. Here is one thing I love that Zemp is doing. He is still building out the chaff board. This round, it is new crawlers left and far left, I believe. Yeah, so his buys this round are just... There's nothing There's nothing sexy about it. It's two more crawlers, right? And a lot of people would be buying into their sabers or into their phantom rays or whatever. No, I'm going for techs. I'm going for chaff, and you can just see how much of a chaff board he's got. Yes, sometimes, just sometimes, the bad code is necessary. No one knows why it works like that. Again, because the senior engineer who knew is gone. It shouldn't, but it does need to be there. Sly Black Cat says there's no bad code that works. There's only various levels of experience in people reading it. That I will disagree with. There are extremely inefficient ways to solve problems that, in my mind, count as bad code. I'm a little bit surprised on this match. I somewhat expected Zemp's defense to go better than this. GigaChad is just crushing it. The storm, of course, huge, and he's invested in the storm to try and finish it. So he's trying to finish before Zemp can really get something online. Sly Black Cat, nicely done. Says, you've proved my point. That's because you're the more experienced one. YOLO guy reframes it as, there's no such thing as good code. There's only various levels of acceptably bad code. Yeah, when bad code is required by a good programmer to make it work, it's due to an issue with the compiler in question. I'd agree with that, too. Time restriction, less so, because most of us at the... Well, yeah, okay, it could be because you know, like, I can see that the right solution is to refactor all of this, but that refactoring is going to take a day and a half, and we don't have that. but we're agile. Exactly. Oh. As somebody who has managed waterfall projects successfully, agile hurts. Right, prod is down is a very good example of a time restriction. Here's the hack job to fix it in 20. And I mean, the story is a perfect example of that, right? Right, the real fix here is this backend API call is terrible, right? Yes, the client shouldn't be calling it infinitely. The more, the more CS people you have looking at it, but the real issue is all these backend TV calls haven't been optimized, and you don't need to be making those backend TV calls. You could be caching a bunch of them, like. So GigaChad gets it done in 6 quick rounds. Loaned for range and speed at the end, finishes this out. The speed specialist, I told you guys, I love speed specialist saber. Doesn't even tech them, right? It's just relied on these 2 sabers for the tempo. Relies on getting in and taking the tower. The haste moduled saber with 33,000 hit points one-shots this 23,000 hit point tower. So there's almost no point in having leveled it at this point. And Zemp is into ranging the sabers and has all the chaff. Doesn't quite have the chaff clear he needs, I don't think. But GigaChad just rocks one of the greats. This is an impressive match. And honestly, we didn't give GigaChad the props they deserved every step along the way here. There's 2 techs on this board. 2. Take a look. No tech Farseer, no tech Saber. Despite the Sabers being the carry, anybody in their right mind would have teched them, right? The techs are range on the arcs for chaff clear, and loose formation on the crawlers for the finish. The storm on round 5 to really put the tempo pressure down, and then and yeah, Zemp winds up in the I'm a useless aerial specialist. He took and unlocked for free and placed the Phoenix, sold out of the Phoenix to go to Phantom Ray. But it's just really good. And again, it's one of those, if you let Zemp have a uh, 11-round game, he's going to beat you every single time, right? And I suspect GigaChad kind of knew that and just went for like, I am going to finish this. I'm going to try to knock out as early as I can. I'm going to take a pack. I'm going to take the pack that gives me the most early tempo advantage. I'm going to put the foot down. I'm going to, overload one side, load up the tower on the other side, and just go for crushing this. So really well done from GigaChad. I mean, this is it's ruthlessly efficient, and I love it. And if you give Zemp a couple more rounds, I think this game turns completely around. Well, wait. Any specialist who doesn't give a unit or money seems useless. He took speed. He took speed. Speed's very good. Is it in aggro? I don't know. I actually like speed in standard also, Zemp. But no. You and I can disagree about that one, because I think it ensures that in all those instances where you've won one side and you need to get the tower, you get to the tower a little quicker. Or the other matches, Salt Monkey and Zach and Sneaky Melon say this was very similar to their board, and Sneaky Melon says he did a great job of crushing it, by the way. Oil on the Phantoms, possible to slow things down. Zach thinks that was the play for Sneaky Melon. I don't know if that's the play here for Zemp. The one tech I would have thought GigaChad would take would be the secondary armament on these sabers. Be interesting. I'd actually like to probably take a look at this one later and try to grab the round 6 here and just see if there's a play for Zemp in it. Interesting. Black beats Lepaco, so Lepaco, the spoiler roll goes down. GigaChad beats Zemp. We'll step into Happening versus Illuminati. That is the other match I wanted to look at this round. Honestly, I told the story in that match partly because I thought it was going to go longer. I was like, yeah, the first couple of rounds won't be the interesting part of this one. But it was not. It was not the case. Right, Happening, near side, Fire Badger Specialist. Illuminati far side, Marksman Specialist. Illuminati running exactly the same build we've seen before from him, with the 4 storms and arc lights, and the worms up front. Differences this time, he's got ranged anti-air Mustang, answer a zillion air units. Happening has gone all air all the time. Has a anti-interference module Phoenix out here, level 4, and improved firepower control Phoenix over here, level 2, to do some extra damage. Illuminati now mobile beaconing over to the weak side, having thrown down Oil and Storm. This always surprises me just a little bit. I kind of expect people to put the oil to keep things in the storm instead of just outside. Far be it from me to backseat Illuminati or Zemp, though, so, guys are better than... Oh, to avoid the bubble, yeah, right, if the bubbles were further forward. It's just, I can see it, yeah. Oh, he switches sides for the storm now. So he's attacking the storm, has the oil on the weak side. That's gonna make, that play makes much more sense to me. I'm gonna leave your units alive on this side, I'm gonna kill them on the other side. The units on the weak side are gonna get stuck in the oil, and my back line will take out the air. Gets out in front of them. The storm has really cleaned this side up. The worms will get into the tower quick and easy. They even get to level off of some level 2 storms. Extra XP for me, thank you very much. There is one wasp survived out here. Dang it. There's only one marksman left for anti-air. It's got 2 phoenix and a wasp to handle, and it goes down. So Happening will have some surviving units. The question is, where's the worm? Hello? I'm here. Can you kill the worm in 30 seconds? I think the answer is no. I really think the answer is no. So, surviving air for Happening does 212 points or something, and surviving ground for Illuminati does 700. Happening down to 775. Sledge, Overlord, Fort, and Wraith. Illuminati takes the fort, and this is something I'm noticing. This seems to be a little bit of a pattern for Illuminati. I don't know if he's going to keep the fort or sell it, but when a unit drops that counters him, counters what he's got, he takes that unit and sells it. And this is ensuring that if opponent makes a mistake and doesn't take that unit, they don't get offered it again. So you can see he took a Scorpion way earlier in the game. He does not care about the Scorpion, right? He does not give a rat's patootie about the Scorpion. But the Scorpion counters the worms that he wanted to get into, so he took the Scorpion to make sure it wasn't a possible drop later. Unfortunately for him, Happening did take the Scorpion, so it doesn't matter. But there's range and acid down there. Well, actually, these are new this round. And same thing here. He took the fort, knows the fort is the counter to the worms. Took the fort and sold it. And again, thinking, if Happening does not guess this correctly, take the counter. Let me make sure it gets dealt with. And also his mobile beacon there would, if the worms were not mobile beaconed, it would lead the worms right to the fort. So Happening playing pretty cleverly. Now the fort with portable shield but without launcher overload, it's not even on the bar for Happening. So it's not quite as efficient as the counters I'm imagining can be. But you can see with acid, with the EMP from the arc lights taking away half the hit points, well, a third of the hit points, and then the acid ensuring that the fort is doing 2.5 times the damage. That fort does 50,000 damage per shot into the acid, and the four worms have 48,000 per level, I think, something like that, once the armor is gone. And that is a comprehensive round win for Happening. Just enough. 34 hit points more than enough. Get the win over Illuminati. Nicely done. So it took the Scorpion when offered, it took the fort when offered, and shows us how to beat the worm comp. Vamos, dale! It's tourney time! It is indeed. Welcome in, Yatsunehiko. That is our round 4 complete. Happening beats Illuminati, and we earlier saw HR Gigachad beat Zemp with Rooster, Saracha, Dionys over Doxon. Congratulations, Dionys. HD Susauer, the other survivors, will have 7 unbeaten going into round 5. So this is looking like a 7-round tournament as the challengers the spoilers keep falling. Further on down, wins by Dragonlord, Shadow, GG Plexed, Apuchi, Castalia, Galaxy Ends, S, Fury, Play Archer, and Lurlin, all getting to 3-1, along with James S. Andrew, KM Peck, Zlaumange, Artur MC. That is your group of 3-1s. So, our 7 unbeaten, you'll have a Dragonlord, not to be confused with our viewer and 2v2 player sometimes. It is not that Dragon Lord, a different Dragon Lord. Lowercase Dragon Lord will be facing HD Susauer. Looks like, oh, whoa, Black has abandoned at 4-0. So that changes things up. Now we have 6. Dragon Lord, there is no need for a spoiler. You can play down. So it'll be Giga Chad against Susauer, Happening against Dionys, Rooster against Saracha, and yoiks. That is some good matchups. I think we'll probably take Saracha and Rooster. Having picked up Rooster in round 1, we'll come back to him in round 5. So many Dragon Lords. Hi, how's the day going? It's going well. Throat is getting a little bit dry, so I'm going to go wet that and then be into this match in a moment. Wet the whistle, as it were. Can we redeem certain wetting beverages? You could, but I've forgotten to. Speaking of betting, I have forgotten to put up the bets. So let's put one up because this should be an interesting match. There you go. Channel point predictions are in. Oh, Pimpy says not playing the tourney is hurting my soul, so I'm here to watch. Yeah, Fat Forces. I joined last minute myself. Let's see. Are there? We don't have a redemption for. Don't have specific redemptions. Hmm. Hmm. We should do definitely have a couple of them though. Um. Welcome to round 5. And then there were 6 after Black abandoned at 4-0. And the number 1 seed, Black abandoned. So that leaves us Saracha versus Rooster. Saracha, of course, famous, excellent aggro player. She's, I think, the top female player in the game. Rooster, far side red, supply specialist. Sarah with the mini tournament champion from this very tournament this week. The mini tournament European champion. Rooster, we saw beat Baller in round 1. Finished 28th in Asia this morning. So on they go. Rooster has taken. I've said Tarantula aggro is dead. Does Rooster believe me? Rooster does not believe me. Rooster's taken the supply specialist with a Tarantula and Crawler start as marksman. Eisenhorn says, yeah, some of the redeems have a certain... Yeah, this redeem is here, but I made it expensive because I don't want it to be redeemed energy. It's sort of true. I did kind of... there were two that I noticed were costing viewers, so I made those very expensive. So on the near side, Sarah is a rhino specialist with arc lights and sledges. I love an arc light sledge start, but we do know that Tarantula beats sledge early. And Rooster with the supply specialist. As his crawler's gotten all the way through to tower, they get the debuff, and the marksman finish things off. So Sarah is on 4956. Rooster with a very low hit point pack at 3600. Of course, the Tarantula starting values haven't been adjusted yet for the win-loss rate of a Tarantula versus Sabers. And Eisenhorn says, yeah, Rooster will be very happy Sarah isn't starting with Sabers. It is true. It is true. Sarah adds the Phoenix behind her sledge start. Phoenix as the single target damage dealer handle the tarantulas really easily. And thump. Thump indeed. Sarah drops Rooster to 2830. And Bimby says there were a lot of Sabers in Mag 1 today. It's hard to aggro when your opponent has that much hit points. It's true. But, no, we just saw at least one into them. Rooster taking Fort here in round 3. Where are you going with that, sir? Puts it right up front. So Fort to stop, to basically get the sledges stuck, and anti-air barrage to handle the Phoenix. Sarah took a Fire Badger. Has two of them, right? Two Fire Badgers. One far right against that little 2 tower and the chaff out there. One here. And Rooster's third Tarantula did well last round, was the gold damage dealer. Partly because there was no Phoenix opposite it, so Sarah adds a Phoenix to face it here. And just kind of continuing, much like HR Giga Chad, no text or anything. I'm just going to trust my units so far. One thing Sarah has not done is added much chaff. I know it can feel pointless to run additional chaff into a Tarantula board, but this is where I make my mistake. I usually, in this instance, it would be really handy to have some late chaff to slow the fort down, keep it from getting to lock on your only source of single target. And generally what happens to me in those games is I wind up, kind of answering whatever it is that partner or opponent has done. Maybe I'd have I might have a melter to answer the forts now. It's going to be a level 2 fort next round. And just like, I keep forgetting to add the chaff. No, Sarah is not that player. She's much more agile at running this sort of thing than I am. And you'll notice that she is already up to 4th chaff. But takes a Wraith to tank the AA barrages. She's certainly expecting another set of forts or fort level. The Wraith is going to be out here to take that one, takes a second one to protect these guys. Rooster goes for the 3 forts, and this is to cover as much of the airspace as possible. There's room for a 4th fort in here. This fort will answer the Fire Badgers easily. This fort answers this Fire Badger. What Rooster's not seeing, of course, knows she's a Rhino specialist, doesn't know where she's going to be coming from. And it'll be a Rhino with 88,000 hit points, 44,000 hit points with a nano repair. I'm sorry. I read that as a portable shield. So 44,000 hit points, but nano repairing at 4% of hit points per second. I'll be healing at about 1,700 DPS. Not enough to heal through a fort. Fort will eventually win, but it's enough to make the fort take extra shots, increase the time to kill. Rooster takes a Fang here that, if there had been a mobile beacon, shuts that down. You can see he took that very late there and was just kind of thinking about it. I guarantee that thought was, I need to shut that alley down so Sarah can't just mobile beacon right through it with a Rhino. Really thought about his board, puts down the answer to his own weakness. If I'm opponent, how am I attacking this? I'm going to answer what opponent is doing last round, answering what opponent is doing this round. Really one of the skills at the 2,000 plus MMR rounds. 2,000 MMR level, I mean. We get electromagnetic impact. Let us turn off techs, key techs somewhere. For Saracha, it's healing on the Wraiths. That is what is needed to make them tanky enough to survive the forts. For Rooster, the answer was a marksman. So he's got 2 level 2 marksmen. Now they are aerial specialists. This is the old school answer. When you see Wraith, you go aerial spec on the marksman. Enough people are not running aerial spec on marksman that it can be a little bit painful for those folks when Wraith comes out. But here it's AA spec. No EMP to turn off techs, so you need to have a level, at least parity, if not level advantage. And level 2s into the level 1 into things will help. These crawlers from Sarah are protecting this Fire Badger from the instant lock. She's also taken charged shot on the Phoenix. So if and when we get the locks on key targets, we delete them really quickly, whether that's a fort or a tarantula. But there's not much. It also reduced their range, right? So there's only the 2 EMP'd Phoenix have survived this long. But they might be the only survivors, but they're getting some work done, and there is a Rhino and a Wraith for them. Down to one of them, 1 anti-air marksman, but the Phoenix gets out in front, goes down to the AA barrage, and the marksman is able to take out the Wraith. So Sarah is down to 2,000 hit points, Rooster on 2,800. Level 2 Melter for Rooster. Is this the Illuminati play of just taking the unit that counters me, or is it, I'll keep it on the board to counter the Nano Rhino and the Repair Wraith that are together right there that I can get instant locks on. And I'll position it perfectly to get an instant lock. So that is solid. That's really solid. For Sarah, round a level 5 saber. That will delete some units on the ground for sure. But unfortunately, it's on the same spot as the melter, so the melter now has 3 targets it wants to work through. I do love watching Saracha aggro, it's true. And again, she's still got nothing behind towers anywhere. And finally, Rooster is going to punish that with a Phoenix flank. Doesn't even mobile beacon because he's confident he's got that straight in on tower. But make her remember that she's got to protect her flanks. They're level 1 towers, so that's going to go down really quick and easy as soon as those have finished summoning in. This crawler here just distracts the charged shot Phoenix forever. These Phoenix will actually outrange the charged shot Phoenix. On this side, though, that level 5 Saber has actually done so much work that the Melter is gone before the tower debuff. That's a little rough for Rooster. And anti-air device, you got to remember that AMDs, I'm sorry, it's anti-missile device. Anti-missile devices do work against anti-air barrage. So it is one of the counters that should be in your toolkit, right? And Saracha could have brought those out a bit earlier if needed against these folks, against these big forts. Keep the Phoenix alive. Each Phoenix could potentially, have its own anti-missile device. And the only missile happening on this board right now is the AA, so. Rooster into a second tech on the forts, has Fang production. Sarah just going to missile out the flanks. Why invest anything in protecting it? Also going to missile out the shallow flank crawler that was distracting our Phoenix. The Phoenix also have shields now. Rooster takes a jump on his Phoenix. Where are they going? They have jumped just an inch back. Look at that. Look at that. They jumped 20 meters back so that from Sarah's perspective, there's an easy missile on the Phoenix. From Rooster's perspective, if that missile is the answer, it's going to hit the crawlers and the Phoenix will be alive. But Saracha is cagey to it. It's a Phoenix over there to play defense. If she's wrong, fine. I've got a late arriving Phoenix. If I'm not wrong, then I've missiled out a crawler, and now I've got a shield Phoenix with charged shot versus a unteched Phoenix. My shield Phoenix with charged shot win that. Meanwhile, orbital bombardments on the whole rest of the field has effectively been some chaff clear for both players. That was needed, right? This chaff clear, the tarantulas are going down pretty early now, and it's going to be tower timing goes for Rooster, and is it enough? Whoosh! Sarah's got 106 hit points. Welcome back. The chicken has become the hunter in this game. It's true. The Rooster's on 2830. And gets an ion beam right over some key units here. It's obviously never going to hit that Rhino, but hoping to keep the Wraiths and the Wraiths pinned and hit the Phoenix as well. Sarah has to restock the missile and stocks a crawler out there. So Caster says Tarantula start is dead. And Rooster doing his best to prove me wrong. Sarah, where are you going to put these spells? Hits the 2 bubbles and barely anything in between. Ion Beam. Ah, nice. I like it. Ion Beams over the anti-missile marksman with the or anti-air marksman with the EMP to disable the bubbles and to ensure that the ion beam hits. First place, you saw it. She placed the ion and then was like, no, wait, this is going to be shielded. I'm going to EMP the shield and have the ion come through. So really nicely played there to make sure she hit key targets. Key targets were those 2 anti-air marksmen. The rest of her board she was counting on just wins. And as you can see, is just wincing. Actually, the right side with the ion beam a little bit less than just winning, but does in fact win thanks to the tower debuff. With level 3 charged shot Phoenix getting it done. Yeah, 106 hit points. It's all planned, my guys. Rooster down to 936. Sarah on 106. This was likely to be your last round. Sarah gets the sandworms. They are free. Free level 2 sandworm. Do you sell it or do you play it? Is the question. So far, Sarah hasn't even unlocked sell. She's just played every single thing Bear Lake has given her. The scorpions. 2 level 2 scorpions, 2 level 3 phantom rays, and a Vulcan are Rooster's options. Where is that worm going? The worm's over here? This is one of those where last round this rhino died before it did anything. I would be thinking about just sell rhino, put the nano on the sandworm over here, or the saber. She sells the saber instead. I didn't see how little the saber had done last round. I didn't click on it quick enough to compare. I thought the saber was still getting value. Maybe it got stuck on chaff the whole time before it got deleted. Maybe it's just beating this fort. That fort did do 88,000 damage last round. So. Yeah, all the untaken levels. Yes, those hurt the soul of the 500 MMR player, don't they? God, why aren't we taking all these levels? And of course, players at this level are taking levels where it matters and leaving them where they don't. So, you know, if a unit is your key tank, it might need the level to play defense. If a unit's your key damage dealer, it needs the level to play offense. Most other units aren't really needing the level. So your money is better spent on the levels and techs for your carry unit than it is just leveling every single unit on your board. But it certainly does hurt if you're not used to it. And Saracha gets it done. Level 2 worm gets the tower on the far side. The signature blows a kiss for Rooster. Blows a kiss to say cheers. Got through level 2. So, key piece that Sarah did on that last round. I talked about it a little bit earlier where she'd used the 1 anti-missile device. She brings in 4 AMDs on this last round just to ensure the air game is surviving on this side. And Rooster had gone, because she had the shields on the Phoenix, she kind of forced Rooster into taking double shot on the marksman. And, you know, that's fine for getting through the wraiths and all of that as well, but without the marksman, if the marksmen are aimed at the air game, then the worm is punching through. If the marksmen are aimed at the worm, they're not aimed at the air game. So it goes very, very well. Saracha, 105 more hit points than she needed. Sriracha aggro is so different from, like I would never have wound up in this board. Just like I would have started the same way she did, right? Like that. Yeah, let's go with some sledges and some arcs up front, but there's just no way I end up in this board. Um, I'm not brave enough on the flanks. I'm not, or to leave my flanks exposed that long. Um, I'm not. I've been selling out of key units or units that were serving a purpose much later than she would have. I'd be too chicken to have the fire badger right on the line. I don't know. There's just so many little things that she does so well. She's so fun to watch. Rooster mentioned on stream earlier today that he didn't like playing against Sarah because she's too unpredictable. And she shows it off right there. The other two winners, Dionis beats Happening. HD Susauer beats Giga Chad. We will have 3 left. Your champion will be one of these 3. HD Susauer will be facing Happening in the spoiler role, but as is our tradition, we will be watching the number 2 versus the number 3. Dionis versus Sriracha. Will the Russian champion step forward, please? And then either be the champion of Europe or face the European champion, as it were, in the finals. Rooster's been having a rough go today. Aww. Well, we got to show him with a win. I got to show him with a win earlier. Yes, go HD Susauer, go! I believe. All right. Congrats to those that took Sriracha at 2.04 to 1. Hey, K Impact, thank you so much, man. I've been in and out a bit. I have not been quite as regular with this Saturday coverage as I had wanted to be. I'd wanted to be, like, my thought originally was, like, from start of season 1, I'm going to do Asia and Europe and Americas every day. I'm going to, and like, it was just too much, man. So trying to hit the 4 a.m. for the Asia it just wrecks me. And like doing a day that long was ending. At Reven, is he or she? Sarah's a dude. Okay, Sarah's a dude. All right, Julio. It's a female name in. Yeah, it's just a Russian name thing. But I checked it. It's a Russian name. It's a feminine name in Russia. So just odd. But okay. It's fine. Don't be rushing to conclusions. It's true. Rest of the group, our 4 and 1s will be KMPEC, Artur MC, Fury, Shadoff, Zlaumange, I am Znart, Play Archer, Gigaplexed beats Apucci, and Sign In. No, Sign In is not. Sign In Gigaplexed was the last one. So that's your 4 and 1s. Last match going on is Historian against All You Can Hit. We started with 100. We're down to 48 alive, but we're actually starting to see some eliminations as well. So, Dorgon, Kelkathorn, Salt Monkey, Damien, Munin, Tala, Demandrid, Eddie Bong, and now All You Can Hit, and UI0 all knocked out. That'll leave us with 24 survivors. Wait, is it 20? It's 32 still surviving. We're down to 32 alive. And we'll see some of those knocked out. Next round. And at the top end, you've got 3 unbeaten. Happening will be the spoiler against HD Susauer. Jonas against Sarah. Coming right up. Channel point prediction up for this one. Revan, how sure are you about that? Because I've heard others use the feminine for Sarah. Like 90%? Okay. Maybe I should ask like Steel Saint and Play Archer for confirmation. It's an unwritten rule in Mechabellum that we don't question Revan. Yeah. I was referring to Sarah as he for a while, so I only changed it just recently. So I can certainly go back to he if that's preferred. I should go to they for the whole time. I've been adding they as repertoire for a while. Like enough Fab Four, it's fallen into my lexicon enough that I will sometimes refer to people who are whose gender I know and whose preferred pronouns I know. I will sometimes use they as well. Like for that, and like it offends Kiddo now. Kiddo's like, no, you can't call Grandma they. Like what? Oh, they have a gender. Hey, well, I mean, they's neutral, right? Infinitely better than the he, she, the S/HE that we had to use in the 90s in writing. Oh my god. Yeah, they works for all. And I'm so glad we finally got to that. Like, because that S/HE was just terrible. Because it enforces the binary, and it was overwriting existing English usage. Like Shakespeare used they for the um unknown gender singular. Ooh, that's fun. Chinese is different character for different genders, but same sound for all of those characters. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Welcome to round 6 of a weekend tournament European number 89. Near side, Saracha, who we just saw beat Rooster in classic aggro form, has a training specialist with Saber. If Sarah passes that one up, I don't know what they're thinking. Dionis, far side red, also Russian. So we have two. Did I call it or what? Did I call it or what? Dionis, far side, a Typhoon specialist, also with sabers and fangs. Winner of this will be the top Russian player in this tournament and potentially be the champion, depending on how HD Susauer does in the opposite side of the bracket. If HD Susauer can beat Happening, who is in the spoiler role, then HD Susauer will be facing the winner of this match in a 7th and final round. And if Happening in the spoiler role can beat HD Susauer, then the winner of this match will be your tournament champion. Sarah just says, greetings. Fab4 says, I just had a Sarah recommended start position. If you like aggro, you might want to take that Sarah recommended start position. They know what they're doing. Okay. So obviously, these two very, very good. We have a mini tournament champion from Saracha and mini Advanced Group 2 champion. So Dionys, the lower MMR, was in the Advanced Group 2 bracket. Of course, mini tournaments are split by 16s. So Saracha was in the Advanced Group 1, won the 4 matches there to take the title. And Dionys in Advanced Group 2 won the 4 matches there to take that title. So 2 mini tournament champions getting here, meeting up to each other here. Sarah took the intensive training on a crawler, so has a leveled crawler. Fab4 has reached the level of tournament where opponents spent 150 in missiles on round 2. Excellent. Here, Sarah took improved Wraith. Kind of love it. Kind of love it. This is what I was talking about earlier in the tournament. We get the you see some of these improved or mass-produced cards. You can take them early, and it gives you some flexibility in the late game, and it gives your opponent something to be afraid of. So, love it. It's a, even if Sarah never takes the improved donut, it's something in the back of Dionys' mind for the rest of the game. And the ability to, potentially elite recruit a improved Wraith and then intensive it up to level 3, and just amazing. For that can really turn a game. Nope, Sarah is going to take it right now and improve it to level 2, or intensive it to level 2, with a Rhino drop on what looks like a completely unprotected backside for Dionys. So Dionys took the Rhino as well. Also has the heavy armor. Heavy armor was on this Saber last round. Saber survived long enough to be the gold damage dealer. But Dionys has done nothing to protect against the Rhino drop. Has his own Rhino, which winds up back there. Now you get the situation where whichever one has more hit points or more damage dealt is going to win. Right now they're both even, but Dionys takes the 1-1 from tower. Now Dionys' Rhino will have an advantage, so he'll win this fight. And I imagine part of the thinking in taking that 1-1 was not so much to win the fight as to be guaranteed that he doesn't lose it. As you can see, he survives 1 extra hit needed to kill. Of course, the only real upshoot is Fangs and this one Tarantula, so the improved Wraith with 30,000 hit points is going to sit there pretty much all week. Don't forget to tip your Wraith. They work hard. Attacks up 30%, range is up 5%, and recruitment cost only 50 improved. If it was giving extra hit points, those would probably be like plus 100, but don't give extra hit points. Wraith already has enough hit points. Wraith just wanted more attack. And Wraith has carried the entire round. So Sarah, improved, intensived Wraith, gold skinned, getting the job done. Steel Ball. Taken for Sarah. I love that. Has Steel Ball at the unprotected tower out here. There are some fangs out there, but it looks like it's going to be a Steel Ball and a Wraith coming at that tower with a crawler behind them and a nice mobile beacon to make sure they go where Sarah wants them to. And Diona's still thinking about the possibilities. Has Tarantula, Fire Badger, Phantom Ray, Steel Ball as the options. Sarah picks up extra crawlers. That's these two. And thinking about where to put them. Has one over here. Nope. Brings it back over here. Jonas did take steel balls of his own. Those are going straight at Sarah's unprotected tower. There's no chaff out there. We talked about this, right? Sarah does not defend towers. There's no tower defense. It's wide open. Hit it. Pressure. Distract Sarah. Come on. And here at least is a distraction. We'll have steel balls passing each other like ships in the night. Stopping this, by the way, is one of the reasons for that traditional horizontal or vertical crawler behind tower. It would be arriving not much later than these existing crawlers would. Prevents you from this quick tower take. And missile apparently slowing down the steel balls. So, instant tower take for Dionis. Now, there's also a melter in the middle of the board to answer the Wraith. And Sarah, I used to play carry Wraith a lot. Sarah did something I love there, which is just the amount of chasing crawlers following that Wraith made sure that this smelter took a long time to get a lock on it. And if you're going to go carry Wraith, which you really can go carry Wraith with improved Wraith, shows up early for you. Part of the build is actually a chaff board. And for me, like that carry Wraith board is scattered chaff almost at random. It looks random all the way down to the back of the board. I want crawlers. I want like 5 different waves of crawlers from the very start to the very end. So whatever you're doing to slow them down has a problem. So Dionis took oil to slow down Sarah's push, sold out of his steel balls, and Sarah is missiling those steel balls, and has a second missile in case they survive. Well, they would survive because they're level 2. Has a second missile just in case. Also, it's like, well, fine. If Dionis is going to be tricky, I'm going to protect my other flank as well. There's missile over there. Had some Phoenix, took range on the Wraiths. This guy's up to level 3 as Sarah's gold damage dealer. Sarah getting it done. Jonas on 2072. And it's looking very similar to the last board with Charged Shot on the Phoenix now. Charged Shot, pretty much the answer to this heavy armor saber for Sarah. Jonas, this time dropping the Rhino deep, has also picked up an intensive training and a quick cooldown. Sarah skipped the quick cooldown, but does have the second intensive. So the quick cooldown, of course, is why the Rhino is back for Dionys this round. And the quick cooldown intensive training is just crazy good. And Sarah has it the hard way via 2 intensives that are on opposite rounds. I love that Rhino got so distracted by Sarah's back crawlers. Eventually the crawlers get to tower for Dionys. And it looks like a round will go to Dionys. We're going to have surviving. It looks probably Sarah will be on about 2400. 2326, as it were. We go to round 7. Both players on 2,000 just hit points. 2,072, 2326. You get Scorpions. 3 Scorpions for Sarah. That's a take and keep. Rhino for Dionys might be the sell. Or could even be take and tech. I mean, there's a play there, right? Like, there's a take tech, and then your Rhino Assault still has the tech on. Oh, I got pictures from Kiddo. Kiddo's going to a musical today. It's amazing. Sarah's dropping Rhino on the back, distracting a key melter for a good period there. Gets to the tower first with the mobile beacon on the steel balls. Steel balls, great. Now that they've been ranged. No, they are not ranged? They're not ranged. They just. And blows the kiss, gets the W. Steel ball is just able to get through with the mobile beacon and play out here. Really nicely done. The Rhino back there with the distraction. The Scorpions right just enough to clear the saber. 17,000 hit points. The start with the 10,000 damage. Clear out some of the stuff that's been in the way here. And the deep flank crawlers, they don't do much, but they do distract this stuff. The flank pull classic. And Dionys, maybe if this Rhino had been just a little further forward, might have gotten that Rhino to tower. No, didn't take the loan. Saracha did. So had the instincts on how to finish in terms of timing. Does 2,000 hit points damage on the final round. And Saricha is through round 6. Are you the European champion or not? Well, right now, Happening has a full 5,000 hit points and is a dropping HD Susauer. Can the German turn it around and earn a 7th match? A final against Saricha? Or is this it? Marksman Specialist with Advanced Offensive Tactics for HD Susauer. Happening Cost Control Specialist with Advanced Offensive Tactics. HD Susauer again in our 4 storms. And we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 arcs. So 5 marks. 5 arcs, 5 marks, 4 storms. Looks pretty standard. Is facing the Arclight Worm, so Happening is the one running the Arclight Worm with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 arcs that have been hyper leveling. So these are level 4. 4 of them are level 4 with Elite Marksman now. And Shield Wasps. Shield Wasps behind the Worms. The Worms have no text, but they are both level 2. One of them carrying a portable shield. Congrats to those of you that correctly predicted Saricha in the previous match. Jonas gave it a heck of a run. $733 hit points left for HD Susauer. And Fort with AA and Barrier would counter pretty much everything on Happening's board. It's true. Ion Beam was up. HD Susauer took it. There are all sorts of arc lights to hit with an Ion Beam, right? They would all be in the same spot. You just run the Ion over them all. He's going to be a couple steps forward. He'll be walking forward, so it's like kind of put it right along the front of them. I'll walk into it. It takes for Happening a new Sandworm with armor enhancement, with heavy armor. The Sandworms have been given armor enhancement. The shield here, and we've got a anti-missile device under it. Ion Beam might be aimed at the anti-missile device if he knew it was there. Maybe he doesn't, because the AMDs are new, right? All the devices are new. It's just kind of lucky positioning, but might get blocked by the shield. 700 to spend left after putting up shields against the Ion Beam. And it's just 2 more arcs. The arcs have aerial anti-aircraft ammunition, so they can hit your wasps if necessary. I was thinking about this, but I don't know if that is going to be enough. Oh, the Ion aimed at... Yeah, this guy stopped short of it. I think this Ion was a mistake if it was aimed at the arcs, but it's not. It's aimed at the wasps. Jason's bunch of wasps down there. But again, we don't have the kind of crawler board that would keep worms on the surface either. Two worms left is enough. Happening has beaten HD Susauer. Spoiler indeed. Happening had a great tournament. Did really, really well. Beats HD Susauer here. And that means these two are going to be second and third. Second and third. So, congratulations to the Russian Saracha, you are the European champion for week 89. Beat Tala, beat Zach, beat Dorgon, beat Razil, Rooster, and Dionis along the way. So, worthy champion. Congratulations. Love to see it. Sarah, always super nice on ladder and dominant with the blowing a kiss signature. Just love it. HD Susauer, your runner up after losing to Happening in that spoiler roll. Dionis comes third. HR Giga Chad fourth. Happening fifth. We've got Rooster, Gigaplexed, Artur, MC, Play Archer, and KM Peck rounding out the top 10. We'll go down to 40th or so, since we had 100 folk in, to show those of you who are getting your first medal, like Fab4. Congratulations. First ever medal at the Advanced Group 1 level. Let's go, buddy. Well done. Oops, wait a sec. I'm supposed to be showing Sarah. There we go. 21 through 30th. Black 4-0 dropped out, and that is part of why we had a 6-rounder instead of a 7-rounder. We had 7 unbeaten at that point, and Black drops out, so it's as though the spoiler had won in that round. There is the finish for the top 40. Of course, some big names that we know down at the bottom of it, dropped or eliminated, as it were. We will be back on for America's. I mean, we're not going away. KM says, I would have been third if I could have beaten Play Archer in my last match, but I can live with that. So nice tourney. Well played, everybody. We will take a look, but we will be back on for the Americas in 3 hours. For the other two are still ongoing. We got it'll be Peter Ward against Darwin for the title in intermediate. Whoops, and excuse me. And in the rookie group, we've got Knock versus Rogue Angel. But probably time for us to get out on ladder, shall we? Let's do it. You're gonna call it a night, Eisenhorn. Very nice, man. Appreciate you being here. Enjoy. Really do. I deeply appreciate those of you who choose to join us on tourney days. I love bringing you guys the unbeatens all the way through to the end, bringing you whatever the final was. I hope you guys enjoy it. It's a lower viewer day than normal because so many people are streaming, and I just appreciate that you guys choose to be here. So thank you very much. I'm actually thinking about it. I need to make myself a lunch real quick. So before we get out on ladder, before I try to play the game, I'm going to feed myself. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We'll get on ladder in a minute. Oh, look at that. With 14 seconds left on the ad break, although most people who saw ads will already have been back to silence. All right. Ladder for us. Let's go. Welcome back to those of you who saw ads. We have pig. Holy smokes. Nice little warm-up match. Oh, channel point prediction is up for this one. If you want to get in on the fun, I think we will take a quick supply fangs. Oh, fun. Thank you, yellow guy. It is actually the Amaroq way. Hmm. All right, what are we doing here, gang? Winning. Okay, winning. That's the plan. Chat says the plan should be win. I'm not so sure. Peace through strength, exactly. Yeah, expand the front lines might work. Surprise rank 2 War Factory. Loving it. What do we want to tech right now? Love the idea of a turn 2 War Factory, yes. That would be amazing. We want to tech range on the steel ball. Ranged steel ball, ranged arc. I needed an arc over here. I love those crawlers arriving in time to distract the melter. They're like the OG distraction crawlers actually made it all the way to the melter. Quick supply, no buy. Quick supply, no buy, borrow round 2 is enough. Almost anybody can do it if you start selling out of your 200 costs, because that's your that's plus 300, and quick supply is only plus 200. It used to be that was the way to get the round 2 with efficient, because that's the that's the surprise move. Wait, How did you do this? Yeah. Are we in lone range speed? I mean, we took range speed already. Underground, huh? Level 3 staying. Interesting. Look at those arc lights. Look at those arc lights doing the work back here. Yeah. You guys with armor are right, are the answer to the level 3 stangs. You're actually doing very little right now, aren't you? Hmm. Woot! Got picked down to 300 hit points. For sure. All y'all. Range speed. That whole group can just wind up here. You guys wind up with all of that. Should be a flank out here, right? There should be an air flank here if he wants to survive. That means switch this. Might mean played around that. He's missing out crawlers, which he kind of had to do, right? Which is why we're in replicate now. Uh-oh, ranged multi-melt being a problem. That was fun, man. That was fun. I don't know what you guys are. Oh, you guys are still talking around the War Factory. Because you do wind up for checking out Friends games, and their partner in 2v2 is called Queen of the Gym, Skipper of Arb. That's amazing. Yes, balls are great fun, and I just love it. I just love it. I actually skipped improved steel ball this game. There was offered in round 2, and I almost took it planning to build this. And then Bearlake dropped the steel balls on round 3. It was just like Bearlake was like, "No, dude, you need to be playing balls, bro." So, and then we wound up with the drill replicate, which doesn't win out because he was missiling those out in places, right? He missiled out all 3 of those frontline crawlers. Down here, we went for the exact positioning here to make sure we didn't accidentally fire off the missile into his crawlers. We wanted to replicate off of those, but then the missile is to cover the air flank that could have won for him. So was the Fang. Without the air flank, we would have been better off without selling the crawler here. That would have helped a lot on this attack, but with the air flank, it was the right choice. Well, with the air flank possibility, it was the right choice, because he needed to buy himself around there, and that was one way to do it. So that was a plus 25 for us, and sets us on a 1-0. Thank you for the game, Pig. Appreciate it. We will match up. Balls are fun. I love them. I love them. They're not highest level meta. They have a place. They have a place. And we do have confirmation from Steel Sane. Saracha is he. So Reven was correct about that. And while checking Discord for that, I wound up missing my opponent's name. So we'll just figure that out after we picked units. Probably the giant with saber, right? I kind of like not knowing opponent's MMR in a match like this, because I find that gives me I don't know, I just feel like a little bit more flexibility when I don't really know opponent. Saber Vulcan is totally a comp. Trust toast. Love it. Love it. What I'm debating, actually, is double crawler and block like melter. Worm? No, I want him to worm into the saber, right? What do I not want him in? Hmm. Yeah, level 2 fort into the saber would be rough, but I'm actually thinking I might go into forts myself. I may wind up selling the saber into the fort. I don't think it's a good sign if there's only 2 starting preset options and one of them is Riddle. Hey. I managed to have a there were no starting options match the other day. Like I literally bought the pack that nobody was in. You guys are all in on Amaroq, huh? A bit okay. I don't know. Sure. I gotcha. Thank you. Well, I had been thinking the marks. We do not have Wasp or Wasp coverage. What do we think about a Farseer? for flank screen, 2 levels, and 2 arc lights. 1 arc light and 1 crawler. Typhoon, because it handles chaff clear and wasps. Riddle, why is it this far apart, man? What are we doing? Why do we have a 9 gap? What are we doing with a 9 gap, man? What am I supposed to do with a 9 gap? Like, what's the line there? Oh, wait, that's a 10 gap. A 10 gap would be double. Oh, double boat? 10 gap? Right, 10 gap, double boat. Okay, that makes more sense. So if it's double boat, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Or is this guy right up on the... No, this guy's back here, right? Factory with chaff running through, maybe. It's double boat, though. Hey, Weed Hopper! I saw you voting. I saw you voting there. I figured I'd come in with you. Might as well. So he took the Farseer, which is just destroying those poor level 2 crawlers. Why am I playing around you taking wasps if you're going to take Farseer? Really? Good. Get that thing down. Get it out of here. Also, why is my attack this slow? Yeah, I'm just debating, like, am I even gonna put the boat in there? I don't think I like it. I think I like it. Ooh. 400 cost big overlords? Sure, now you're talking. Now you're talking. And now I'm glad I left that space. Woke up for too late for the first journey, gonna catch the second one. Works. Works. Is there anything I care about the breakpoint here? Not really, right? I don't care about my breakpoints, I care about his. Yeah, mass prod boats are just old boats, right? Except they're better. Except for the range. Right? Round 4, double boat, right in the gap. You just lost 5 of your last 6 games. A bit ouch. A bit ouch. I wonder what techs we have on Overlord. Do we have anything that's going to be good? Yeah, that's fine. Oh, we don't have chin gun. Oh, only we had a chin gun instead. A photon right now. That's okay. The sabers are the chin guns, right? Right, the sabers are my chin guns. Sabertooth is my chin gun. Get out of here. Congrats on debuffing your storms against my sabers. Sabers have side guns. No, it was chin gun I wanted specifically to be able to get to the tower, but okay, we can block Sandworm with that. We can block... Wait, we blocked Fort already. We can block Raiden. Or we just take the Overlord. I think we block Raiden this turn, because we've got some levels we want. I'm feeling like... I'm feeling like it might even be that. Vulcan gets a hat gun. Wait, What silliness are we building now? And why? Alright, all of you guys, come out this way, please. I need you out of the way. Alright, now you have big ground. And you've bought more of. I mean, go ahead, man. You didn't answer the one thing. Like, okay. Oh, you have a rhino. Oh, you see, you're a rhino spec. Okay. You have jumpy rhino. Bring it. Bring it, jumpy rhino. Marksman. No, that's marksman switching to an assault mode. Dual wielding revolvers would be the marksman gets dual wielding revolvers would be like rapid reload, half damage, but have to cost range too. What else would it? A little rough there. What we're looking at. Marksman with the revolvers that does backflips and dodges, matrix dodges. Love it. Hey, buddy. We're here for you. All right. Thank goodness. At least there's somebody betting on that side. Oh yeah, he sold the rhino into a scorpion. And he's gone fire on the ground. On a round where basically all you have is G. Okay. All of your upshoot is Fang. In before that one Farseer solos both boats. True. So true. Rhino did a jumpy thing. Farseer can level if he decides he needs it. Rest of army stuck on. He is the only upshoot left, though. He's soloed one boat. No, he hasn't. Yes, he has. Yes, he's gonna solo the one boat. He's got one. Power down, baby. Let's go. Nope. No worries of that. There we go. Woo! Indeed. Yep. Boats are down this time. Rip, indeed. All right, he's got a boat on the back line as well. His boat beats us on what? How does, excuse me, how does his boat beat ours? Excuse me. Would somebody explain why his boat beat mine? Oh, because I'm minus produced. Of course. Sty flippigs. Indeed. Yeah, not hacks. Demon with the W's. Deserved. Sorry, Weed Hopper. You were in big on a big. We were way down on MMR on that guy. But, yeah. 1750 is still plus 13 for the day. I think I still have fresh coffee sitting next to me that I forgot to, yeah, have for. It's like, woohoo, I won 9 rocks. Big winner. Yeah, there is. Look, I was so concentrated on that game that I didn't touch the coffee that I got between matches. Lorzidin is opponent. Never met them before. No idea what to expect. Should I just start throwing down? Your coffee is cold. As cold and dark as my heart. Wait. Okay, come on. Time for loan. Oh, wait a sec. No, hold on a minute. That's more like it. All right. Yep. Saracha, I am agree. Woot, that's the old aggro boat position. No, we're just going to play from deep here. But, 2 thoughts. Yeah, actually, well, I guess they're sideways so that they're latest arrive, right? Latest arrive. We like our sledges 1 over, right? I think I do my arc light 2 over from here, right? All right. Boat drops animation is lame. Like, the Rhino and these Vulcans have these huge... Oh, yeah. It should totally... It should totally have, like, a... It has re-entry heat coming in. You know, like... It's just re-entered. It's still hot. It's glowing red from re-entry for a moment. It comes in and slows down to position. It starts animating. It should start. You know how it like takes 5 seconds for stuff to arrive? It should take that 5 seconds. Like, it should be on screen for some of it before it's even arrived. And the yes, oh yeah, the heat shield falls in. The heat shield falls in and thumps into the ground and becomes wreckage. Right, and the shooting the heat shield, it would be useless, which is why nobody's targeting it yet. Love it. I love it. We're both in Carry Chaff. Is Carry Chaff a thing? We have enough chaff. He doesn't have any chaff clear yet. You might want at least mech rager tanks, please. You have some chaff clear. I've often wondered, I mean, because it's like the middle of the night for him, right? Does Bear like listen in on streams when he can't sleep? Just listening in for ideas? Okay, he's gone Mustangs and more tanks. If we pray to the bear, we were listening. Now playing versus Darzak. Let's go. Opponent did not, in fact, mech rage the sledges, but is in mini sledge. I love mini sledge, so do we give them... Oh my god. We give them a sledge game, right? Well, we just agree. We just agree, sure. We'll give you a sledge game. These level 3, yeah, they're level 3 Mustangs, with an item on them, of course. Of course. Yeah, I'll take Giant Spec and go into a sledge game with you, Lorzin. Lorzidin. Become one with the honorable. Exactly. We will. We will, but we're gonna make sure he doesn't get Raidens. Yep, you've gone mech rage. Sure, I love it. Bring it, baby. ranged the Mustangs, but he couldn't afford to range the Mustangs and the sledges on the same round. He went to an 8th sledge. I do not need my specialist. We will win this game with sledge. It will be great. You went riding anyway. Love it. Okay. Got AA on these fellows for a reason. Opponent has broken the honor code, but it's okay. They will pay the price. They are getting desperate. Desperation will not pay, sir. I mean, I'm not even worried about the air at this juncture. Opponent in trouble. I don't even think we need to spend the 50 here. You the lads that got to tower last turn? Or is it you folk? I think it's you folk, right? There's a riding over here too, which missiling out. Trying to missile the sled. Okay. How does that help you, sir? Oh, go ahead. They've ranged the right. I am shocked. Shocked. Excuse me. What is with this killing me thing? What is with this killing my units you're doing? I did not approve of that. Pretty sure I did not approve of you beating my units. chaff, right? Or it's gotta be shield bubbles over marksman, right? Is the play. Shield bubble over this whole group. Out there. Now what? Actually be that unit. The storms have cleared. That's an absorb module over there. That's a problem. All right. Weed Hopper takes the win. Very nice. Very good. Am I missing anything useful here? I don't think I am. I put mine just too far forward. I think I did. I think I just need more Fang, really. Looks like it's more late arriving Fang, even. But we don't get a chance for it. Weed Hopper, 842. Nice on your way to the 1K slip. Yeah, he had no EMP on the sledges, which is why I was thinking that I was going to win that one. Turn off the sledges. But the level 2 healing Raiden, and I don't think I'd ever ranged the marks. Maybe that's the mistake there. Have the marks standing far enough back that they're not one of the 3 targets when the thing comes in. Might be one of the plays. We'll take a look at that for, was it possible to pick up round 9? Because we do need to know that. try the missile strike here. I suspect this was wrong, but, you know. Next opponent, boyfriend. Wait, what? Yeah, this is what we should have done in that last round. Instead of the smoke, missile out that pack of Mustangs back there. Marksmen sit a lot back further, so at the very least they'll be the last unit down. And there was more chaff out front with the fangs. Still some fangs out front. We still need more late arriving fang, honestly. Maybe that's a better choice than this 650 on the fang summoning at the start. So this was better than the way the round really went. And maybe it's not ranged that we want. I actually wonder if just the name of the player is boyfriend or your actual boyfriend. We won in this player's name. Okay, cool. Let's try Elite. Let's try 4 shields. As basically required. Alright, you guys. I guess at that point we've got the 150. We might as well level that sucker. No. It was Disco Ball Farseers. See that they've got the rave party going. You see the rave? This time we win the left, and that's going to let us win the round. Okay, the answer was actually Elite on the Marksman, so that we got through the sledge line faster. That got us to negative 1119. I don't have a boyfriend, I have a wife. Fair enough, fair enough. Just checking. The last thought. I think it'll win harder, but is not actually the canonically correct, because we don't know what he's going to buy. But the last option is to weaken our chaff clear. I think it's going to win by more than 11-19, but I think it's the wrong actual play. Still taking that. We still do you. This time we're going to do AP on that. And rest game, right? And clone. We know the order is 1, 2, third one there, fourth one outside. Oh, and that leaves us perfect monies for 1, 2, 3. And we know that's the those are kind of the positions for them. I'm going to put you here-ish, I think. And missiling out this guy is actually probably the other part that's winning that. So I think this is going to win by more than 11-19 because we've improved more units. And they're going to bust through the shield faster, they'll bust through everything faster. Maybe it makes the chaff clear worse, but we've got the supporting chaff clear from a whole bunch of places. But once it becomes a tank v tank, we're going to win with doing 3x damage against them. And as long as we're winning there, then the marksmen survive, right? Yeah. I should just keep teching the sledges. It's round 9. What are you doing with 2 tech sledges, Amaroq? Why? You looked at that matchup and said you were going to have better sledge techs. So yeah, that wins harder. It's not right. It's not the right choice because it's win harder against what he did, not win harder against all boards. Or win against all boards, but you know, there we go. Okay, we are back from ad. Welcome back to those of you who saw ads while we were working it out on the testing grounds. We are 1730, which is minus 7 for the day. Streamer 8? How are we on a losing streak? That's not supposed to happen. Food is supposed to convey winning, not losing. We're supposed to have winnings. And we don't love any of you. Let's take Saber. Look at that. It's so aesthetically pleasing. You have level 2 crawlers, huh? You're neatly sped. Of course you do. All right, let's go. We get towers. Now we get to eat level 2 crawlers all day. That's going to be great. 18 seconds of debuffed level 2 crawler to nom on. How happy are my crawlers? That went so well. Them some happy crawlers. Happy little puppies. Happy drill puppies. Well, I mean, that's one way to do it, sir. Sure, go right ahead. Boyfriend beat you. Oh no. Boyfriend beat you. Time to go back home to the wife. Yeah, we'll call adult productive service or adult protective services for you, weed hopper. Oh dear. Wife can heal all. Exactly. Just need a little help here. Let's go Foon. Let's go. Nope, still no Foon. Okay. You're elite, and you spent 2 on missiles for that round. So confused. Missiles missed this time. We've managed to pull the arc light, distract the marksman, rush in on tower. We get that tower before he can get ours. Not working yet, but it'll get better in a moment, I think. Tower debuff, unfortunate. Dang. About darn time. Are we selling you to fund some of the things we kind of need? I think we are. Now we have extra guns for the Typhoons. Opponent also took level 1 Typhoons. Has Typhoons outside of towers. Surprise, is that an arc light back there? Arc light all by itself on the back corner. It will eventually go get the tower, but didn't we kind of need the Pig? I think we need Pig's wife to have played the flank marksman. There was no need for this to be an arc light. "18 seconds later, that arc light is finally finishing its fight. It's finally walking in, all by its little lonesome. I want you to survive. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, survives and levels. Double level there. The flanks aren't symmetrical, I know. I know. It's bothering me too, trust me. Alright, well, you guys have the levels you need. You have the level you need. This wasp swarm, I think, comes in here. I think we do about the same thing we did last time. We just go straight to the level 2 tower with you guys. What? Presume there's going to be a thing there. Missile out. We will answer your level here. Okay, you want to go some replicate. I see it. You know what does not work? Replicate under the Typhoon guns. I missed that these wasps existed. These wasps did not exist last round, right? They just... Oh, he took the wasps, of course. Well, it's... We don't really care. We will eat them with typhoons and win the whole rest of the board. We will win the rest of the board. It's fine. We don't mind. Eventually, we'll win the left. If only Arclights could get mech rage. Now I get the redeploy. We could start fixing this flank. Had to go smoke some weed, desperate for a win. Username checks out, right? And the speed. I think all of you get to have levels. Oh, scorpions! You, sir, are not the first person to try scorpions against this build. But good luck. I can see it. Ish. And the best part of this bit game, yeah, scorpions in a post-riding patch, exactly. This is like, we're just back to seeing the defenses we've always seen against this build. Which, you know, we don't like seeing. Right? They're the defenses that don't work. You are the take and sell, right? Are you? Are you just the take and annoy? I think you're the take and annoy. So, he's got his underground threat under my new level 2 fort of... Not, I will confess what I was expecting out there, but, you know, that's... He got the tower. He got the fort down. Whole build comes after this right side tower, though. During the debuff. We're basically reassembling... We're using your chaff to reassemble my army into fighting formation here. This is amazing. Alright. Yep, there we go. And the end of the mobile beacon. We'll fight under bubble now. You haven't gone through it. Ah, yes. There we go. It's almost like we drew it up. Wait, we did draw it up. Now what do we have? You get a level. I kind of want to just level all 4 balls, but I should probably put something else down. You. You did 48,000 last round. You can have a. You did 68,000. You can have a level. You did 102,000. You know what? I'm just leveling you all. Fine. You act like I. Of course you're in drill. We knew you would be in drill. Hello, Damp. How you doing? We are EP today, apparently. Opponent has tried acid. Is this, sir? Are those? No, those are. Okay, it's acid scorps plus the replicate on the crawlers. Okay. Drill on the crawlers, Here we go. Tower down. Acid plus drill got him around, didn't it? I should be asleep, but I have to get up in 5 hours. Yeah, that's less than goods. Wait, he has the wasp swarm as well, right? Next up, Elven Wingman. Acid Scorps are making somebody happy, at least. At least somebody's happy over there. We have drill replicate crawlers in his backline. Let's go. He's still got the wasps. You two can be back here, I think. Ish. Maybe even there. Continue to torment here. It's amazing. I'm really enjoying all this tormenting. think we have to get that fort out of there just because it's creating so much replicate in the back line. But sure has been fun to have it there. (1958 to 1965). This has been a close one. We've gone to round 10 with this build. We never get to go to round 10 with this build. Damp says, I've never made triple tech crawlers. Wait. Yep, we're in a crawler v crawler war, so Hello is in for it. Would you like all the replicates? Yes, I want all the drill replicate crawlers, please. Give them to me. Give them to me. Typhoons, have some extra damage, please. Did I take that big EMP and just forget to put it down? Possible. It's deep into this game. He has also gotten to triple tech crawlers. I took the underground threat. I took the double underground. Okay, that makes sense. I can see why I thought that was spicy, but it was not the right choice, as it turns out. On the other hand, level 5 Typhoon is pretty spicy. Yikes. Oh, again, I'll play either. I'm so far out of my build order at this point, like, I don't actually even know what the right builds are anymore. You went underground, so it's 4 tech crawlers now. Dude's in 4 tech crawlers. Four tact crawlers. The defense is so strong. Level 8 Rhino. Heal. And get your tower. That was epic, Heisenberg. That was the most fun game ever. Love it, man. GG. Good luck next. Thank you for making me smile. This was you too. Best game of the day. No doubt. Wow. All right. Oh. Shakes. Oh, I got the shakes now. Adrenaline. I didn't have them during the game, just now, afterwards. Okay. Okay. You a guild? Didn't invite ever. Oh man. Okay, cool. Oh yeah. Damn. Look at this crazy. It's like we have, hold on, 5, 6, 12, 17, 21, 25. We have 27 levels of Typhoon to go with 6, 7, 11, 15, 16, 19, 20 levels of Steel Ball. I don't even want to count the crawler levels on this board. I mean, literally, we've only got 4 units. Yep. Yep. See you later. Ba-doop-doop-doop. Wow. I almost don't want to play another. That's the only problem with this. I don't want to play another one after that. That was just so epic. How do you even play the next game? Rematch, right? Oh, okay. I'm so sad that this was not a rematch. I really am. But Tryon is good. We've played them recently, I think. I think we played them. Did we play them yesterday? I think we did. Probably went to enjoy the day after that game. True. I mean, if I weren't streaming, that actually would have been a walk out. Like, that's literally, I would have gone for a walk outside right now. Like I'm just so like there's all the adrenaline, all the energy, like and this huge smile. Like I hope you guys can hear it in my voice, but like just the smile on my face right now is like that game was epic. That is exactly why we play this game. For this feeling after a game. And like I'm gonna remember that game more than I'm gonna remember whether we won it or lost it. Can't believe his level 8 Rhino couldn't take a tower with a mobile beacon straight to it. Like this guy's defenses were so strong. Oh. The Fangs have this little like they actually rock a little bit as they're marching. Whole body kind of has a more human walk than it used to. You overcame the pizza rolls. Oh yeah, pizza rolls is fun. Good game. Ugh. 12 rounds, steel ball, vortex crawler, 27 levels of typhoon. Oh, what the heck was that game? Now to eat some pizza to celebrate. Sounds fair. Does sound fair. Okay, you're in steel balls from deep. What am I in? Am I content to just speed sledge from deep? You're the anti-wasp. Everybody gets a little more hit points to slow down the steel balls. Just that smidge. Yeah, ball crawl from, or ball staying from deep, sure. So triple crawler next, I think. Turns out the plus hit point was a really good call there. It slows down the Mustangs as well. Everything they're trying to get done here. When you take sledges and they weren't even a starting. Storms did well. This is the game for it, right? Absolutely the game for it. Plus health is that every unit takes a tick longer for the balls, yeah, and longer for the stangs, longer for everything else that's going to clear them. And sometimes it's a lot more than one tick. I mean, it's not just 0.2 of a second difference. A lot of times it's more than that for the poor steel balls. Like on a crawler, that 10%, like on a fort, that 10% means nothing. Or 12, what is 15%? But on a crawler, it's actually a huge percentage of the steel ball's time. So it's making the chaff more costly for the steel balls is the answer. You took additional deploys. You're gonna have many steel ball, huh? And Farseer. Your Farseer spec. Okay. $120-meter range already. Right back down to 100-meter range. Hello, steel ball. Feed me, please. Feed me the levels. I need the levels. I need the levels. Give them to me, please. Come this way. Come, my fort. My fort wants the levels, please. Thank you. Appreciate it. Pew, 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 pew. Oh, we don't really want Acid Blast, but we could do Steel Ball Prod Line, right? Thank you for the follow. Oh, Maverick. Hey, hey. We see you all the time. Thank you very much for the follow. We are being the mad lad who runs forts from deep now. Okay, you're going to be ranged and suck. That will do better for you. If only you had the chaff clear. And wait till we're out to hitting you from 140 meters. Oh, you're coming to that side. Okay. Better, because that gives him one to handle. They'll stay behind the fangs, huh? Is that your plan? Okay, well, you still don't have the chaff clear for it. So it's fine. What could possibly go wrong here? Oh yeah, you know what you need if you're going to be doing suck to heal yourself? You need to actually survive the shots that you're taking. Yep, you are correct about that, Dan. Money saved to Elite Recruit a Vulcan. And of course, that is partly because of the what do you call? Wait, actually, you that needs it? I think it's you. All right, you guys Yeah, elite recruit is, yeah, intensive training would be worth a ton on a Vulcan. You still don't. You okay? You went for the melter. I kind of love it. It's melter with anti-tech, huh? All right, even better. Let you get yourself into trouble there, sir. Look at the timing on those chaff fangs, baby. Look at the timing on those chaff fangs. Let's go. Tryon in trouble. Don't actually care about any of these. It'll be the raise for sale value, I think. Maybe it should have been the Mustangs for anti. Yeah, it should have been not the Mustang, the shoot. What do you call them? What do I want here? What is my answer to his Phantom Rays? Answer to his Phantom Rays is keep them on the surface, right? Field on the Mini Fang, sure. Hmm. Forts stomping on melters from range. You love to see it. We actually outrange those melters. Ah, it is so beautiful I could cry. Oh. Opponent thought the ranged suck steel ball was the choice. Wound up overinvested in that. I know it is not the standard counter to steel ball, but ER fort with launcher overload works very well. Shoot every do 7,000 damage every a second essentially. 7,000 damage a second is one-shotting these steel balls until he was into the 1-1, which took him a minute to figure out, right? So there was a round where we were one-shotting them really nicely. He changed the breakpoint so that we're no longer one-shotting, but anything else helping, like our arc lights, the level 2 arc lights from back here, anything else helps get the job done. And then by the end, we're sitting there at 155 meters with the arc lights right in front as the last line of defense, but there wasn't really anything getting to the arc lights. And we have fangs on the back line to eat. There, that was one of my. I mean, fun as the as fun as the Typhoon game was, that one is just just brilliant, right? Like it's just follow the heart of the cards, take the heart of the cards, be willing to pivot out of whatever you were in, and oh, by the way, be willing to pay out 7-1 to whoever backed Streamer. Yeah, you break through, right? It took him a minute to figure that out, and that minute is. I mean, honestly, I think if he goes for ranged steel ball and tower on that one turn. Oh, big rocks for Fab 4. Where are we at? 3:51. So there's about an hour till tourney. You know, I have meant to run Arc Worm pretty much all day, but have you actually seen Arc Worm on the board? No, you have not. Don't know where opponent is likely to be. I want to be in defense here. You're going to play from deep, huh? All right. Works for me. Is this literally the second guy going deep? Steel ball against me in a row. And I'm giant specialist. I can take forts again. Like, this is silly. You just had back-to-back games going against Steel Ball. But both of these are Steel Ball behind tower, is my point. Not like Steel Ball, but Steel Ball behind tower. We've got Imp Wasp available. They have Imp Wasp available. I mean, it's making me wonder if I should have a deep steel ball build at someday that I trust. But I feel like deep steel ball should just die to Raiden, right? Mm-hmm. You're playing around with the Imp Wasp as well. You just followed Whooped and got Scorps as soon as you could. Yeah. Saber doing great. Oh, are you kidding me? Should uh, game? Why would you do this to me? $91 over there, huh? Left side Saber is doing great over there. Leveled again. You're gonna have forts dunking from downtown now. And it's going to take 2 shots to get through these guys, but it's still 1 shot to get through equal level. He sold one of them and goes into triple elite Phoenix, huh? And we don't have range. We don't have ER on the... We don't have anti-missile on the forts. Well, on the other hand, it'll level the Farseers, right? Hit. It survives a volley. What attacks are those? Oh man, that's like full carry Phoenix too. Yeah, we need anti-air marksman right away. Oh, interesting. Oh no, we have met our natural counter. Improved melter to go with the extended range fortress, but we are the giant specs, so... Oh yeah, I'm thinking level 2 marksman, right? Although the other thing I'm thinking about is Raiden. Yeah, I think you're right. It's going to be elite recruit some marks. I'm going to level into this thing, killing the saber. That's annoying. We get level into this one. You are part of the kill over here. You'll get level as well. Yeah, elite marksman, sure, on your Phoenix. Makes some sense. Missing shaft right there. Really hurts. That's alright. I think I've still got this. another chaff clear unit. Alright, I'm gonna stick us all in. How come people keep doing this? They throw down oil or fire or something, and then they pull all my chaff out for the flank. I'm sure I get it. It's a nice round for him, though. That was a very nice round for him. All right, you have 2 minutes to get a bet in on whether we have Comeback City or whether Karai wins this. It's such a nice round that it will never end. Exactly. From somewhere in the darkest recess of the back seats, a raspy, lonely, pained voice shouts, "Just don't have your board be weak to oil, bro." And I want to shield against that, but I also want all of the other things I want. Okay, let's go with three, four. Hmm. I hope that felt like the orbital was dominant that round and not like the forts were dominant. But we shall see. are we? Extra hit points for everything. More. More Fang up front. If we had loaned, it would have been for extra hit points. He's gone to a lot of Phantom Rays with shields. Okay. And we still have a zillion anti-air marksmen, but at least this will be targeting the, tanking those early. No double shots. We're not great at taking off shield. Marksmen survive to the end. The marksmen get the job done. Oh, yeah. Well, had too many wins. You gotta wait for the tournament now. All right. I love it. I love it. What, you have ranged your fangs? We have shielded our fangs. Okay. You're not into lone range speed. You're into range, not into lone range speed. How are you not loaning at this stage of this game? I mean, I guess I didn't loan last round. So. The laser sight here helps this guy not walk back the wrong direction. He just sits out here. I mean, he's literally shooting before the previous shot has landed, guys. This guy just, yeah, I'm just gonna sit here and tag from downtown. I don't care where you are. Phantoms are causing some trouble. Rut-row. The Phantoms have gotten the job done. I need a double tap on the marks. Oh wait, have the Phantoms got the job done? They have. Cloaking AA was a good trick. Yeah, cloaking 4 against AA was a good trick. Congrats to those who correctly predicted Karai getting the W there. We are now plus 10 for the day. All right, at 1747. Whoops. I'm going to run ad to turn on the oven, go to the bathroom, and refill the coffee. So be right back. We'll queue up again. Insta match against a Wigglepuss. That's a cute name. Sorry to keep you waiting, Wigglepuss. Channel point prediction is up from the start of this match instead of, deep in it. The tournament is in 40 minutes. If you need to eat, drink, go for a walk, whatever it is you do before tournament, play one warm-up match if you haven't been playing all day. Whatever it looks like to you, this would be the time to do it. You are welcome. I try to do always. Try to do that reminder always for folks, because I know how it do be. I didn't remind myself I wouldn't get to the tourneys, so. Playing against Raptor 92 and he's really slow. Okay. I mean, lots of people are, right? Like, tough to fault them. Oh, wait a sec. No, I forgot the coffee. I managed to forget the coffee. Oh well. Hopefully the oven is on. I'll be very disappointed after this match if I forgot that. I know I went out there for it. Round 1 to Amaroq. Don't follow the crawlers, you dummies. Don't follow the crawlers. Now, the dummies have followed the crawlers, which is going to bring them to the Typhoons instead of the tower. By the time they're engaged, oh wait, they figured out the tower. They figured out to go to the tower. They get the tower, they got the tower. In time to get a few more storm volleys off over there from the far side storms. Getting thrashed rather soundly, but rather slowly. That's a frustrating day. Looks like efficient tech for sure. Range. Crawler and a Fang. Extra damage. Do you have armor anywhere? You have armor on the arcs. And a Typhoon out there. Good. You waste some you waste something out there. I appreciate it. 300 to answer that flank. That'll be good for us. Why is that good for us? Because now we're selling the Phantom Rays and leaving him out there with two units he's working on. Things have killed one Fire Badger off this flank. Need an outside fang there. Yeah, Fang's got the job done on the crawlers over there. I don't actually want to throw down this many shields, but I think it is the play. Yeah. It was the play. Farside Tower does go down. Unfortunate timing, but everybody else is up and getting the job done. Things are having a heck of a day against this Fire Badger. They actually win that fight. Typhoon's been stuck on this shield bubble for a long time. We'll win it, but we've gotten a lot of kills. A lot of XP for various units that needed it. And it's 3227 to 3258. Now we have a Stonk module for some free levels in stuff we were going to sell anyways. Spectator blocked. Thinks Wigglepuss will win. Okay. Oh, if I was a chick, I'd take my top off and throw my bra at you. Get this dub for Street Sweeper. All right, we're off to get the W for Street Sweeper. We have been exhorted to win. No more losing. No more losing. We must now win. All right. I think we're putting it back here against the Fire Badger because those Fire Badgers took too long to kill. Okay, missiles from the Typhoons, I see. I don't think missile was... Oh, he's in, like, double tech on the Typhoons already. Free money. But this, selling that for that is also free money. Oven is on, yay! This'll just answer that now. And come play offense on the rest of the board. You lost another one. Well, clearly you needed Mr. Street Sweeper exhorting you to do nothing but win. Perhaps you forgot. You were supposed to be winning, not losing. That's probably the problem. Man, I want a lone range speed for this. I think I do, right? It's 2 rounds out. We're 2 rounds away. We sell... Yeah, we're selling... Okay. Go get him, team. Yeah, it's a little late for your melter. You needed your melter a couple days ago. Wait, we just had the unit drop. Oh, no, we're going to have 1 crawler. I was going to say we have the cleanest board, but we're actually going to have that 1 crawler that's not part of the cleanest board ever. There it is. Yeah, that was way quicker than Fang Ford is supposed to win. You're not supposed to have won the game on round 6. Why is Fang Fort hateful, Petroleum Crusader? It's a great build. I agree, Mr. Sweet Sweeper, but we're not going to. It's just is. Is it that you hate playing it? Don't at me. Is it that you hate playing it? Don't know how to beat it, or just loathe the fact that it's so simple and works in a game that should be so complex? I mean, I think part of the best part of this is, A, I saw opponents start. Oh, you can't hate playing nor playing against it. You don't even own the game. Okay. So part of the reason it's so fun as a player is that fangs are so tiny and so useless in so many games where you just buy them for chaff. And like, this is a build that makes them pop. And then the part that was fun for me here is I literally looked at opponents start and said, I am going to go carry Fang. And laid out to play defensive. Figured he was going to run aggressive. So I laid out a defensive carry Fang instead of an aggressive one. Usually carry Fang is played much further forward and attacking his towers for the win. You kicked a goose one time, and I don't even own a goose. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. To put something in the oven in order to eat it before tourney, I must do that now, and then we'll run one more on ladder before tourney, and then we'll be doing our tourney cast. But for right now, 4 and 3, 1775 is plus 38. We're on a W. This time, maybe I'll go bring my 4 to the cup. Being ADHD is so much work. This time we remembered to get the coffee. Over under, will streamer remember to drink the coffee before the next match has ended? Oh my goodness! It's a Stony! Ah. You should make some hot chocolate, but you should make it at the start of tourney, which is in like 25. Okay, wait, we don't want to be on the back row here. That's right, Sonny. Well, that's a little unfortunate for those poor fangs. All right, let us set ourselves up in the Discord for this. I want to give Stony a might even just cast his first round game as a result of this. Yeah, we'll turn on streamer mode in a moment. Sorry about that. Permissions. Stony does not have permissions. Okay, let's add a Stony. No, not with an. There. Alright, he's got permissions. We're going to... no, not disable it. For God's sake. Did we win or lose this round? Was anybody paying attention to the match? Because I need to know. It's like We lost-ish, sort of, almost. Alright, streamer mode enabled. Oh wait, if I'm lucky, you guys didn't hear streamer beeps because we were in the wrong Chrome window. Aha. Oh, thank you, YOLO. Petroleum Crusader. It's true, but, sorry, Lily. Petroleum Crusader. Yes. They weren't expecting it in defense, and then they committed to a different answer, and the different answer didn't work. YOLO guy, I appreciate it. I either won or lost. Exactly what I needed to know. Training spec that trained the Arclight, huh? Unlock will be the marksman. He took He took the phantoms of it. Aha! My fangs have beat your phantoms. Close round. Okay. Wasp swarm and hiding. Okay. Kind of figured you might do hiding. I missed my outside crawler. Why do I not have an outside right crawler? Well, we will just build an outside right crawler, I think. Unfortunately, the Wasp call-in has really helped Stony hiding, giving the Phoenix the wrong thing to shoot at while these guys were out and about. And we're gonna lose. Did Batman ever make a suit like Iron Man to fight the Hulk? That is a hell of a question. I don't remember one. I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh, somebody says in Dark Knight Returns he built a mech suit to fight Superman. It seems out of character, though. Yeah, like a big bulky suit. Does seem out of character. you guys. It is this crawler I need. Fellow goes wide. You can always ask GPT about it. It's true. It's true now, right? Whatever you need to know, just ask GPT. And believe whatever GPT hallucinates, because that is clearly going to be the right answer. It would never make something up. Tsunehiko subscribes with Prime for that. 14 months! 14 months, yay! Last time I asked ChatGPT something, it just made something up entirely. Exactly. That's why it was a joke. Make sure to trust. This is so war style and Battlefield. I had units come out. Tourney Reg is open. I don't really care about any of these. I don't think. Except for the fact that, hold up, I feel people hallucinate much more than than GPT. Remember, ChatGPT has the answer. Nobody said the correct answer. It just has the answer. I love it. Yes. Well, okay, you have Scorpion over there. Oh, it almost worked, but it didn't. I asked it what was the first book ever written that mentioned werewolves. It gives me a title and an author of a book that simply didn't exist. I told that to ChatGPT and it just went, "Oh, I was wrong. That book does not exist." Hey, that's what I just told you, dang it. Pretty awesome. That is pretty amazing, honestly. Here we go. All right, he's going to try a Rhino answer to the cast Sledge flank. I'm making some sense there. That guy does 10,000 per shot. These have 27,000 hit points now, so he'll want the level on them, but he doesn't know that he needs the level on them because he's looking at 10,000 versus 8,000. Oh, he took it. but it's going to two-shot them. I'd not even. Oh, fake. You a fake is the specific term it was blocking. It's not fake. It was you a fake. It thinks you're a bullying streamer. You a fake. No, man. But okay. Stony stabilizes for a round. I kind of get it. The AI was trying to... I love it. Uh-oh. Okay. Crikeys. Battleship mobilized is a problem for us. Is it a problem for him somewhere? It is a problem for him over here. Right? These guys are going to have level. They're going to do shield. It's time to sell. Oven is on. Popping off now. Right. Whoops. Yes, you guys read that correctly. I do bake my own FUD. Can't trust mass media. Double Overlord for a finish? Is it the play? I think it is the play, right? Perfect monies. Let's go. They're not getting the job done over there, are they? Look like it. Have we earned our way through the smoke? We have not. Opponent getting the W. Ruh-roh. AA on the marksman is brutal this round. All right. Oil and fire for everything. I love it. Let the world burn, Stony says. Let the world burn and my Scorps will win. Probably will, sir. It probably will. Scorched earth for the victory. Go get him, Stony. Go get him in tourney. We have problems. They lost problems. I think he's won this. Yep. See you after the first round. All right. Yep, 7 minutes. Return to lobby real quick. We're gonna restart PC, not PC, but just game client. Congrats to those of you that had Stony. That has paid out. Hmm. 3-minute warning, guys. We are now at 3,508 hours. So this stream has put us. Well, no, I guess yesterday's stream put us over 3,500. Petroleum Crusader, that is janitor.ai, I think, is the completely unhinged chatbot you might be looking for. Yep, we will have 2 groups. We'll have a rookie and a regular. We've got 140 participants. Right now it would be 2 groups of 70. We'll probably be at 80 to 100 by the time the tournament starts. I see Apucci, I see Artur, I see HD Susauer and Illuminati. let us recap your previous winners today. This person was Ausen Sauza, I think. Make sure we have lens up and running. Battery will run out. Ozawa Shurin with the win over Dionys in round 5, Flix in round 6, and Scion in round 7. So Dionys, Flix, and Scion wind up 2, 3, and 4. Then in the European, Dionys again a top 3 finish. This time out, Saracha beat Dionys in what turned out to be the final, and HD Susauer was 5-0 after beating HR Gigachad, but lost to Happening. So HD Susauer second, Dionys third, Gigachad fourth, Happening fifth. Saracha was your title winner. 30 seconds to get yourself in if you're gonna get yourself in. Apucci has gotten himself out. Wait a minute. No, Apucci, you're supposed to be in. Stony, don't forget to get yourself in. Let's get the phone plugged in. Shadoff, Zillalag, Dolmont 2.0. I see a bunch of names we know. We are ready. 150 participants are ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. Dillo versus Fab 4, the opening start there. Dionys against Harvey the Llama. Dolmont against Fort Build. Pig against Illuminati. All right. I think that is going to be our match here. Pig against Illuminati. Let's go. Don't forget to ready up, gentlemen. Unlike a normal ladder game, you gotta click ready. For those of you that don't know Pig, first off, great guy. I met him on ladder today. Beat him on ladder today, as you can see from that. But he is a former StarCraft player at the highest level who is picking up Mechabellum and has already progressed to, yes, I beat him on ladder, but no, he is better than I am in terms of overall gameplay, I think. I just had a build he'd never seen before and was able to run it to victory. He is facing Illuminati, who is the defending tournament champion. That Variolo guy says Pig is also one of the greatest StarCraft 2 casters ever, for those that don't know. Excellent. Welcome to round 1 of Weekend Tournament America's number 89. We've got two of the greats. One of the greats of Mechabellum and defending America's tournament, Illuminati. And one of the greats of StarCraft 2. And of course, as chat just said, the greatest StarCraft 2 caster ever, for those who don't know. Being cast by, of course, the greatest Mechabellum caster. Yours truly, the voice of Mechabellum. Quick Supply Specialist. Near side blue for Pig. Channel point predictions are up, of course. There is for those of you that missed it, there is a Pig versus Amaroq earlier on ladder with a whole bunch of chatter. We had a whole really nice conversation going during it. Had a lot of fun. So that one is earlier in the VOD. Oh, well, thank you very much, Sapphire Iris. Okay, so Pig, near side, quick supply specialist, has the Saber and Arclight start, puts it up on the line. Let's go. 14th in this tournament last week, so already a top 20 contender in these tournaments. And he is still really learning the game. There's a lot of stuff. Yes, Bimpy says it was watching Pig that got me into watching Twitch in general. Love it. Love it. Illuminati, far side, red, defending champion of this tournament. In a very odd one, he won when opponent disconnected. There were 3 disconnects involving top 3 finishers in that game, in that tournament. Very odd and very uncharacteristic for this game. So, wow, that is a comprehensive round 1 win for Pig. There is a ton of hit point damage, and Illuminati, starting with Supply Specialist, had very low hit points. I think it's the lowest starting supply pack, because Saber is rated very highly, Crawler is rated very highly, and Supply is rated very highly. So he's already down to 28-26 at the start of round 2. So Pig, you're going to want to loan range, speed, and finish this off early before he gets to stabilize and have the supplies come in. Use your supplies early, get the leverage, let's go. Illuminati has gone for the Mustangs with range as his play here. Had 500, of course, so has drop, has took the Mustang in the drop, gave them range, and then takes 2 more chaff. One of those will be this Crawler outside. The other one, I think, Fang, that he's moving there, right there in front of the left side Saber. For Pig, the adds are a pair of Crawlers deep, Stormcaller right, and then the dropped Stormcaller is here. Unfortunately, that drop Storm is getting pulled by these Crawlers, so it's going to just get wasted its shots and gets by those Crawlers. That is very unfortunate. Illuminati, of course, was just looking at an open tower take there, not thinking he was going to get the drop. Of course, the Mustangs could scale nicely, and would have scaled very nicely with range, and if Illuminati had gotten that fair tower, but Pig had that covered off. And again, we've got 600 at least in these units. Of course, 200, 200, 3, 1 and 1. That's 600, plus scattering damage from the other guys. Added up to about 800. Illuminati is down to 2048. And so Pig, in early control, needs to finish this out quickly, because the Quick Supply Specialist's bonus is about equivalent to Supply Specialist over the first 4 rounds. And by, round 7 or so, the Supply Specialist will be off and running. Pig skips. Takes range on the Arclights. Interesting. Range on the skip rather than taking the amplifying core for one of his sabers that are doing so well. Arclight for this flank. Not flank, but you guys know what I mean there. Flank, of course, is this side piece with these oblique angle Crawlers. He does have a level down there that he took. Early levels, like a lot of times you get the advice, don't level chaff, but this is a chaff unit that did almost 8,300 damage last round, primarily fighting this Crawler, but still. I think it also got in on Saber, so valuable to keep alive. Illuminati has brought in a Phoenix flank, bottom right corner. Phoenix will follow the Crawlers for a while. That's why you put the Crawlers that deep down in the corner. The people who are leaving 3 for a Rhino don't pull the Phoenix for anywhere near as long before it turns to tower. But now it's taken the tower, and that is going to really hurt. That is a chance for those Mustangs out there to get a whole lot of XP killing things. But they do not. Other valuable reason Pig leveled this level 2 crawler is when they are fighting against a unit like the Mustang that does very, very small damage but does a lot of it. Doubling your hit points really does make those Mustangs take a long time to chew through them. Of course, it gives away 3 times the XP that a level 1 unit does, but it's still often worth doing, especially if you've got a unit that's surviving to the end of the round, like those crawlers here have basically survived to the end of the round. And those are if you are going to level a chaff unit, those are the ones you want to level. So Pig puts more hit point damage on the board, this time about 300, dropping Illuminati to 1748. Pig takes his first damage of the game as well, down to 3700, and you've got an additional deployment slot taken for each player. This early in a game, it is almost always the correct choice there. Level for the far side Mustangs for Illuminati. And he has sold out of the Phoenix, right? Remember, Pig is going to be seeing this Phoenix, and Illuminati has already sold out of it. It no longer exists. He's using the Phoenix funds to buy 2 more Mustangs. He's into a full back line of Mustangs. Saber staying a very strong comp, so Illuminati in a long-term scaling comp. And Pig decides that the most efficient way to answer those Phoenix is 1 marksman. It doesn't need any techs or anything. Remember, of course, a lot of people are running something like Jump Drive, so you could drop this. We saw Sarah, for example, I think dropped it on the line and then jumped it to here to put the crawler in front. At any rate. No, that was against Sarah in the European. Pig takes a third saber and 1 more chaff. So kind of filling out his chaff board, knows the importance of that. So you can see on the side where Illuminati's got the leveled saber with an item and the leveled Mustangs, and that saber takes care of Pig's sabers and gets the Mustangs through for a while. On the side where it's the opposite way around, where there is no item and the Mustangs are level 1, Illuminati goes down. Pig's got the better comps currently, and does another 700 or so, drops Illuminati to 1098. That is knockout range, right? And this is where I was saying, I don't know if Pig has the sense of the game yet to say this is 2 rounds away from finished if I rapid resupply range and speed every round. What he is going for is Vulcan's Descent and Sticky Oil. Illuminati also takes the Vulcan's Descent. I expect Pig is going for the play, drop the oil, drop the Vulcan. Maybe it's drop the oil, drop the Vulcan, and just light the Mustangs on fire. I love it, especially if we add to it the range and speed. Illuminati, whoa, bold, goes for hackers with range. Hacker with range instead of barrier. Interesting. And Pig is going to put, instead of doing this, I'm going to hit the back line. He's going to try to hit the front line with the oil here and the Vulcan here. That is a little bit more likely to get shielded. Folks a lot of times will place shields right about here, so this is a little bit more likely to get blocked. But it's not getting blocked here. You can see that Illuminati has not spent any supply on it. Pig is on. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. The guy's already got this much game sense. This much game. He hasn't been playing long enough to have this much game sense. But lone and range for the finish here. He's lit everything on fire. He's burned one of the hackers, all the Mustangs, all the leveled Mustangs, and that was the other important piece here. Is he really saw the value drop? This is what I need to kill, and I need to make sure that it kills it. And by the time Illuminati gets the tower with just the Vulcan, it's far too late. Battle is over. It's just mopping up now. And Illuminati has surrendered. Congratulate. That is Pig's biggest ever. That is, I guarantee you, on Pig's season screen, that is best opponent ever defeated. Top opponent defeated. Pig Random, round 1, upset of the defending champion. The Pope goes down. The Pig is through. He's trying to build on 14th last week into something better this week. That was awesome. Joining me in the booth, I believe I have a Stony. Check, check.
You do have a Stony.
Excellent. How are you doing tonight, my friend?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. Nice job in that warm-up match against me. You crushed me good. I was happy. I had the Phantoms covered.
Close.
It was close.
I wanted to mass Phantom. You wouldn't let me with those.
I did not. Nope. But the reason I had invited you in, actually, let me ask first, how did you do in your first round game? And did you have any comments about the one we just saw?
I came in late, but I feel like Saber is like super strong at the moment. Like this morning, we watched the Mag 1 tournament, bracket C.
Right.
6 games with Saber start, and the player won every single one. So it's just a very strong game. And my game that I just had, it was a Saber start, and I won that game as well.
Right.
So keep an eye out, keep a notepad and just jot down these statistics. I feel like Saber, for some reason, the community has collectively figured out how good of an aggro unit Saber is.
Right. It's very strong, and that is how Pig started this one with these 2 sabers, and then extended the line. Illuminati had sabers from deep, never teched them, sold out of one, and even though he had the item on the other. So Pig gets through.
What a game.
Nicely done. I invited you on. I'll put up one of the other games, maybe River Skende against Shadow, but I did... Actually, let's do Dillo and Fab 4 for a bit. But I did want to ask you on to talk about the upcoming Quad Core tournament. What the heck is a Quad Core Carnage tournament, sir?
Well, Uncle Lazy and I, we got together. I don't play FFA much. Uncle Lazy is a fervent player, and he kicks my ass every single time. And hey, you know what? We got this mode that nobody ever had a tournament for. So why don't we get together and have a tournament? The biggest problem with that is how you see and how you rank, right? Because there's so much randomness in the game, not just AI in the thing, right? Sometimes whoever beside you dictates how far you're going to get in the game. So there's a lot of randomness, and we thought it was very difficult just to figure out who wins and who loses and tallies the wins and losses like we would on a normal tournament. So we figured, let's do a tourney. Let's forget about winners and losers, and let's make it into a big leaderboard, and we're going to count the points at the end of the game. So if you finish FFA with like 2,000 points, we're going to add 2,000 points to your name. If you finish it with 6,000, we're going to do that. So if you're consistently strong, you should be near the top of the leaderboard, in which case you should be moving on to the finals. But even if you lost a few games, but you're very close to the first game, you still have a good chance. And we thought that might be a fun way to get people involved. So anyways, so that's how we got together and said, okay, that's what we wanted to do. And the name was 100% Uncle's idea. I asked him what he wanted to call it, and that was the first thing that he came up with. He gave me a second one. I don't remember what that was. It's just the first one he gave me was too epic. And like,
Yep.
okay, we're just gonna run with this one.
Yeah,
It's such a good name.
it is such a perfect tournament name. I love it. So you've got a qualify, just as you did for the two-player tournament earlier. You've got a qualifiers one weekend, finals the next weekend. Yeah,
Yes.
excellent.
Yes. So
And
we do
open.
have so we got 2 rounds. Sign up are open right now. They will close by the end of the day on Feb 5th. I believe it's a Wednesday. Let me just double check. It is a Wednesday, so we
All
got
right.
quite some time away.
Yep.
And we'll make sure to drop some names. Not drop some names. Put some posters out as we get closer.
Yeah, excellent,
Um,
excellent.
But so far, for those of you that are on the fence, we already have quite of a range of a player. So again, just like the 2v2, we have some very new players, right? Unranked or low MMR.
Right.
And then we have some very top players. As far as top players concerned, I think Woot is
Ooh.
surprisingly in the game, in the tournament. He actually reached out to me. He says, Stoney, I haven't played FFA in a long time, but I wonder if that matters. I was like, no, it doesn't matter, because he was worried that he's coming in as an unranked player,
Right.
because he hasn't played FFA for a long time. I was like, that's fine. We all know who you are.
So 37th seed is Woot will be the one of the favorites. Excellent. Have we managed to get a hold of some of the folks who had been playing a ton of free for all and were really, really good at it for a while, like Diana, Zillalag, those kind of players. Who I haven't seen Diana around in a while. I know Zillilag's been focusing on the 1v1 side now.
That is mostly with Uncle, because he knows the folks in the FFA realm.
Right.
So I'm sure he's been reaching out. Let me just pull up the form real quick. Let me just see who else came in. Zemp is in there.
Nice.
Uber Dog. Yeah, so we got some big names. Diana, not yet. I mean, I don't know. Whenever she pops in on anyone's stream, just
Right.
let her know that we're looking for her. We'd
I've
love
got
to have
her.
her.
Yeah, I've got her DM, so maybe I will send one out to her.
Yeah. So for those of you in the stream, I put a link in there. Yeah, so it's free to join. And we can have fun. And we want to use this as an example, because I ideally would like to recognize FFA as part of the official game mode that can also be competitive. I think FFA has potential. It just needs to be counted differently, because you
Right.
can't count winners and losers.
Well, I mean,
And that will be
there's other scoring mechanisms you could do, right? Which would be like, something like 6, like I don't know, 7-3, 7-4-2 or something might be a scoring mechanism. So it's like it's arranging first and fourth, or 7 points. Second and third would be 6 points, and you're like just trying to tally your points all the way up. And every position is worth 2 points, but winning is worth a third point, something like that. There'd be ways to do it like that.
absolutely.
A close loss is still a loss, and a close, a big loss is no worse than a small loss.
Absolutely.
The way you're doing it sounds really, really interesting.
Interesting side story about the point counting. So right now the tourney works in 2 stages. You got your qualifiers, and then we're going to take the top 12 on the leaderboard. We're going to move them into the finals.
Okay.
And if you remember, on the 2v2 tourney that we co-casted, we had a bit of a hiccup on the tie-breaking tournament.
Right.
And you can imagine that would be the focus of our discussion with Uncle when we're talking about this final. I was like, what happens if we have a tie break? And that would be very strange. And we eventually just decided we're going to stick with the same ranking mechanism throughout. But if there is a tie break, let's say if there's 2 players, that's a tiebreaker. That is a tiebreaker. We're going to put those 2 players in the game, and we're going to enlist 2 other players from the one from above them, one from below them,
Mm-hmm.
wherever they are, and we're gonna put them in the game. We're not
Ah.
gonna count the points for the other two players. We're just gonna count who gets more or
Mm-hmm.
who gets more points between the ones that are tied, and then we're gonna add 1 point to break the tie. So they could be, 10,501
Right.
versus 10,502. And that creates an interesting dynamic because in a 4v4 or free for all, if
Mm-hmm.
you know you just need to beat the other guy in one
Right.
point in
It'll be a very
points,
different match.
a very different game because you're not there to win. You're there to have a higher point than the other guy. So I'm very curious to see what sort of games we'll have if we have a tiebreaker. In fact, I'm looking forward to it.
Brilliant. That just sounds like so much fun. Um,
It's a lot of chaos, and it goes with the name.
it does, it does. So at this point, you guys have arranged a 1v1, a 2v2, and a 4-player free-for-all tournament. That's amazing. Really appreciate the dedication to the community. Have you been getting support from the new community managers at all? Or is this entirely
Yes.
player driven?
Well, the tournament itself is entirely player driven, but Sam has been very helpful in pushing out this information, making sure the events are created, right?
Right.
Also giving us tips here and there. So we do appreciate what they're doing here for the community.
Yeah.
And Amaroq, are you a FFA player? You are, right?
I had been. I have not played it in a long time, and so when I've gone out recently, my builds have been far from good. So I would probably need to play a few 4-player free for alls on stream over the rest of January to get back into fighting shape.
Well, you let me know if you're going to play or if you are not playing, if you want to cast the
All right,
finals. Because I don't know if I'm going to be casting. I'm going to put Uncle forward. I think Uncle should cast one of these games
because
because
of
he
his
knows
experience with the
way more about FFA. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Like I watch him play on Discord, and I was talking to him, and I was like, I have no idea what are you doing because it's such a different game than 1v1. And he would just end up winning that game. I think the
Right.
game I watched was doing improved wasps, and he
Mm-hmm.
was losing like the first 5 rounds or not
Right.
getting anywhere in the first 5 rounds. And I was like, Uncle, come on, you need some chaff clear, man. He's like,
Mm-hmm.
no, just you wait, just you wait.
It's the
And then
build
he
is gonna
triple
come
attacks
alive.
it,
Mm-hmm.
right? He triple attacks it around 6 with high explosive with range, right? And then with elite, well, double tech, range, high explosive, and then next round with elite, and then it just takes off
Right.
from there. I was like, I don't know what to say.
Tab Target wanted to know if there's no rookie bracket. Why am I with the big boys for this one? There is a rookie bracket, sir. You are for tonight's tournament. You are just high enough MMR that you're in the big group. Sorry, sir. Stony, you've got about a minute and a half till your next match. Anything else you wanted to add, or shall I let you go to uh, get your concentration, get your drink of water, or whatever's needed?
Oh no, that's all I got to say about the tourney. And thank you very much for inviting me up.
Oh, you're welcome. Again, guys, the link is up there. I'm going to post that so that anybody that or pin that. Sorry, there you go. So pinned to the top of stream. Anybody that wants to get that. And again, Stony, thank you so much for swinging by, for joining me in the booth, and for all of the work that goes into organizing it. Really appreciate it. Good luck in your next match.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care.
And cheers. That was the voice of Stony Mechabellum. Tab says, "At least I won my first round." Speaking of which, let us announce our winners from the bottom up. Emernova, Combat Lemon, Tab Target beats Scorpion Wasp. Ike, Meow Beep, Omni Ripper, Mega Space Hero, the formerly known as Mega Space Player. Fred, oh my gosh, Fred Thulu. Oh no, he has risen. Fred Thulu has risen. Clumsy Alligator, Hack Maniac, Rune of Ruin, Thrain, Zaz, Pijo, Nebatup, Wild Rumpus, Anagarica, and Zhao Ji Quinhuanju with the wins, along with Jitong. The favorites, up at the top of the bracket, Apuchi, Artur MC, HD Susauer with wins. 2 upsets. Dachshund upset by Thonix, and you guys saw Illuminati upset by Pig Random. There were two others there, Jet Bellicose Drake and Jagras Slayer upsets by MMR. Shadoff, Stony, Cheeseburglar, Zillalag, Fort Build, Racklehan, Harvey the Llama, and let's see, Miasim, Yeezes, Dillo, and our number one seed. Number one seed is Pigs Eat the World. So Pigs Eat World got the W. Tab, you are up against Dillo. Good luck. Good luck. That's Dawson says I slipped on a banana peel. He got me with a boat drop. Oh no! Yeah, that hurts. That hurts. Let us see if we've got a good match somewhere down the line. You know, we just heard the man. I think we might cast the man. What do you think? Tab, I'm going to say this. Just play your game. Go get him. Don't try to beat him at his game. Don't change your game up to be like, oh yeah, surely my guy, surely this guy knows how to beat what I love to run. Run one of your favorite builds. Make it work. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Just going at it. He powers up his mechs one leg at a time, just like you do. All right. Welcome to round 2 of Weekend Tournament America's number 89. You guys saw it in round 1. Pig Random Pig with the win over the defending champ Illuminati, so we will have a new champion tonight. Near side, Terrain, Blue in Farseer Specialist, Sledgehammer, and Fangs. Far side, Stony, I don't think was in last week's tournament, but the week before that had been in a almost got himself to the tournament title. He was in the semis, in the final. Missile Specialist with Tarantulas and Crawler. Tarantula's start is weak. Tarantula is really weak right now, but you know what Tarantula beats? It beats Sledge. So essentially right now there is a bit of a rock, scissors, paper where a Tarantula start beats a Sledge start. A Saber beats a Tarantula, and even though it won't win round 1, a Sledge start will outscale a Saber, I think. So and it's one of the things to look at. Of course, Stony was gracious enough to spend his time between round 1 and round 2 telling us all about the upcoming Quad Core Carnage 4-player free-for-all tournament that is coming in February. If you are a 4-player free-for-all player, not a 1v1 or 2v2 player, this is the tournament for you. Let's make sure that people know about it. As I said, the Tarantula start tends to beat the quad or the Sledge start. For whatever reason, they're just very good against Sledge, very weak against Saber or Storm. So Stony wins round 1. He's got 3,700 hit points, Thrain down to 3,500. Stony's got his missiles available. And hello, Thrain, did you just sell out of an arc light? Why have we sold out of an arc light? Where are you going with this? Eyes a Rhino. Book the underground threat. So he knows the underground is available. Rhino out here on the side to answer the tarantulas. That is interesting. For Stony, he ignored the underground, drops one of his 2 missiles to weaken a sledge, and picked up a Phoenix as his answer to the other. These crawlers were already on the board, so they're going to go play some defense. These Fangs defend the other tower. They're just enough to slow this down for a while. Rain will get the tower take, but the Phoenix, a pretty solid answer to the Rhino. And as long as he kills the Fangs here, there's no more upshoot for those Phoenix. Just needs the Tarantulas to get the job done. Tarantulas are in trouble. Phoenix are getting shot by Fangs. Does Thrain have it? No, he does not. Stony's clever choice of Phoenix gets the round win here. Of course, I was giving Stony a bit of a fit as a sledge plus Phoenix into Phantom Ray board, and really gave him some trouble in the warm-ups. Stony, who loves his Phantom Rays, he did that famous video on them. If you haven't seen it, you should check out his channel. Brings out the Phantom Ray with Stealth Cloak, has them as the drop, takes 2 of them. There is no anti-air other than the Fangs when he sees that coming. The Farseer is going to be Thrain's answer. Took the Farseer from the drop. That is some big bets on this match. You guys went 12k on Thrain and 111k on Stony. It is the 2 of you at it. That is some big betting. Sorry for the weird zoom there. I wish it would not zoom in on a arbitrary point like that when I'm in this mode, but it does. So, if I hit the mouse wheel, it goes all over the place. So, Stony also added a crawler in the corner, and crawler gets the tower take. The stealth Phantom Rays get this tower. The poor Farseer is stuck on crawlers. Nothing has ever shot at a Phantom Ray this whole round. No, wait, I take it back. I'm sorry. They chipped the paint on that one. You almost had it. Amp Core for Stony. Of course, I love Amp Core if you are relying on a Farseer as a unit, because it's one of the only ways to increase the DPS from the Farseer. If you're going to rely on them, you kind of need to take the items. Here, he's taken 1 more Farseer and 1 more Rhino. Rain has. Rhino far right. Farseer. Actually, hold on. He took 3 Farseers last round, so it's the new units here are Rhino and... Oh, Rhino and he hasn't taken it yet. Rhino and Sledge. Got it. Amaroq is paying attention. I just didn't see the one. It's hard to read. This, of course, means he has 1 deploy left. If you had never spotted this, he's got 1 deploy left. He's got no deploys left. They could each deploy 8 devices. And here, of course, is their money, their supplies. And if you mouse over it, you get a reminder of how much is coming, but really, 200 times round level is all you needed to know. All right, 2 hackers for Thrain. Hacker, of course, the answer we saw Zemp use in the Dev Pro tournament to answer tarantulas. And Stony was casting that tournament. I know, I was there. I was casting it with him. Stony, of course, had organized the Dev Pro tournament. But really became the latter meta answer to tarantulas. But Stony's got them ranged, and they are backed up by Phantom Rays. Opponent is seeing the tarantulas as the carry unit, and Stony is seeing the Phantom Rays as the carry unit. That's what I'm thinking is going on here. And right, the Farseers are in trouble. There's only one left. There are none left. There's no AA left. So you can hack anything you want, sir. I'm going to win the round. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. That is 46 less than he needed. 47 less than he needed, truly. So Thrain has 47 hit points. Stony has not taken a hit point of damage. Raiden for one, Scorpion for the other. Raiden with Chain immediately, ignores range to pick up an extra Raiden. Could you please sell out of these rhinos? This rhino did no damage. Oh, and we need to be closed out of the chat window. All right. Dionis, 2 top 4 finishes this weekend? Well done. That is amazing. Crushing it, I tell you. You are on form, and it's really good to see. Like, do you think that's just that this patch suits you, sir? Or is this just you've really grown into it? Never going to know. It equals awesome. I bet you are on top of the world. Stony is through Thrain here. This was probably one of the closer matchups in MMRs this round, but you can see what a big difference a 500 MMR difference makes. This round, this tournament, because there's only 2 groups, the split in round 2 is very, very wide right now. So Tab Target says he lost his match. There was only a 1k MMR difference. Hey, if you won one round, you can count that as a victory. Like, and for a while, that was one of my my all-time high achievements, is that I had taken 2, count them, 2 rounds off of Mungst in a match. Of course, Mungst was, building the comp that was going to beat me after the 3rd round, but still, I won those 2 rounds. We won't talk about the others. Let's see if we've got a match that is close and might go long here. Pigs tournament tournament title hopes have ended to Jitong. And so I'm glad we got to cast the W. For you there, Pig, you had a big upset. Much better to have cast that one than cast the L to the person right at your level. There's, of course, 18th and 19th seeds there, right? Be about the same level. What we are into here, round 5 of this one, Bellicose Drake is a aerial speed specialist. Are we... guys, are you in a tarantula mirror? Why are we in a tarantula mirror? And how is there a level 5 saber? I mean, this level 5 saber is clearly from a drop. Has a nano repair kit. Why is there a level 5 saber? And you didn't buy other sabers into a zillion tarantulas. Wild Rumpus is on. Oh, Dionys says the game is lagging and I abandoned Americas. Yeah. I had there was a big network hiccup between round 1 and round 2. And that was not, but that you guys heard it on stream as Stony sounding like he was coming on a coming through using auto-tune and having it just auto-tune to terrible. But that actually was a like a level 3 old school internet backbone hiccup somewhere. Somebody had a problem. You were Siri without an iOS update. It's true. It's totally true. old Siri, way back when. It was amazing. So Dionys abandoned Americas rather than going for 3 top 5 finishes. But isn't it like 3 in the morning for you, sir? But still. Never wait to know. Never wait no. Awesome in Russian. So, doing amazing. Well, hang out with us until you can fall asleep. Stony got that round 2 win in a impressive style. Here, Bellicose Drake apparently has a whole lot of folks watching, but took the melting point down here on the right corner to ensure that it goes and handles the sabers. Opponent, Wild Rumpus, was listening to me and bought more sabers, so I'm glad to see that. Apparently, it took wagering. Stony, did you see the betting odds here? There was 123,000 rocks wagered on your match. It took betting 111,000 to win 12K for aspiring wildflower. You were the 10.2 to 1 favorite. But that is one of the biggest match wagers. We've had less wagered on a final. So I'm gonna get to top 1 3 times. First, oh yeah, you want to get top 1 3 times in a day? That would be amazing. But for playing Mag 1, to play Mag, yeah. You had to throw 12K on the upset. Any profit is a win. All right. Bellicose Drake has gone to Shield on the Fangs. I don't find Shield on Fang super useful into Tarantula because of the possibility of HE, but opponent is not running HE. What's the odds cutoff for too big of a payout? 10%. Exactly. You think charged shot on the Phoenix is what is needed for Bellicose Drake? Yeah, the sabers are killing. Yeah, it makes sense. And then needs to get through the saber. Well, it's just that level 6 one here. It's level 5 right now, but that gets you down to even. 2,300 apiece. Well, Rumpus down to 1,900. Storms, Fire Badgers, Wraiths, and Forts. The overall choices, it's going to be Storms for Bellicose Drake. He learned how good Storms are in that, I think, in that tournament, the way back in December of 2023. Both players took him. Wild Rumpus far side has his a little bit deeper. I really like Storms in aggro as a, because your opponent a lot of times is just sitting there static, right? They're not moving anywhere. I'm surprised you don't have one over here, Drake, to really try and punch through. So opponent could take double shot to make sure that they're not wasting time on the fangs, and Bellicose Drake could take Hacker to hack those mines. Ooh, spiders, indeed. Wow, yeah, he's running range, HE, and now takes Mech Rage on the spiders. This is fun. This is the sort of thing. Like, when have these two ever played a? It's fangs on the other side for Wild Rumpus. He's got his fangs up to like level 3 and level 4 in there. And when have these two ever played this match before, right? These high-level tarantulas with all the attacks going. The front line melted. It did. It was amazing. And it's almost done. We've got to look at this. Please, take the laser sight and put it on a tarantula. Put it on a tarantula. I know it belongs there, but like put it on like a tarantula so this one stops dying on this side. Because that you've got items on all of them. Put it here, Drake. Put it right here. Keep it alive from this guy. Please. I don't think he will. I don't even think it's right. I just want to see it. Okay, wait, no. We've jump driven over there. He is going to do it. He is going to do it because we jump drove over here. Let's go. Opponent has wound up in level 4, level 3 Fang, level 4 Tarantula, level 6 Saber. Goes EMP on the Fang, on the, not the Fangs, the Storms. Has 2 lines of Tarantula at this point, and all the world's Sabers. I think the EMP on the Storm is going to be more effective than the level 1 Tarantulas and Sabers you're adding, but okay. Oh, bro. Bellicose Drake reads it. Reads it cold. It takes the anti-missile devices, 1 for each Stormcaller. So playing around with the things that could beat him, right? So these are this is one of the things that could beat him. Plays around it. He might even have been playing around fire instead of EMP. Either way, he's got the anti-missile. And again, he's doing a lot of this on chaff. It might not look like it because all the attention rightfully on the very high level tarantulas, but he has the chaff arriving much later than opponent does. That ensures that he's got tarantulas left when opponent doesn't. The only thing left is for opponent is the level 6 Saber. It can't answer the Phoenix, so Bellicose Drake has won this one. And congrats Nicely played. We'll have a gold damage from this level 3 Phoenix over here. Did 300,000 damage, even without charged shot. But truly, it's a magnificent battle line. 4 level 3 or higher tech, 3 teched, itemized tarantulas. 1 with the amp core. 1 the level 5 with improved firepower control. Only gets passed by the Phoenix on this last round at 289,000 damage. The level 4 with laser sight, very late add to get the laser sight, and did half of its damage in this last round by virtue of not running out front and dying to the Sabretooth. And the jump drive tarantula winds up on this side, but didn't do a whole lot. But these 2 tarantulas kept level 4 alive and died in, well, presumably in order, although it looks like this he engaged with this one first instead of that one. So these 2, a slight difference. You would have wanted those in different position, but that's all right. The level 6 Saber, for those keeping score at home, does do 49,000 damage per shot, and that does not one-shot a level 4 tarantula. It does, however, one-shot the level 2. That one was fun. That one was fun. So, our unbeatens. Pigs Eat World beat Amernova. Dillo over Tab, but Dillo then abandoning. No, that's not Dionys is the one that abandoned. Dillo beat Tab. Tab says he took 1 round off of him. Eases over Meow Beep. Miasim over Mega Space Player. Shadoff beat Clumsy Alligator. Cheeseburglar over Rune of Ruin. Fort Build beat Zaz. We saw Bellicose Drake beat Wild Rumpus. Lepaco had an upset win over Apuchi in Europe. Beats Zhaoje Quinhuanju. Jitong beat Pig. Anagarica beats Harvey the Llama. Jagras Slayer over Piho. We saw Stony beat Thrain in 6 quick rounds. Zillalag beats Hackmanic. Rackelhan with a win. Artur MC wins. Apuchi beats Combat Lemon. HD Susauer and Omni Ripper are still going. All right then. We'll run an ad so that you guys don't miss the next round while we check in on this one. I am going to eat real quick. HD Susauer was runner-up in Europe today. This is a round 11 game in which HD Susauer had super supply enhancement. Omni Ripper is putting up one hell of a fight, despite the massive economy difference. Like, at this point, the economy difference plus the MMR difference, everything points HD Susauer's way. And yet, Omni Ripper is playing out of his gourd to keep this close, to stay in it, as it were. But I think it's just getting ground down by the sheer economic advantage HD Susauer has at this point. And that should be GG. The Magician says, I took down Scion in EU, but since then I've lost just about every game. But hey, at the end of the day, what are you going to remember? You're going to remember taking down Scion, right? Like, All right. 2 matches down. We started with 76. Wait, Dillo did advance. Okay. Dionys told me he'd abandoned in chat. That Dionys had abandoned. I said accidentally that Dillo had abandoned. And then Dillo actually did abandon. After beating Tab. unfortunate for Tab. Mostly unfortunate because I want Tab to get credit, for having had to face somebody that good. All right, so we'll have 17 unbeatens, and Piho will be in the uh, spoiler role against HD Susauer. He beat you so bad he felt bad and left. I don't think that's what happened. I think we're going to be in. Oops, we don't want to be this far down. Oof, Apucci versus Shadoff, Anna Garicka versus Stony, Bellicose Drake versus Fort Build. But we are going to be in Yeezus against Miasim prediction. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. Appreciate you guys watching ads, supporting the channel that way. Of course, you can skip those by subscribing if you want. Or, let's be honest, getting lucky when Fab4 or Toast gives out a gift sub for Blue. I noticed something. I told Petroleum about. Yeah, that's terrible. I told him about something, and then he's not chatted since. All right. Channel point predictions are up. Welcome to Weekend Tournament European. Or, yeah, excuse me. Welcome to Weekend Tournament America's number 89. Near side, Yeezus. Far side, Miasim prediction. Yeezus is a speed specialist with a steel ball start. You got to expect aggro with that. Has arc lights as well, adds the crawlers. A lot of times you'll see people start here or here, super wide, and that is so that you get the unimpeded run on tower if it's given. The other starts that you would see are this one, kind of both steel balls on the line, and kind of running. Idea is we're going to overload one side. Miasim on the far side is a saber-tooth specialist. Didn't take a saber starting pack, but takes a tarantula starting pack, and knows that he'll have the sabers behind. If you guys don't know Miasim, Miasim is one of the game devs, and in particular is the game dev who has taken over balance. So if you are particularly annoyed at a unit's balance, one way or the other, and you come across Miasim in tourney or ladder, try to beat him by exploiting your unit that you hate, that you think is way too over OP, and that can help you get it debuffed. People say to do that to Bear-like, but it's really Miasim that's making those decisions at this point. Miasim also behind the design of some of the recent units, from roll on the board to art design, I believe. So, longtime member of the dev team, here showing you that devs can play at a very high level. And we'll see if Miasim can beat Yeezus. Miasim skips quick teleport, mass-produced overlord, extended range marksman, or fortified hacker. But a lot of times you'll see somebody like Miasim, the devs in particular, a lot of times they will take a card and then show you kind of like the heart of the cards build that card unlocks. So it can be worth watching the devs, Bear like Miasim, etc., on ladder at times because the gameplay that you're going to see is a little bit different or a little bit more like let's make sure the blank build works. It isn't overpowered or underpowered. Of course, that is the challenge, right? People talk about a unit being balanced or unbalanced based on the initial set of pieces, but you got to think about all the all the modifier cards, and all that sort of thing too. So, mass-produced Overlord was the take for Yeez's, and maybe that will be jogging Miasim's memory that that's a thing, because it seems kind of odd that it's been buffed as much as it has. It costs 25% more, it does 40% more. This got left alone, so the 20% reduction in price, right, is a 15% reduction in attack and hit points, which is a little bit backwards, I think. I think that's just straight up, I'm getting more value. And spend more on the techs. Yes, I lose the Overlord versus Overlord mirror, but mass-produced Overlord can be really, really powerful. It's still going to do full hit point damage on the bar, and it does 400 hit points to the bar instead of 350 like other giants. Jesus has been winning without it, getting the steel ball to win rounds 1 and round 2. Miasim down to 3,200. I think it's 3,300, really. Miasim takes level 3 Mustangs. That'll be a good answer to the boats eventually, as well as potentially an answer to what he's looking at. Jonas, thank you for the follow, my friend. Missed that earlier. But thank you, thank you. Yeezys also takes the Mustangs. I think they were the right choice. If I were Yeezys, I would have been cursing the lack of Typhoon there, and I would have taken the Mustang as the. I really kind of need some upshoot. I need some anti-air. I would love to see the steel ball leveled. He's going to add a crawler back here. Kind of a flank pulling crawler, it looks like. Takes a fang. That crawler had a good round, but Miasim's covered it off with a new tarantula. That's interesting in that Yeezus does not know about this saber, but has managed to pull it. It's pretty good work. And adding a phoenix instead of massing to get a phoenix instead of leveling the steel ball is an interesting choice. But again, he knows Miasim is on the ground in tarantula and saber, so the phoenix or something that are not getting shot at. As long as those Mustangs go down, as long as the level 3 Mustangs go down. Of course, he didn't know the level 3 Mustangs existed, and Miasim has 2 of them survive to take down. I guess it's 3. 3 of them survived to take down that Phoenix, and that ensures that it's not a win by air for Yeezus. 4053 to 3298. You go to round 4. Miasim instant amp core. You've got to figure that is going on on one of the sabers. Improved Scorpion could be an interesting choice. Extra range, extra attack, extra hit points. But I think the improved Scorpion really ought to be the one that reduces the range, or reduces the reload time, because I think that's where the Scorpion really gets the massive value out of the assault mode Scorpion. Like these, 15% attack is nothing compared to reducing the attack interval. Yeezus took smoke. This is one of the most smokable formations you'll ever see. Let's go. And there it is. smoke over it all. Miasum took the secondary armament for the sabers, so chin guns or side guns for the sabers. Should be cool. Uses cells out of one of the steel balls, so that might be why we didn't level one last round. Even though this is currently the gold damage dealer, he's planning to get out of it. Sells the steel ball because it would have been just stuck in the smoke anyways. New Phoenix for the left side. There's no upshoot at all on that side. For Miasim, a secondary Mustang on this side. It's kind of further back, covering flank flying flank shenanigans. And it's not going great, because Ease is going to get that far side's tower, finish these guys off under the tower debuff, finish these guys off with the smoke. So Eases gets the round 4 win. It's a big round damage, drops Miasim to 2362. Enhancement module. Enhancement module for Yeezes, and when he has that steel ball to enhance and sell, we already knew he was planning on selling it. That is when you love to see an enhancement module, and of course it was a very quick pick. Miasim thinking perhaps about, with everything in this close mirror, might have been thinking about heavy Mustang. I can see a heavy Mustang there, and goes ahead and drops fire in front, arranges his Mustangs, takes 2 more Mustangs that are going to be out here, I think. So, assuming, Miasim is basically assuming that Yeezes would take the fire and use it to target these Mustangs that have been walking forward, so a fire right about here would eat all of them. And doing a bit of Phoenix shenanigans to cover the flank. Is that what you're doing here? Odd. Why? What are we doing with that? I'm a bit confused why we're doing this one. Maybe making sure they're not missile-able? No, they still get targeted. I'm confused. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's gonna be fire and oil. The world shall burn right there. Boom. That is a no man's land and a half. None shall survive. From the very back, there's a couple of Mustangs still getting the job done against Phoenix. The high-level Mustangs have been moved just way over here, making sure we don't feed anything. And of course, part of that is when those Mustangs died in the fire, right? Because Yeez's high-level Mustangs died in the flames. The XP got divided amongst all surviving units. So basically, every unit that Miasim had on the board is getting wrong. Hello, why am I not banned yet? I am sorry, I might not be able to give you ads. I might not. Miasim has not forgotten about the mass boats, takes the marksman, gives them range immediately. Just playing around the mass boats. Is it Yeez's that has forgotten the mass boats, is the question? I'm not sure, because I'm seeing that he's got this enhancement module that he can just start stonking through things, right? To fund a transition to boats. But he might not want to, given that it is Mustangs and marksmen on the board. There's a play there, which goes along the lines of, let me trick you into the comp that I want you in that is vulnerable to what I'm planning to do. And here it's going to be, I'll light the ground on fire. I have lost the oil, but I've got flames. Now, Miasim goes for, yoink, goes for a flank saber. There's a play for you. None of this air cheese. No. I'm setting down a 17,000 hit point rock. that is just going to come in and get your tower. I don't care what you have back there. And what Yeezus has back there is 2 new Mustangs and a level 2 fort on the left. So Yeezus looks to be transitioning into Mustang Fort. And opponent Neosim is in Saber Stang. Fort Stang v Saber Stang, the meta matchup here. This Saber flank is unopposed, so it's just going to go get a tower. It's just a question of how quick can it do it. You might have wanted high mobility if you wanted that to get there while it still mattered. Now it gets there, and I guess that is a time that it still mattered, but a whole lot of stuff going. A whole lot of stuff was decided before that happened. The level 4 Stangs with Amp Core are actually able to drive through the fire. Look at that. These guys drove through some flames to get here. And Miyasim wins round 6. Yeez is down to 1604. Can Dev take down one of the top 8 seeds of this tourney? Electromagnetic impact? Improved Wasp. Oh my god. Yeezus could have been in the mass-produced Overlord Improved Wasp combo. Not that he wanted to run that into the Mustangs at this point, and especially not having seen that there was aerial specialization on Miyasim's marksman bar. Miyasim going ahead and turning off the powers down here. Yeezus has stomped through one Phoenix, stomped through another Phoenix, now has the stonk module on a level 2 Mustang, throwing down more fire with another Stormcaller. You know, you could just, at this point, you could just stick it on the level 2 and for the level 3 over here, get the free level that way, and give it, consider it the 20% bonus from there on out. New fort on the board for Yeezus, and the forts go shield barrier. That is going to cover off the EMP. Obviously, the EMP will do 35,000 damage to those shields. This one has 40,000. This one has 80,000. So this shield bubble will be almost gone. And there is a pack of crawler. Yeezus' answer to a saber flank is a pack of crawler and a missile, and that missile is right on the saber instead of off to the side. I think you might have wanted to do that differently. You might have wanted that to be crawlers and missile, but as it turns out, the Mustangs came back and played defense. Get the job done. Good enough. Forts are through the bubble. We're down. The forts are down, but Yeezus is going to win on the left, get the tower out there, and this time with Mustangs stuck in the flames during debuff, they all go down. Few surviving units out there go down for Miyasim, through the shield bubble as well. So Miyasim down to 1605. Yeezus at 1604. Somebody will get to 0. Another stonk module. Miyasim takes it this time, with Yeezus already in one. I mean, I'm still thinking it's not a bad play to take it and drop it on this level 3 that would be going up to level 4 for free. And then if that's level 4 plus 20% is effectively level 5, right? Just about. Level over there. This guy got a second level off of for free. Doesn't need to be sold. Shield, now a heavy armor on that fort. Melters are Miyasim's choice. And he's into the Mustang with enhancement module straight in front of the melter. Melters have 170 meters with temp range. The Stangs have 150 meter with temp range. We'll put the Stangs just in front. That is one of those little breakpoints that are kind of nice, right? Like in terms of, now you've got, in Mustang Melter, the Stangs wind up being chaff for the Melter, for whatever the single target is. Isis adds another fort. Pulling the same thing over here. This time the crawlers are level 2. We know that this saber died to this last time, so it's going to be done in again. This time it goes down to the crawlers without even a Mustang getting involved. So interesting choices from Yeezus. Basically, kind of looks like he knew that goal, that crawler plus missile plus my level 2 Stangs will handle the saber, and then level 2 crawler plus a missile will handle the saber without help. So, really nice job there, answering that as efficiently as he did. Being, of course, efficient in your answer. It's not just beat the flank, it is beat the flank with the minimum possible investment needed. And Yeezus is showing why he's one of the top 8 seeds in the tournament by MMR. But Miasim winning round 8 drops Yeezus to 718, showing that the devs still have some tricks up their sleeve, perhaps. Miasim skips. It is, I think, too late for mass-produced worm or efficient tech research. Probably not extended range Phoenix. I'm always tempted by advanced offensive tactics when I'm in Mustangs. I mean, but if you are the type that does not take an attack enhancement 2 anyways, right, which is apparently has not taken attack enhancement 2. Miasim has, which is making all of his Mustangs more effective. So Yeezus skips. Doesn't bother. Sold out of one of the forts. Well, Miasim takes a second tech for the melters, which will be electromagnetic barrage, and that's going to be a little bit further forward so that it has an insta-lock on these forts. 2 melters now for Yeezus. He's gone from this headbutt on the left. We have gone from a headbutt on the left to a headbutt on Yeezus' right, Miasim's left, to a headbutt on Yeezus' left, Miasim's right. Shield barrier is going to block most of that oil. The oil and fire together for Miasim to take out a lot of things. The smoke had to come down last round. It'll still be in effect. That'll push anything of Miasim's that survives will run into that flame as well. And he's going to run Mustangs over to the other side. Just trust that this is covered off. Everything in flames. The shields come down to the shield barrier. That was really nice, dropping this melter right up front so that its EMP barrage hit the forts that he knew about, so that the flames could come down. But look at this. He missed the connection point. This little connection point didn't connect. The ground did not light on fire on the other side. It looked like it was overlapping to me. Really looked like it was overlapping to me. Oil bug, indeed. So, there are some subtle things where, and it does not turn out to matter. Yeezus has surrendered. If we went back and looked at that again, right, there is a double outline on oil and fire, and essentially the oil or fire does get drawn in the second perimeter, but the effect only applies in the main perimeter. So you can kind of think of it as like there's a warning flame on the very edge or a warning oil on the very edge. The main effect is inside. It looked like the fire was burning on the oil, exactly, and that's what I'm trying to explain, is that there was a spot where there is fire animation and oil animation, but no fire or oil at that spot. In our matches, HD Susauer wins against the spoiler Piho. Fort Build beats Bellicose Drake. If only a dev could mess... if only a dev could screw that up and have it not work. Exactly. Stony beats Anagarica. So Stony through to 3-0. Apuchi over Shadoff. We saw Miasim beat Yeezus. Artur MC over Araklahan. Pigs Eat World beats Cheeseburglar. Lapaco over Jagras Slayer, and Zillalag gets the win over Jitong. So that is going to leave us 9 unbeatens, with Zillalag, your top seed, facing Yeezes, Apuchi facing Stony, Artur against Miasim. Wait a minute. No. Do I have this wrong? Zillalag against Yeezes, Apuchi against Stony, Artur against Miasim. This isn't making sense to me, guys. Why is this not making sense? That's 5 units. This is 5 units. Oh, because I'm missing the top one, Lepaco. Okay. Yeezus against Lepaco? Well, Yeezus against Lepaco. Zillalag against Stony. That's Zillalag Stony. You're fine. Apuchi versus Miasim. Artur MC against Pigs Eat World. HD Susauer against Fort Build. My bad, guys. Sorry about that. I just had the top player off the board. Lepaco beat Apuchi in the European. So we shall see how it goes. And of course, we need to see if Yeezus stays or abandons. He abandons, it'll be Wekfagi against Lepaco. Jump over to one of the 3 remaining. 2 remaining, apparently. And Grandmaster Wookie. This should be fun. We'll be down in the 1200 MMR bracket at the moment. The Magician, I don't think so. It is possible, right? Because a Smurf beating a Poochie would make more sense. But in the Euro, there were 3 groups, and he was more than halfway up the Advanced Group 1. So he's top 6 of the MMRs that were entering that tournament, which makes him, and then probably gained MMR from that tournament. You would expect, because MMR gains and losses are accelerated during tournament play. So he should be pretty solid. Please show us that we are getting down to like no hit points left for either unit, either team. But neither of them is clicking speed up either. Guys, you are the last. You're the last match left. Click speed up. Hello. Welcome home. Thank you, Stony. I was I was saying yes. Yes, what MMR is this game was a good question. The answer was 1268 versus 1250 or something. Amazing. Uh, we'll be right back. For those of you that see ads, we'll run an ad before matches start. Again, we've got looks like HD Susauer against Stony, Zillalag against Miasim, Apuchi will be against Pigs Eat World, and Artur MC facing Fort Build. So I think we'll take the Apuchi match here. Apuchi and Pigs Eat World, both I think are former champions, so that's going to be our match this time out. Congrats to those of you who correctly predicted Miasim last round. That has paid out. And the maybe that shouldn't have paid out. There was nobody in it. But the round 4 is going to be Pigs Eat World, the Apuchi. Not a pooch, man. It has an E on it. Get it right. All right. Channel point predictions are up for our round 4. Pigs Eat World versus Apuchi. And don't forget to ready up if you are in tournament. Your match is ready for you. Getting to the sharp end of this tournament now, with fewer and fewer surviving unbeatens. Hey, thank you for the follow, Heliotropic Moth. Well, welcome to round 4 of Weekend Tournament America's number 89. We've got 2 of the remaining 9 unbeatens. Pigs Eat World, Nearside Blue, a fortified specialist with arcs and sledges. The famous Apuchi, Farside Red, goes Elite Specialist with Crawler and Saber. So Elite Saber start, played by one of the masters. We had a very funny interlude last night where we were talking and I was talking with a fellow streamer. We were chatting about the game and chatting about how different MMRs are when you're streaming versus when you're not. And we were talking about it and like, man, that is why Apuchi is so good, and why he does so well in the Mag 1 when he's not streaming. And Apuchi was like, oh, it's like, hey, you're listening. He's like, you never know when I'm listening. There is the shout out. If you guys haven't followed Stony, please do give him a shout out. You guys got to hear him earlier. He's the organizer of that Quad Core Carnage tournament. But make sure you give him a follow too. As others said, maybe Lepaco watches a lot of Stony Mechabellum, so they know good tactics already. Exactly. Whoosh. Here we go. We are off and running. Apuchi has gotten the first tower of this game. Took a pair of elite arc lights, so level 2 arcs for the shaft clear. And together, 2 arcs, 8 crawlers or so, and a saber, enough to win round 1. Both players above 4,600 hit points right now, so or at or above, I should say. Assault Scorpion. I heard Apucci say Assault Scorpion is a card you just can't afford not to take in one of his streams recently. So I know he'll be looking at that right now. Rhino Assault, Electromagnetic Impact, both very good. And I know Phoenix is one of his favorite units, probably not for this board, but he could well also be thinking about extended range Phoenix. So 4 good cards from Apucci's perspective, I think. And Pigs Eat World went ahead and took the kind of obvious. I'm going to take the Rhino Assault and hit the back corner, which is unprotected. So no surprise there, but I am going to punish you if you don't play around it. Apucci also takes the Rhino, doing much the same, puts it on the near side tower. Pigs is into Phoenix. Of course, we saw, this is not to be confused, we saw Pig, the StarCraft 2 player, beat Illuminati in round 1 of this tournament. This is Pigs Eat World, the 201 player. Totally different, not to be confused. But has a new Arclight, a new Phoenix, and a Rhino drop. Apucci's got the Rhino. What else have we added? A level 2 Marksman, which is actually going to cover off that Phoenix, and a deep level 2 Crawler, and a missile for the Rhino. So played around the Rhino, just slowing it down. This Rhino drop to go to the Arclight and then go to the tower, but I think it still gets there before the missile slowed one does. It does, look at that. Apucci has that timed perfectly. Not that he knew the Arclight was there, that Arclight was new. Still has the timing perfect. And all he needs is for this Marksman to handle the Phoenix. Boy, it's just going to take a minute longer because the Pig's Rhino got the tower, but there's not much left. Thump, 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 thump. And wait a minute, it's the same 2 Arclights, the same Saber. Instead of the 8 Crawlers, the Survivor is the Marksman. So very much the same outcome as last round, and Pig is down to 4164, I think. Wasp Swarm up for Pigs and for Apucci as well. There are big openings in the back lines for both players. Now, if you don't know, okay, we're going to play them on top of each other, so they're going to kind of cancel each other out. But if you didn't know, just dropping 1 Crawler here, it will run into the fight, and your opponent's Crawlers will, or your opponent's Wasps will follow that Crawler. And that is where Apucci has gone. You saw he was thinking about putting the Wasp right up here, but he decides to drop a Crawler, let an enemy's Wasps shoot the Crawlers, while his Wasps shoot the enemy Wasps. So perfectly played around there. Also going to have the front Fang, mostly to eat the possible missiles over there, but also in case the Wasps are on the front line. That being the other thing opponent could have done with a Wasp drop, is kind of putting it here and having it, you know, there's no upshoot there other than the Marksman, making sure the Marksman doesn't get to engage with the sledges, or sorry, with the Phoenix. Yeah, I think those the Wasp call-in killed 1 whole Crawler and about half of the Wasp pack from opposing Wasp pack. So solid defense from Apucci. Opponent did have a Fang to cover against the Wasps, as we'll handle them over here. Handles the Wasp call-in there. Eventually we've cleared things, and it's about the same ending as last time. It's Arc, Mark, and 1 surviving Saber. The second Arc losing, so Pigs has slightly improved their lot. Takes a pair of Farseers. Apucci thinking about it. I know Apucci likes Typhoon. It does also take the Farseer. I think that's probably just too good to pass up as Apucci, because it gives you the air coverage, air screening for both of those flanks. Instead, it's going to be 1 in a flank screening and 1 in a forward position. And we've leveled this tower. Pigs has also taken the Farseers, has them basically into the headbutt as well. So we'll just keep adding units to the headbutt until something changes. That is going to keep working for Apucci, I think. He's adding a third Arclight to the mix. Third Arclight in the middle, in the midst of everything else. Both players have ranged the arcs. It's going to be two more arcs for Apucci. And is that temp speed? Temp speed for Apucci, getting this Farseer and all the late arriving chaff in, but then also putting more pressure on the tower. Interesting choice. I love it. Really kind of love it. With the he's winning rounds already. He just wants to make sure he's in on tower as quick as he can. But opponent has taken range on the arcs. That is stabilizing quite a bit over there. And with Farseers helping to clean up the crawlers first, opponent has all but stabilized this. I think he's got it. So Pigs finally gets a round win. I think. No, he does not. I spoke too soon. There is one hero arc left for Apucci. That arc has been part of the winning team all 4 rounds in a row. You, sir, deserve another promotion, but you haven't called it. Advanced targeting system, extra range for Pigs. I know Apucci does not value range in a headbutt like this, but there is a gap, right? There's a gap between these two armies. So, surely Apucci thinking about it as a headbutt and Pigs thinking, I can make use of that extra 10 meters. Apucci, though, has the underground threat coming at the relatively unprotected right side tower. This Arclight should get pulled into the main fight. There will be a level 2 Saber coming after it as well. And ideally, that Saber gets there right around the time that the tower take happens. Apucci adds chin guns, secondary armament, to the Sabers. And again, took speed. This Apucci has finally come around to the Amaroq view, taking speed early and often. I remember I used to get people kind of mugging me for taking speed this early. Apucci's taken it twice in a row. And it is paying off, gets him to towers first, with the tower debuff happening as early as possible. The whole rest of the fight closes. Also, that extra range, a lot less important because he's in your face already. Units are traversing, crawlers are traversing the gap on the arc lights more quickly. It's all the way to this tower. And wins from right to left this time instead of from left to right. So 5 rounds, 5 all going the direction of the gorgeous golden pup with those gorgeous golden locks. But Pigs is down to 2,300. No, this is welcome in, Pyrotechnic. This is round 4 of the tournament. There are 9 unbeatens. So we're looking at Apucci and Pigs Eat World because they're two of the best remaining. It's been 5 evenly matched rounds that have been going Apucci's way by just a couple of units, and it has added up to half the hit points. Been great. Pigs is adding portable shield on the fangs, really trying to slow things down. Apucci drops the Rhino Assault on that flank. Pigs has covered the flank where that call-in was with a crawler. And what else are we looking at? Where is the other new unit? Well, took the improved firepower control for the Farseer that's leveled, which I like. Get the thing dealing extra damage if you're going to have it at all. You want items on it, but Apucci has put his on a Saber, gold damage dealer last round. Gets an item, is going to be fighting all by itself. Fought all by itself last round. It had an Arclight fighting with it last round. Has a Fang and a Crawler for backup. Has a level 2 Farseer for backup. So Apucci now has a full side over here. A missile will slow down the advance, but Apucci's got the Rhino now mostly for chaff pull. All these guys get them to be the main push. Yeah, even with the shields on, the Fangs aren't getting anywhere. The Rhino drop back here for pigs also went down, and but the main left front goes Pig's way. Big round this time because Pig's reinforced over there, and the reinforce is really, I think, Arclights, right? It's just, no, it really is just the Fang shield that made the big difference there. I think it's this crawler in the bottom left that was the other ad. Last round, maybe. Fortress will be Pig's take. I don't know if that's a sell. I've heard something got sold already. Nope, the fort is going to be over there. So the sell was the Farseer that had the item on it. For pigs, Apucci takes triple Typhoon. So we're going triple Typhoons with bubbles. Odd Typhoon with bubble. Take a loan for Sept. No, wait. Hex. Wait, no. Pent. Penta Typhoon? But it'll be Typhoons with shield barriers and 5 of them versus triple fort. Triple fort. The fort's getting range. So they will outrange those sabers this round. And he's got the improved firepower opposite the saber with improved firepower. Also has a missile right on top of that. Bump. It's going to be right in the gap. It's in the one spot. Apucci doesn't really have something covered with a shield bubble. Of course, one of the reasons you like Typhoons with the shield bubble is you can protect your frontline chaff against this missile. But Apucci didn't do that. He had them a little bit wider, and the frontline chaff gets locked. The level 3 saber goes down, and that level 3 saber with the item is such a big part of Apucci's army on this right side that looks pretty grim there. We've wound up each playing the Wasps defensively, but Wasp v Wasp fratricide in the middle of the board goes Apucci's way, but the rest of the board goes Pig's way, and that is a ton of damage with so much surviving for Pig. Apucci is down to 1244. You get Elite Fang, Mass-Produced Wasp. Don't take Mass-Produced Wasp if you already have the Wasp call-in, because you'll be degrading the Wasps from your call-in. Missile Strike for Pig's Eat World. And I don't see Apucci really wanting any of these. Llama Prob took Pig's Eat World at 550 to 1 and asks if he's going to win that gamble. Unfortunately, even if you do, you don't get that payout. I'm so sorry. The odds needs to be within about 10 to 1, I think. Maybe I should just let you guys pay for it this time. Both of them took missile drop. The missile drop for Pigs is hitting a crawler in the back corner. He's not following it up with anything. The missile drop for Apucci hitting the crawler in the middle. But, he has switched out of the itemized saber to get into a pair of melters with range. Trying to get an almost instant lock on this fellow, but that will be tough to do. Pig adding that, kind of re-adding that missile that has been just working right over here, but this time it's there's no what do you call to hit? No saber tooth to hit there, so it's not quite as effective. But as you can see, there's just not enough chaff. And the big fort gets the lock on the melter, gets the melter down. Thump gets to go level, halfway to leveling again off that level 2 Farseer over there. This fort has become trouble. Range double tap. I don't need elite. I don't need anything else. I just do range double tap. If I get locks, on big units, they go down. They do go down. Fort from standard. A W for Pigs Eat World. 2400 MMR. And getting the W against Apuchi here in tournament. Congrats. That is impressive. The game really turned on the round that he took the Fang shield. Apuchi didn't have super chaff clear. And it just went from there. Lepaco beats Yeezes. We've got Zillalag against Miasim still going. Fort build on the verge of beating Artur MC. But we'll step into Zillalag and Miasim. It looks like this one is over. We can tell because Miasim has left the room. Aya doesn't do this for us when we're actually in the game, instead of when we're a spectator joining after the game. I really don't know. But, here it is. A thump. That is a big round win for Miasim. Zillalag knocked out. Artur MC has I think the long-term scaling comp against Fort Build, judging from the way that scoreboard has changed since the last moment we saw it. Let's see it. Nukes are on the board for both players, so this is probably the last round. Artur in a fort with rocket punch, so running the utility techs, Fang production, anti-air, rocket, and barrier. So this is not a carry fort player. Handy to know. 8th place in Europe earlier today. Fort Build was 27th in Americas last week. Fort Build is running ranged steel balls from deep and triple teched Raiden. Wait, isn't triple teched Raiden last week's build? Maybe 2 weeks ago's build. How did you wind up in that? Oh, nice read for the Overlord. So he's using the Overlord as a photon emission, so photon Overlord. Gonna let it deliver the photon and then drive out of the nuke so that it doesn't die. Andy, good read there. Nope, it's the other way around. I've got the mobile beacon backwards. He's moving the level 4 Mustangs into the nuke instead of bringing everything out of it. On the other hand, as long as they're in under the shield bubble, it's all right. Shield bubbles take down the Raidens, shield bubbles take down the shields and the Overlord. But left side tower down, all the surviving units fighting for our tour. Triple Tech Raiden melts, and Fort Build is out of contention. We'll have 5 unbeatens left. Those 5 are going to be HD Susauer, who beat Stony, Pigs Eat World, who beat Apuchi, Artur MC, Miasim, and Lapaco. Leaves you with Lapaco against Fort Build, HD Susauer against Miasim, Artur against Pigs Eat World. Next round in about 60 seconds. If you need to go to the bathroom, get a drink or anything before you ready up, don't forget to ready up. And Lama Prob, if you want to win this one, get it into within with 10 to 1 odds or so. As long as it's reasonably close. If you've wagered a tenth of what they have, I'll pay it out. Appreciate the 75 of you hanging out with us tonight. Thanks for being here. You have other options on a tournament day, and I do really appreciate the support. We are pushing to try and hit partner for Twitch, and of course that involves being above 70 viewers on average stream. Tournament days are probably holding us back from that a little bit because so many other people stream on tournament day. But really appreciate you guys being here. It means a lot. We're going to be in Miasim against HD Susauer, with Lapaco facing Fort Build, Archer MC facing Pigs Eat World. But this will be ours. Channel point prediction is up for this one. Of course, we've talked about it, but Miasim, one of the game devs, we've seen them earlier, and you saw HD Sweet and Sour run deep into the European tournament before faltering at the final hurdle, losing in round 6 against the spoiler. He failed to create the round 7 and allowed Saracha to win the title. Welcome to round 5 of Weekend Tournament America's number 89. Europe's runner-up, HD Susauer, will be far side red, facing the game dev himself, Miasim, near side blue, a marksman specialist with fangs and sledges. HD Susauer has his choice of Fire Badger, Training Specialist, Typhoon Specialist, and Elite Specialist. None of them have the kind of preferred saber start. So we're going to wind up with old school starts. the Fang Sledge and Crawler Storm for this one. Marksman Specialist for Miasim, and a Salute of Respect, HD Susauer. Typhoon Specialist, and has the Storms and Crawlers. Miasim adding Crawlers looks similar to my start. I do those first two sledges a little bit wider if I'm planning a possible carry sledge, which I certainly would be thinking from this build. Potentially thinking carry sledge into the Storms, and of course I run different techs than Miasim does. I've got the full carry tech suite. No field maintenance, no armor. Instead we have armor piercing and EMP to go with the mech rage and range. And HD Susauer is picking up a pair of arc lights between the towers. Note that these arc lights are so far behind that they are lined up behind the Storms. They'll have to push through. Hey, excuse me, coming through here. That is one way to make sure that your chaff clear is on late in the round. Let your artillery start in front and your longer range unit start slightly in front of your shorter range unit. They'll reverse positions by the time the shooting has started, especially if you've got chaff out in front of them. Round 1 to the German. Miasim down to 3,700 hit points. HD Susauer started on 3,800. Skip for Miasim. We saw he skipped a lot in the previous match we watched. There are mass-produced Scorpion, mass-produced Worm, Assault Fort. I haven't seen anybody running mass-produced Worm, because I think people are relying on the hit points so much that nobody wants to be times 0.7 on the hit points. But Assault Fort can be good. Haste Module is instead pick up for HD Susauer. Of course, Haste Module is +5 speed and attack increased by 40%. I've always thought this would be kind of fun if it were attack interval multiplied by 0.67 instead of attack, or attack interval times 0.6 instead of attack proper increased by 40%. There are some units that would be neat to see hasted like that, like boom, 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 fort shooting every 6/10 of a second or something would be just ridiculous. Mostly just for the fun, the fun factor. It's just so much more visceral than, oh yeah, I had a stat buff. No, I get to see it shooting more frequently. That would have, obviously, impacts on other things, like EMP delivery, etc. How would it work for something like a melting point or a steel ball? I have no idea. We get the unit reinforcement drop here on round 3. Mustang is Miasim's choice. Took the Mustangs last time that was offered, although then it was a level 3 Mustang rather than 2 level 1s. Wasps, Fire Badgers, and Steel Balls would be the offers to HD Susauer, but he has also taken the Mustangs. Gets his Typhoon drop this round. And Miasim is going to add, looks like Triple Storm. Wait, did we? The Mustangs are just hiding in the tree line back here. That is interesting. Tough to see down there. Tough to see in those trees. This map just has so many little distracting details. I really, really don't like this piece of metal where it is. And it's one of those where, okay, I can kind of see the idea behind it and see where we're going. Just allow this chunk to be one of the parts that's been clipped, you know, so that you can sort of see through it. Right? Like, why do we, and, you know, like this piece could be bent or broken or something, so that you're not, you know, this piece could be broken off. It doesn't take much to clean that up. Long chaff fight in this one. We're still early on, but HD Susauer with the ranged arcs. What we've seen from HD Susauer in Europe was a lot of Arc Worm. A lot of Arc Worm. And, you know, obviously has no tech on the Typhoon, has the haste module on it, but that is something he can just sell out of this to put it all on to, you know, have 300 to fund a worm and put an item on it. And so I suspect that's the direction he's going. Miasim skips again when what he's really going to want is acid later, if that's the direction this game is going. Miasim takes the forts, so we are in what looks like a... I'm sorry, those are not forts, those are Vulcans. You're in what looks like a classic Vulcan marksman. Vulcan marksman with best partner and shooting squad available. So he's got the full tutorial. I can build my giants. My giants build my single target. No, my chaff clear builds my single target. Single target builds my chaff. Got this. HD Susauer sold out of that Typhoon with the haste module. Now the haste module is on a level 2 marksman, sir? Okay. Okay. Not where I am used to seeing it, for sure. Iris, I completely agree. It's the map hiding flanking units is just a gotcha moment. You are so right. And it's just annoying. It's just easy to miss things on this map. And for that reason, like, I love the visuals. It's my favorite map in terms of the visuals. And then my least favorite in terms of, hey, the art style is actually impacting gameplay, and you don't have to have that happen, right? Like, we can fix that and still have all of the gorgeous art on this map. The same feel, the same styles. So HD Susauer wins round 4. Miasim down to 2247. Let's see what we've got here. Advanced targeting system for Miasim and for HD Susauer. It's a range war. We're both going to take extra range. Makes sense to me. Miasim is going to drop oil from tower in front of the main fight here. So, and hoping to light that on fire with the Vulcan and get all these units caught in it. Basically everything other than the Stormcaller. I think maybe everything but the storms and the marks. That's an unfortunate mobile beacon with the oil, honestly. Brand new storm distracting crawlers that are just going to be spending their entire time dying in an oil. Well. The oil will... These guys will follow them into the oil. The Vulcan will light it on fire and they'll both die. So maybe it won't be that bad. Or that long. Or something. Yes, not a gotcha moment. Not a gotcha moment as firing wallflower. A gotcha moment. Goodness. This is not a gotcha game. That's actually one of the things I love. If you're new to the game, if you're thinking about it, there's no pulls. There's none of that. There's no pay-to-win elements in it at all. You know, if there are skins, the skins don't affect the combat prowess of any of the units in the least. There's no, you know, I missed something from, you know, 4 months ago, so it's, I can't build the build. Can't build one of the meta builds because I don't have one of the components, and it's never coming back. You know, there's none of that. Absolutely none of it. Just pure Can I beat what you've got with what I've got? Miasim 170 or 1747. HD Susauer on 3550. We saw the Dev get a win against a top player earlier. This time, it's not looking so good. A European runner-up trying to improve on that. The only way to do that is to go unbeaten tonight. We get one more Vulcan, new Vulcan for Miasim. They had range already. Now they have Best Partner. Of course, you really wanted them to be level 2 when they got Best Partner, but, you know, you can't wait for it. He needs the additional marksman on the board. Has that Rhino down in the corner from a drop, I guess. But HD Susauer does as well. So they both took the Rhinos on drop. Miasim has sold one of them already. HD Susauer has both. Might yet sell one. You can see the difference in timing too, right? HD Susauer had 1050 to spend with about 45 seconds left. I'm going to use all 90 seconds thinking about things, clicking to check on things. You know, what text does my opponent have on the marksman, for example? What text do they have on the storms? What do I need to play around? What unit of mine did the best damage or the least damage? Without the oil, it's going to be a completely different round. Both players have parallel, making that little arrow of mobile beacon crawlers running right past each other, drawing each other's armies into this one spot, into that killing field. The Rhino v Rhino fight ends pretty quickly. Big difference between them right now, as far as I can see. Miasim has the 1-1 on tower. HD Susauer does not. That does make a difference. Also, we had temp range for Miasim. Susauer did not take temp range, so that's a huge difference. You can see what an impact that made on the field. So HD Susauer down to 2450. Now you've got Efficient Giant, Heavy Armor, Ion Beam, and Extended Range Phoenix. I think Ion Beam is the take for sure. At this stage of this game, you're just going to want to run it over, you know, for HD Susauer, you're going to want to run it over the opponent's Giants and maybe a Storm. And for Miasim, it's run it over the Marksman if possible. You don't have to put it this far. It does have a splash. So this guy's going to walk forward a bit. So this Ion Beam could have started a little further up. But Miasim might be trying to catch some of the Mustangs with the splash there. Picks up Vulcan number 4. And on the Marksman shooting squad, here's Vulcan number 5. So it'll be 5 Vulcans making 5 Marksmen, making 5 fangs each. So the Vulcans are going to create 5 Marksmen and 25 fangs, all at level 1, of course. But these guys, they make their fang at the same level as the Marksman. Vulcan makes their Marksman at the same level. So if this guy were like a level 2 Vulcan, you'd be getting a level 2 Marksman out of it. But, so there will be some level 4 fangs, some level 3 fangs, some level 2 fangs on the board. And a whole bunch more level 1s. There's the Ion Beam I was expecting for HD Susauer, pretty much right where I said it would be. Nicely played. Much the play. The other possibility was to try and hit this Marksman, and this Vulcan. I'm not sure you were going to be able to pull that off. This looks a little bit easier to pull off. And just look at the timing of that. But also, this Vulcan got pulled by the set of mobile beacons, so it's not going to be in the end. Over here, none shall survive. That Ion Beam was just about perfect from Miasim. And that is just hours and hours and hours of playtime to get an Ion Beam down where you want it. They are gorgeous. Miasim wins round 6. Comes around and, I mean, this is just a close finish. Vulcan versus... Okay. Miasim wins it by all of 1 Stormcaller. And look, that is a captain, you know, that's a pilot's cabin right there, right? So there's a pilot in those. Every mech has a pilot's cabin. We get another advanced targeting system. So they're both plus 20 range. but minus like 800 in economy for this extra range. But nobody wants to lose the range war at this point. Uh, yeah, you can see HD Susauer starts his turn. First 10 seconds takes lone and temp range to make sure he doesn't forget it. Miyasim similarly hasn't decided if he wants the lone, but does take the temp range right away. So habitually, let's take the temp range and get it taken. And I've heard players say, uh, as a rule of thumb, you take it from round 6 or so. You'll just watch. If you watch enough games, you'll see that round 6 is the round that most of the time an opponent will take it. So if you don't take it by then, you're in trouble. And we saw that in this game, right? Miyasim took it on round 6. HD Susauer had other things he wanted on round 6. Miyasim won round 6. So, and it was a pretty big one. Pretty big round win. Now you can see these marksmen are level 2, coming off the level 2 Vulcans. And this is a scaling comp for Miyasim. Hyper scaling comp, as it were. As things develop, they get better and better. Only thing it's missing, well, he's going to want elite marksman on the marksman eventually. But this match might not last long enough for that to come into play. HD Susauer wins round 8. Miyasim down to 1197. HD Susauer on 2400. Wow. These Mustangs have sat on the back line with like nothing to them all game. And all of a sudden, Miyasim decides it's time for range and missile interception on them to counter, I think, the fire from the storms. HD Susauer, it's when we've seen this build, it's been like arc. I mean, it looks like the same thing again, right? It's 5 arcs, 5 marks, the Stormcaller arc in front of it, and then eventually the worms will come. I don't know if worm is right onto this board. It's the way he's been playing Sandworm Arclight. Major tech changes for Miyasim are on the Mustangs, of course, and there is the other new Mustang. It's 4 on the back row, 1 up front in the shield bubble. White the no man's land between these two armies with those two advanced targetings that are giving them the plus 20 meter range. It's just a huge gap between them. None shall pass. Don't venture out into it. If you are the lead unit, you are going to get wrecked. But 5 surviving giants will be 1,500 hit points from giants alone. And of course, all the marksmen, all the storms behind. Enough to do well more than 2,000 damage. Miyasim gets the win over HD Susauer. Nicely done, Miyasim. Congrats to the dev with the halo. This is how to run this build. If you are sitting at home thinking like, yeah, Vulcan, I can see this combo working. How does it work? Here is how it works. 5 giants, a couple of marksmen with high levels, and then everything is creating it. But the other important thing to notice is look just how much chaff Neosum has. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 chaff units. Was allowing the Mustangs to be chaff for most of the game. So those were 11 and 12, although now they have a job and attacks. So 2 of those were chaff for a while. And then all the chaff coming off of all of the marksmen as well. And similarly on HD Susauer's build board, right? There's 6 storms, there's 10 other 100 cost units. Nothing on the board costs more than 100 other than the storms. He's sold out of every high value unit, and even has his improved firepower control and his haste module, which you might have thought would be giant items, has those on the marksman. So once it turned into that big range war, that was the way they both committed to. So, congratulations to those of you who took the game dev at 3.5 to 1 odds. You have been paid out. Elsewhere, Lepaco beat Fort Build the Spoiler, and Pigs Eat World beat Artur MC, giving us our final, which will be, well, not our final necessarily, but we will have Pigs Eat World against Miasim, with Lepaco facing Apuchi. Now that is a special matchup. Let me explain why that one is special. That one is special because Lepaco upset Apuchi in round 1 of the European tournament today. So this will be Apuchi's chance to get some vengeance and potentially a second place badge in this tournament as well. On the line for that one if he can beat Lepaco. Will depend, of course, on how everybody else does for minor points. Further down, getting to 4 and 1, Rakelhan, who then abandoned. Bellicose Drake when Zaz abandoned. Zhaoji Qinhuanshu, Shadoff, Jagras Slayer. Those will be your 4 and 1s. Everybody else, we've got some folks getting eliminated. These two are, there's not much time left in those games. We will be here when y'all get back. We'll run an ad, and I'm going to grab some water real quick. Here we have the classic matchup of Fort v. Melter. Our Fort's double tech range and barrier. Our Melting Point's triple tech, brawlers, range, and EMP barrage. There's anti-missile devices. Somebody must have a steel ball production on. Here it is, on a level 4 Melter. Zillion Mustangs. Level 6 Mustangs. So it was like Stang Fort v. Fort Stang versus Melter Stang, I guess, is the way this one went. We're into round 11 of it. That is how this board looks. But again, unlike some of those lower MMR games that where you'll see like 18 different unit types, this is primarily focused on, we're focused on the Mustangs, we're focused on the Melters, we're focused on the Typhoons. We've got a huge backline of crawlers arriving. That'll be enough. AWM has beaten Roostmaster. That has finally mercifully brought this round to an end. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. We've got just a bit of time left, a minute left or so. So we'll set the stage again. We've got 10 players at 4-1 or better. 3 of them are unbeaten. So Apucci will be facing Lapaco in the spoiler role. And you could almost think of this as a second place game because they'll both have exactly 20 minor points from each other. And which one has more minor points if Apucci wins and they both finish 5-1. Who has more minor points will depend on how their other former opponents do. And in the game we will have for you coming right up will be the pair of 201 players. Pigs Eat World, 5-0, having beaten Cheeseburglar, Apucci, and Artur MC. Miasim, 5-0, after wins over Yeez's, Zillalag, and HD Susauer. The devs are no slouch at this game, guys. That is an impressive list for anybody. So, let alone how did you have enough time to build a game and build a game and play it this much? Play it enough to be that good at it. Which one's blue? Here, Miasim is in blue. Pigs Eat World is in red. You think this was not as good of a tournament? Oh, we did have some great ones. Oh, for you at least. I see. This tournament has ended for you already? I see. That makes much more sense. Not commenting about the tournament overall, just about your performance. All right, channel point prediction are up. Choose Dev v Pigs. Pigs Eat World. Yeah, went 1-4. Ouch. Ouch. No bueno.
You want?
Are you going to keep streaming after, though? You almost had Dillo in round 1, right? Are you going to stay on for a while? Yet? I'm definitely gonna be done after a tournament. I'm strung out. Welcome to round 6 of a weekend tournament America's number 89. Miasim, the game dev, one of 3 finalists with a chance to win, facing 2400 MMR Pigs Eat World. This is for all the marbles, almost, right? Because on the other side of the bracket, Lapaco is unbeaten, facing Apucci, and Apucci will want vengeance. Vengeance, a chance for revenge after his
Now who has better?
after his W or loss to Lapaco in the previous at round 1, no less, round 1 of that European tournament earlier today. Here, Miasim nearside, a marksman specialist with a 3 marksman, 2 sledge start, and a pair of crawlers. We just saw Miasim run a Vulcan marksman very well. Far side, it is 3. Oh, sorry, I'm going to say 4 crawlers, 2 fangs, and a stormcaller from a quick supply specialist. So, quick supply to take 1 extra chaff early for Pigs Eat World. Ah, you just wanted to check when we plan to do classified again. I was going to ask if folks wanted to do that tomorrow, but I've got Kiddo, so I need to check in with Kiddo also. So, check in tomorrow afternoon, and if I'm on, we'll be doing classified. If not, we've waived it off. I don't know when we'll do it again. So, you want to make sure I am including the group essentially. Kind of feel like we need a little classified 44 in the Discord. Like, this is where the gang is. This is where the gang meets. Pair of arc lights for chaff clear for Miasim. Has his marksman drop on the right side. Our quick supply specialist is, looks like, also adding arc lights and a marksman. So agreeing to the range war. I think arc lights were the drop, right? So arc lights the drop. Fang mark. 2 more arcs for Miasim. Miasim getting it done. Winning on both sides. Gets the tower on the side. He's got the level 3 marksman. So Miasim at 3694. And Pigs Eat World at 3582. And the other game, Pucci at 3900. And Lapaco at 3588. So if Apucci maintains that lead, this will be your final. Miasim makes it 6 wide on the arc lights for round 3. Of course, Miasim completely unaware of what the score is in that other game. There's not really a check. You're not really checking in on the scoreboard on other games mid-match. But it's also in round 3. Ironically for you, Apucci is also playing a marksman specialist. So Miasim has marksman specialist with extended range marksman. Apucci's version of it, he got a second level 3 marksman as the unit drop. So enjoying that as the big marksman. It's standard v standard, both games. Everybody playing from deep. Miasim took the orbital. Orbital bombard is bombard, as they say. I'm gonna go ahead and put that on top of Pigs Eat World's strong side. I call this the strong side because it has the extra arc light and extra crawler. So we're going to drop onto that side because that's where these units are going to be running through. Miasim could also conceivably have done something like a crawler or a unit here to try and pull as many units as he could into the middle of this orbital bombard. I kind of like to do that. Sometimes if I'm placing a bombard, I will intentionally drop a crawler right in front of it and let that crawler just run straight ahead into the bombard and die, but it'll have pulled a bunch of units in. No shield for Pigs Eat World. 1 shield up for Miasim, but the fire, the incendiary, comes down in a different spot. so no real value out of that shield other than the fact that it'll be around next round. The Apuchi Lepaco around 3 ended with no damage. both sides completely died. Our round 4 has gone Miasim's way as well. So he's getting the wins so far early, putting some tempo pressure on from standard. Has dropped Pigs Eat World down to 2560 even. 2560. And he's on 3690. So, Farseer the drop. Both players have taken it. And shout out to Weed Hopper. Congrats, man. Finally made Gold 1 MMR 803. Let's go, Weed. You got this. Nicely done. It's always fun to see somebody climbing. Weed climbing up the MMR ladder. And the combat power charts, no less. Apushi winning the range war in his game. Has Lepaco down to 3026. Here, instead of going with more into the Vulcan marksman, Miasim has just gone very wide, making his own real marksman, and has the arc lights for the chaff there. Took hit points from tower, and Pigs Eat World. We're in arc mark. So it's a whole bunch of marksmen, a whole bunch of arc lights for both players. The big differentiators, and they both have the Farseer. The big differentiators right now are the storms at level 2 now for Pigs Eat World, and positionings within the chaff board, positionings of these units, and I think the levels, right? Because Miasim has a level advantage in the marks already, and that can snowball because, of course, a lot of this is about winning the range war. Your leveled marks can get an extra 5 meters from the from elite marksman, and that can just turn into a irrecoverable deficit in the mirror. And speaking of irrecoverable, Miasim has dropped Pigs Eat World to 1100, folks. The on the verge of getting a W here. One more round like that, this game is over and done in 6. Shira says, wait, one hacker could change this whole game. Just think of what 5 could do. Yeah, but the problem is, first off, there's nothing but chaff. And second off, you're outranged by pretty much everything on the board. So you don't want to be the front thing out the line. Not on a board like this. You don't want to be the lead unit. Looks like yet again, I think Miasim is just getting so much value out of these late arriving fangs. But this time out with Shield Fang for Pigs Eat World, Pigs is able to get the round win. Miasim will be down to 2944. Meanwhile, Lepaco has stabilized a little bit. Gets wins round 5 off of Apuchi to get to a 3150 Apuchi, 3026 Lepaco score. Here is the answer. Shield Bang for Miasim. Hey, if it made a big difference for Pigs, it'll make a big difference for me. Thanks for reminding me to do it. And of course, takes a couple more of them. If you're going to be taking Tech and Shield, you might as well buy 3 of them. And here it's going to be range. I love that Miasim is adding these all the way at the back. So the newest fangs are coming off the back line. Let's go. And that is partly expecting fire from Pigs Eat World. So these are going to be from very, very deep, very late arriving. They will be just in front of the arcs and marks, and of course the tech supply, even to these summoned fangs off of the marksman. These level 4s have their shield, and that's starting to become a real hit point value at 538. Chaff war, chaff war, chaff war. They're still shooting at each other's shielded fangs. We're just now getting shots on real units. It takes that long to clear all this chaff. But then it comes down to storms versus storms. We remember when Miasim had the level advantage. Now it is kind of coming back the other direction with the storms being the advantage in the late rounds, the late part of the round. So Pigs Eat World at 1100 hit points. Miasim has dropped the last 2 rounds down to 1950. And shield airdrop is up. I think I'm actually rooting for Miasim to win this whole tournament. I think that would be amazing. That would be a story. Dev wins tourney. Let's go. In the Apuchi versus Lepaco match, Apuchi has worms and a level 2 war factory. Level 2 war factory beating level 2 worms from Lepaco. Lepaco is down to 1660, so this is likely to be your final. And speaking of war factories, Miasim dropping a level 1 war factory out here does have Missile Interceptor available. Has the cash to buy it. There it is. Missile Interceptor, the last tech he took. It'll be in under a shield so that it can't be EMP'd or anything. And just going to rely on that because, again, he's still thinking about the Stormcallers as a source of fire and as being one of the valuable pieces late game. For Pigs Eat World, he's trying to light the ground on fire, but Miasim has that covered off with the shields. There will be some spots that, Fang and Chaff die, but he's blocked. By blocking the center line of these drops, he's really ensured that the oil and fire can't connect because the oil didn't drop where that center line blocked it, and the fire center line is blocked way out here. So it did a lot of value with those 2 shields. And you can see the War Factory is doing a lot to keep things off the ground. Keep basically, Miasim is winning where the War Factory is negating the value of the Stormcaller. And has cleared through to the chaff clear is gone on that side. So there's a whole bunch of shield fangs on that side that are going to have a good round. Fortunately for him, Pigs Eat World wins the far left where there was no War Factory. So now the chaff clear is gone for Miasim. Well, there's 1 arc light left. One hero fang survives for Miasim along with 1 arc and 2 marksmen. That is a close round. Pigs Eat World down to 794. And now he sells that War Factory. You know where it is. You know where it is. I'm worried it could get countered. But I'm also not worried about you having the incendiary up. I know you don't have oil up. So I can go ahead and take something like Mustang with the War Factory on the other side. Right? You can always sell a War Factory and buy it somewhere else in order to have that, have that kind of teleport. It's almost like manually creating the redeploy button. Lepaco stabilized in round 7 of that game, beat Apuchi's War Factory, so it's 2450 to 1660 over there. So here it's going to be Mustang, triple elite recruited Mustangs, right? So triple level 2 Mustang. So I guess those are from the drop, huh? They're not elite recruited. The triple Mustang drop for both players, level 2, getting range, and Mia Sim redeploying by selling and buying the War Factory over to this side. Worth a deploy for him. Still a little bit surprised we haven't seen range elite marksman for Miasim, but I guess there are no large targets where he feels like the hit points matter. I just feel like the range matters, and potentially the same for Arclight, right? You could take elite marksman on the Arclights to keep them a little further back if you needed. That would ensure that arcs weren't up here where they might get targeted. They'd be behind those later arriving things. The War Factory goes down on the left, but so does Pigs Eat World's tower. The tower debuff should be letting Miasim close this out, and if it goes this way, Miasim winning in 9 rounds, and if Apucci can finish off Lepaco in that other match, then Miasim is your America's champion, beating a 2400 MMR player with just a classic marksman arclight board. Marksman arclight, all the chaff in the world. I need nothing else. I've got my chaff clear. I've got my single target. I added a couple of things when I needed them. Let us go take a look at what's happening in round 8 of Apucci versus Lepaco. Well, scoreboard gave us a bit of a spoiler. I was going to try to get you there with the last reported score. Because that's the scoreboard you're going to see here. So if you glanced up, you got a spoiler. But if you did not, here you are. We're seeing it from Lepaco's perspective. He's a amplify specialist who's got his mini amp cores on sandworms with armor enhancement, level 2, mobile beaconing them over here. Apucci had been in a level 2 War Factory. That's what would have been sold this round. So Lepaco beat the War Factory last round. Apucci's by. He's got a heavy armor sandworm here. He's got a enhancement module sandworm there, and another sandworm under the ground there. So his sandworms, instead of having armor, have replicate, and since Lepaco went hard into the melters, I think as an answer, right, to these to the sandworms, winds up in a whole bunch of melters. That's not great against the sandworms, especially against replicate worms. And Apucci gets all the way to the tower with 2 worms. We are having the Chomp Chomp Wars. And you can see the poor melter winds up locked onto the shorter range larva. Larva's bite radius is shorter than the big sandworm's bite radius. If you haven't noticed that, that ensures that your larvae are closer. Therefore, your larvae are what get targeted instead of the big worm. And the big worms get all the way through to the tower twice. And Hero Marksman tanks a worm during debuff. Lepaco down to 365 hit points. It's desperation time for Lepaco. Miasim on the verge of a title. If Apucci can close this out, we will have a Dev as weekend tournament champion. Shield Fang for Lepaco. We saw how powerful that was for Miasim and Pigs Eat World. We've got... Is it Incendiary Bomb Vulcan? We're going War Crimes, huh? Don't get all the way up to the full War Crimes. We don't even run the full War Crimes, but we're throwing fire on the ground. We're going to bring the worms. Lepaco is bringing the worms from left to right. Apucci has... just takes the enhancement module, keeps going. I mean, look at how clean Apucci's board is in terms of there is no wasted time or space, no wasted deploys here. It's just 5 arc lights, the marksman at high level. Remember, I said he got those as level 3 drops. He went ahead and gave them range, but nothing else. Then it's Mustangs with anti-missile, Phoenix with range, and committing to the sandworms for the finish after baiting opponent into answering the War Factory with melters. And sells out of the War Factory, gets into the melting points, or has him in the melting points, comes back to replicate sandworms. Replicate sandworm beats Crawler any day. Winning on the left side. Is he going to win on the right side? He's going to win through the tower on the left. There's not much remaining for Lepaco. Lepaco's chances of a title have gone up in smoke, and Apucci has avenged his round 1 loss to Lepaco in Europe with a huge victory here that makes Miasim your Europe or your America's champion. Congratulations, Miasim. Deb wins tourney. News at 11. Miasim prediction, your champion. Of course, that's one of Miasim's accounts. HD Susauer second on 22 minor points. Lepaco third, despite Apucci beating him head to head. He had 1 extra minor point. So Lepaco third, Apucci fourth, and Pigs Eat World fifth. Congratulations as well to Archer MC, Shadoff Fort Build, Zhaoji Queen Huanju, and Hots, finishing out the top 10. We'll show you all the way down to 50th, I think, maybe 40th, to show you folks having a good day today. And we'll spare the blushes of anybody further down. Do have a shout out, a thanks to Stony for taking the time to join us in the broadcast booth between rounds 1 and round 2 to plug the Quad Core Carnage Championship. Apologies to Dillo and Dionys, who both dropped, I believe, because of those connection issues that were happening earlier today. So that was frustrating. Again, second place. It's HD Susauer says, again, second place. So just to recap, HD Susauer was top six in Asia, 6th place in Asia, 2nd place in Europe, and here, 2nd place in Americas. That is as consistent a performance as you could hope for. I mean, obviously, consistent firsts would be preferable, but that is an impressive day, sir. Well done. He says, I wish you all a good night or good day wherever you are. Stay cool, guys. And good night. I am going to say good night to all of you as well. Thank you so much for joining me on our tournament broadcast today. Really appreciate you guys sitting with me for a full 9-hour cast, starting with the start of the European and running all the way to the end of the Americas. We do this every weekend, except we are going to miss one, because Kiddo and I are going to go skiing one weekend. That is part of the winter plan. And that is also thanks to you guys, thanks in huge part to those of you who have been our supporters, our sponsors. Salt Monkey is Zach, Mr. John Thursday, Blue Feral, and Ocelotus Gaming did a ton to put the hardware in place to even run this stream. Just Nash XYZ, Xfire X, Toast94, Fab4200, and Yes Win Big, the other big financial contributors. Zach and Zalex, your mods. We had Zach earlier. We had Zalex earlier. Appreciate both you guys for being here. Cody, Alpha Titan, Whip Factory, Decaf, Ocelotus, and Ghosters, the other mods. Kiddo today had a wonderful time at a musical playing at the local civic center. So congrats to them. They had a fun art show this week, a fun musical to go to. So there we are. They are the real star. Thank you guys all for being here. Really appreciate all the support, all the follows, all the subs. Those of you who sit through interminable ads, I appreciate you guys so much. We are, as tradition has it, we are going to raid you on to somebody else who's playing some Mechabellum, and it looks like that is going to be, I think, Vibe. Looks like Vibe is the place to go here. Fab4 is still up, but he was not planning to play past the tournament, I think. He said he wasn't, so we won't raid him. Apuchi's still up, but he's also been on for 9 hours. I think we're going to send you folks over to Vibe, and that does not look like Mechabellum, sir. That is not Mechabellum. Okay, he's not playing Mechabellum. We're going somewhere else. Fab4, no, his stream is ending. Savage Dad Gaming is playing some 4-player free for all. There you go. I think that is going to be it. We will send you folks on over to Savage Dad Gaming. Good night, and thanks for watching. Remember, Savage Dad is not family friendly, so if you are only here for the clean action, etc., you might want to find someone else. But I think the rest of the Mechabellum community is logging off. I am. Vibe's off. Apuchi's off. Fab4's off. So it looks like Savage Dad is the place to go. Good night, guys. Thanks for watching.